Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the World Blitz Championship. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm here with a fashionably dressed in his denim shirt Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. Jon Ludwig,
I hear
what is
denim is
up?
old. I hear denim is all the rage, Fiona. And I thought I'm not normally a trendy person, but I'll give it my best shot.
I like the shirt. For people in the chat who, haven't opened Reddit, haven't opened Twitter, in the last 24 hours, it's been an eventful, an eventful day, Hammer. Catch us up.
Magnus is back. I did not see that coming, but I think it really speaks to how much he values the World Championship title. Yeah, no news on the conflict with the freestyle world champion thing. And Magnus also has promised to wear jeans today. Basically him trying to say that I won the fight, but I don't really know if that's true. It's massive for FIDE to get Magnus to play.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus playing today was the main news, of course, but it wasn't the only one. FIDE also have changed the dress code somewhat. I mean, it was such a long statement and it wasn't completely clear. Like, I think
You're
basically it's just saying a bit more leeway when it comes to casual smart, yeah.
Yeah, so if your jeans is appropriate with the color of your jacket, you are allowed to use it. Which is yeah, the clothing police will not be out in full force today.
I very much doubt it. Let's talk a little bit about the format because it is now 2 p.m. in New York, which means the players should be starting right about now. Hammer, FIDE is debuting a new format for the World Blitz.
And no one likes it, as far as I know. We have day one, 13 rounds. That is just like normal. But instead of a finishing 8 rounds on day two, we're going to have a knockout format. And managing to get into the top eight is such a difficult feat that even Magnus is not sure he's going to be able to make it. Yeah, it's going to be really the 8 guys who make it through are going to be very happy, and the 25 guys who's going to be in contention, there's definitely going to be some unhappiness among those.
Absolutely. It's gonna be a very tough challenge making the top eight. Nobody is safe. Everyone could be going home. Well, I guess they're not going home because they probably booked their flights for the first onwards. But for the top dogs, today is a huge day. Nobody wants to go out before the eliminations and the elimination stage tomorrow. Hikaru starts with the black pieces against Arseny Nesterov. Do you know much about this player?
I do not, but I do know that this guy is a lot better than, for instance, the guy Magnus is playing. So slightly unfavorable pairings for Hikaru, who chooses to go with a Queen's Gambit declined, early pawn to a6. The point of this idea is that you threaten to take the white pawn, forcing white to make the early trade in the center of the board. We can already tell that these games are going to move a lot quicker than the rapid games we've been used to, but I'm very thankful to see that the moves are coming in every second and not staggered like we saw the first day of the rapid. Hikaru gets his bishop out, but his opponent is happy to just make the trade. 2 knights against 2 knights with the queen and 2 rooks remaining on the board. And it's an equal position, but with white having an extra pawn on the e file and Hikaru having an extra pawn on the c file.
By the way, Hammer, I opened the FIDE feed and what do I see? A half empty board. Magnus Carlsen has 2 hours, 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, but is yet to appear at the board. I'll keep a side eye on that. But one thing that's important in this Blitz format, which was less important in the Rapid, is that the tiebreaks are very important. Magnus has arrived, apologizes to his opponent. Tiebreaks are important now. You don't want to drop too many points early in the tournament because that could affect your chances making the top 8 if you're tied with other players.
You know for sure the number 8 guy compared to the number 9 guy is going to be decided on tiebreakers. And in chess, the tiebreakers are about who played the toughest opponents. And if you lose early on, you play weaker opponents, so your tiebreaks get weaker.
Yeah, the first one is Buchholz cut 1. Second is Buchholz, so there will be no playoffs. I mean, it's top 8 by, so that's why we're talking about not dropping too many points early on. And the reason I bring this up is because Hikaru's position feels very even. How can we try and create something here with the black pieces?
Well, I do not stress. Just stay patient and don't fret. And I think this is the kind of position Hikaru is completely comfortable with. It's an equal position. He's not in any danger, and he will have plenty of time to try and outmaneuver his opponent. So I don't think this is a bad position for him yet at all. I think he has plenty of ways to try and create imbalance. And now, in particular, this knight getting into the central square, the square behind your own pawn, very often you will find that this is a fantastic placement for a knight. Similarly, white is going to put their knight on d3 later on. This knight is really well placed because it's protecting the backwardmost pawn, and the backwardmost pawn is protecting in 2 different directions out against the other pawns. So Hikaru is super, super solid. And then the question becomes, how do you win? And I'm thinking getting this knight up closer against the white king could be an idea. You could also try and just push the pawn on the edge of the board a bit further up.
Hikaru is spending quite a bit of time here now, under 2 minutes. Let's remind everyone the time control has shortened a lot. This is 3 + 2, so the increment is very small. He goes with knight g6, offering another trade. Does that surprise you?
No, Hikaru wants to create this situation here where he can gradually get his king out of the way and try to use his most forward pawn on the king side to attack against the barrier holding white's king safe. So this is what Hikaru is going for, a way to kind of push his pawns forward in front of his king without having to create massive weaknesses.
Question is, what happens if white doesn't oblige? White did not have to take on g6, and as we saw, he did just that, instead activating his rook, and now even jumping back with the knight from
trap.
Oh,
Queen
trap
threatening to take the
alert!
pawn.
Yeah.
But Hikaru gets out of the pressure against his own queen that the white rook was levying.
By the way, Hikaru has a great score on chess.com against his opponent. 8 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. So that's encouraging, but he still needs to get the job done here right now. We're in a big maneuvering phase. Sorry, Jan Ludwig.
Yeah, I was going to say, by Hikaru standards, that's not even a great score. But that's honestly pretty good by Nesterov. Managing to get a game off Hikaru on chess.com is not an easy feat.
Fair point. And, well, he is certainly looking to take half a point off Hikaru here so far. And not much has changed. We haven't seen...
I disagree. I think Hikaru's looking very, very good to win this game. He has a very sizable time advantage, almost a full minute. His opponent is getting down to 40 seconds, going to be very, very stressful for him. And Hikaru always has the long-term plan of pushing his pawns in front of his king against the white king. So I'm liking Hikaru's chances here.
The time situation is a good point. I'm wondering that Hikaru keeps offering these piece exchanges. We need to keep some if an attack is going to be successful. We see 1 pair of knights come off.
Look at the eval bar. The eval bar keeps going up for Hikaru, and I briefly there saw the chess engine suggesting the move pawn to g5. Pawn to g5 is being recommended by the engine now repeatedly. And this really goes to show how Hikaru has neutralized white's intentions on the queen side. And now he's just focusing all his attentions over towards the white king.
And we see that white is bringing the knight back into a defensive position, f3 or f6 on the black side, often known to be important pieces. Knight e4 and now g5. Is that the threat next, now that we've secured that square?
I think that's going to be one of his intentions. Yeah, Hikaru just first brings another rook into the fold, maybe move his queen out of the way to give that space for the pawn coming up next. Pawn up, queen back, pawn forward to kick white out. Here, pawn up to prevent the knight from coming here. Okay, knight trap. No, there's not a trap. Knight is defending the rook. Everything's defended for now, but Nesterov down to 6 seconds. There's no way he's going to survive this. Hikaru now threatening to bring his knight in, pointing against the white king. The knight comes in to defend, and there comes the trick. Hikaru can win 2 pawns now. Knight takes pawn. Then he trades rooks. Then the knight is undefended. Hikaru doesn't take the opportunity.
Wow.
That is unexpected. But he tries to go back. He tries to give himself another chance at that same trick. And no, wait, what?
No, that didn't happen. No, it didn't happen. He can take on
he may have touched it. Did he touch something? I think Hikaru realized that knight takes is winning, but his head, he may have, no, he did it. He did it. Nicely done. And he calculated this well, and now rook takes pawn. Very nice trick, removes the defender of the knight. And at the end of all of these tactical trades, Hikaru is going to be up by a whole knight. I think that was a very well executed game by Hikaru. I don't think he really was ever in danger, and he always had the potential of that kingside attack.
Very impressive game by Hikaru. Let me see what else. I'm sure plenty of games still going. Magnus winning his despite arriving late. Let's go to Alireza Firouzja against Alan Pichot. No, just finished. Never mind. Dubov, a Wonder Liang.
Ooh, that's a tough pairing for Dubov in round 1, who has traditionally done well in these Blitz championships. As far as I can tell, the pawn on h5 is a goner. If he loses that pawn, Dubov is going to lose this game. I don't see how he saves it. He goes for the trade between the rooks. Doesn't really matter. The pawn is surrounded. Ooh, he gets the counterattack on the black pawn. Nicely tried. Rook comes in. Check on the king. How do we defend the pawn? The knight moves in the center, and now the pawn can step 1 forward. Rook over. Why are we... Okay, but now the knight comes in. The knight gets to take out the pawn. Ooh, the knight gets to take out the bishop. A Wonder Liang takes down Dubov in round 1.
That is a shocker. Daniel Dubov, a former rapid champ, I believe, going down in round 1. And once again, it shows us in this event there is really no easy games, not even from the start.
Bortnik is down a pawn in a rook endgame.
Bortnik, another big name in the online Blitz scene. Is this a draw? And if so, how comfortable would you be holding it?
Very, very uncomfortable. And now it's no longer a draw, says the engine. Pawn forward, threatening checkmate. The king can try and run away. Check and move the rook over. Try and get the... No, that's a mistake, because now you manage to check the king out of position, which allows the white king to secure the g3 square, I think. You just got to check the king now. Check, check, check. Ooh, but the king is going to run over here. No, maybe it's still losing for Dubov. No, sorry, Bortnik.
Not easy to convert though. What do you do?
I have no idea why black is going all the way over here. You got to go around here, I'm pretty sure.
But he's been given another chance here. Sarachi 2.
Ooh, he just went back. That was much more effective than what I was suggesting. And black is able to take out one of the pawns and should win with the 2 pawns.
This should be nice and easy now. A big scalp here. Congratulations to Sarachi on taking down Bortnik. Let me find a... I see a Norwegian flag, Hammer.
You know what? I might take some charge here because I'm seeing Giri is still playing. I just wanted to get the confirmation. Oh, Giri is playing. Oh, but Giri has just won.
Yeah,
You said something about a Norwegian flag?
Yeah, Vart Altabosh. Is he?
Yeah, he is the reigning Norwegian Blitz champion, which is how he qualified to this event. And he is only a FIDE master, but obviously a bit better than that in Blitz chess. He's going up against Alexander Lenderman, who had a fantastic start to the Rapid event. But we are not getting moves in here, Fiona, and Ward is down by 2 pawns. So probably he's not going to be able to survive that.
A name we saw a lot at the end 2 days ago, Karen Grigorian, but I think
there's not moves there either. The only place we got moves coming in is Paravian. Who is a very, very good Blitz player, but right now it looks like he may have to give up half a point here. He only has a rook and a knight versus a rook, but did his opponent lose on time? We stopped getting moves in.
I guess I can check maybe on chess results. Whether we have... We had 1 forfeit loss. I don't know if he was late or what, but Elsa
Paravian wins on time.
He won on time. Oh
probably, or
we will see some people flag. By the way, Hammer, we didn't see a single draw on the top 20 boards. Not one. That's incredible, no?
Yeah. Last game of the round, Lenderman versus Altarboge. Lenderman pushing the pawn forward, but that pawn then is surrounded by the black pieces. A terrible blunder by Alexander Lenderman, who goes from being up 2 pawns to now only being up by 1.
And with only 1 extra pawn, surely this is just a draw.
Taking with the bishop, I feel like you should have taken with the rook there. Lenderman now has this A pawn surrounded. No way to defend this pawn.
This is gonna be a long game.
We're already on move 103.
Did you see, by the way, that game that you had called as about to be over in a couple of minutes, Rasmus Van against, I can't remember who, was, I believe the longest game in World Rapid history. It went 206 moves.
To be fair, they did hit the 50 move rule at like 190 something. And then it just took some time for the other guy to claim the draw.
It would have made all the difference. If he only had claimed sooner, then it would have been the short game he predicted.
Well, I'm just saying it's easy to construct a very long game if you ignore some of the basic rules. But yeah. It went for a very long time. I agree. So the rounds are scheduled to start at every half hour. And the main thing about this Blitz event is it's basically a massive sheep herders convention.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I think I have never played the World Blitz, but it's a very grueling scheduled today because most of the time your own game will only last 10 minutes or thereabouts. So you have a schedule of all day long. You play for 10 minutes and then you wait around for 20, which is I think very, very tiring on the mind to do that much waiting around.
And that's part of the reason why I asked Hikaru on the last day of the Rapid whether he had a team with him at the venue. Because I think because there are so many breaks in these tournaments, it's very important. Wow, Lenderman just gave away both of his pawns, and he's rewarded by Alter Borsch not capturing the pawn while he had the chance, instead trying to give a check on the king, but now the king threatens the rook and the pawn is about to become a new queen. Wow. Lenderman blundered into what is supposed to be a drawn endgame with rook and bishop versus rook, but instead his opponent was too rash in trying to give checks on the king, and Lenderman wins the game.
And as far as I can see, this was the last ongoing game. So let's have a look at some results. The next round only starts in 15 minutes from now. I already mentioned
13 minutes from now, right?
Oh, 13 minutes from now. You are correct. Yeah. So the reason it starts 13 minutes from now is because there is not a 5-minute delay today, but only a 2 minute. So I already mentioned there were no draws on the top 20 boards. We saw one of the upsets in Daniel Dubov losing to a Wonder Liang. What else?
We saw Bortnik losing as well.
True. Bu Zhangji, which might not be a name which speaks much to our chat, but he's the 11th seed. He was a top grandmaster from, well, still is a top grandmaster from China, but he lost. I think this guy is
He
the
was
world
the
junior.
youngest grandmaster in the world when he became a
That's actually a good
grandmaster.
point. Yeah, a very good point. I think his opponent is the world junior champion. When I was asking you, is that guy? Chat, can you confirm this for me? Kazibek, Norgerbek.
Okay, I never heard of this guy.
I think he's
That's
playing in the
embarrassing if he's the
challenger.
junior champion.
Yeah, I
Pragnananda
only
has lost.
wow to the coach of the world champion, Mikhail Kobalia. I don't think I've ever seen Volodar Murzin anywhere without Kobalia's long-standing coach. What do I need, Aurora? What I need is somebody tell me who is the reigning world
Abdusattorov has
junior.
also lost in the first round.
Incredible. And apparently Murzin drew.
Mamedyarov has also lost in the first round.
This tournament is gonna be a freaking a killing.
Savrana, who is one of the top players online, has drawn in the first game. So has Alexander Grishuk, who medaled yesterday.
Wow.
And is
By the
a
way,
previous two-time champion, Grishuk.
guys, we are for this Blitz, we're gonna be taking breaks, I think, every 2 rounds. So let us know in the chat, in between games, would you rather that we analyze games which have already finished in the open tournament? Or would you like us to watch the women live? Because the games are starting in a staggered way so that attention can be paid to both. And let's see. Chat is very torn.
Oparin has lost, but he loses against Mishra, whose claim
The
to fame as the
current.
youngest.
Yeah.
Oh, is he still the current youngest grandmaster?
Yeah.
That's incredible to hold that title for a year.
And I don't think there's anyone right now who's very close as far as I'm aware. Okay, so let's go to the women to see, are there games
Ray
right now?
Robson loses first round. There's just so many results. You can basically just call out everything for the entire time.
Okay, since the results were pretty even, we're gonna try and do both. I think reviewing games in the open is gonna become more interesting a bit later on in the tournament. Anyways, so let's see the top seed. Juve and Jun with a tough pairing here from round one. Again, Gulnar Mamadzada. What do we make of this?
Oh, to me, the biggest surprise is Juve and Yun is not the top seed.
Oh,
Both Lai Tingzhe and Tan Zhangyi are higher rated in FIDE Blitz. Not to mention Alexander Kostenyuk, who's an absolute beast in Blitz chess. Somehow Kostenyuk only has 2450 in Blitz rating, but like she's way, way stronger than that.
she really is one of the trickiest players in this format. Crazy that there is no women over 2500 actually in Blitz rating. Which game do you want to see, Hammer? I'll let you pick.
Well, I'm just looking around now for a little bit just to kind of introduce myself to the field, or rather introduce the field to me. And because Muzichuk, who I think is one of the better Blitz players, she only has a 2400 rating. I don't understand how this is possible. And then Gunina, who is the reigning champion, I think, or at least she's definitely won it multiple times before.
Yeah.
Gunina is losing in the first round, and she only has a 2370 rating. I really feel like these ratings are so low because they only play against each other. Like, man, do the women ever play someone other than some guys?
In Blitz, I mean, there's surely they do every now and then, but not that often, I would guess.
And then you can struggle getting proper ratings because because you're not getting the influx of the weaklings. You're just kind of cannibalizing on each other. And
but
also
this one is a big shock. For the women, the same applies as for the men. They will also play a knockout tomorrow, but they only get 11 rounds. So a loss in the first round here is pretty terrible. I have to admit, with the new...
It also has to be said, Miley here, who's playing with the white pieces, she has gained like 200 rating points in the last year. I know because I've been preparing against her for when Alexandra Botes has been thinking about playing the Canadian Women's Championship. And yeah, I noticed that Meili she's gained a lot of rating.
I think she's one of the players who is in that age where we didn't see or hear much from her during COVID. And so I think maybe she shut up a bit after that. But yeah, very dangerous player. But still, taking down the reigning Blitz champ is no mean feat. The evaluation bar, Hammer, though, it's dropping. It's going up and down a lot.
Yeah, no, it's still difficult to win here. This pawn is under attack. But now it's no longer difficult to win. With both players down to 10 seconds on the clock, the Canadian does find a winning way, and she should, well, just get the queen back into defense is the safest, and you'll be fine.
Oh, and we completely forgot to look at Tusa. I think she won her first game. We'll have plenty of time.
Ooh, blunder alert. She blundered the rook. Could she not have saved her rook there? I think she could. She could have just moved the queen back earlier as well. This could be a heartbreaking half a point given away, but she still has that one pawn trying to become a new queen through the center of the board. Checks. Can't seem to get out here. And Gunina is going to save a draw.
What a save. I mean, in Blitz,
she needs to claim the draw here, though. Oh, she plays on. Oh, she didn't claim the draw. It was a 3-time repetition here. She could have claimed the draw, but instead she just makes her move, allowing Meili to get her king into the center of the board, and now the king is gonna escape. No, but there's a check here. Now, if the king moves up, the queen follows. Doesn't seem to me like you can avoid these checks, yet the chess engine is saying it's winning. Ooh, this changes how the black queen can give checks against the king. But now you are going to have to give up this pawn with a check. And Gunina continues. Oh my gosh, Gunina is now going to be up a pawn.
Surely she can't win this.
She can also take this guy and get back. But it's in queen endgames, it's usually about who has the pawn closest to becoming a new queen.
Are
Gunina
they gonna
just goes
repeat
for the
now?
draw. Yeah.
No.
And wow. If the king gets closer to the pawn now, you can go for the win.
She's gonna go for the win.
Now Gunina is winning.
I shouldn't laugh, but this is... Oh, dear me.
Gunina wins. She gets the
What
queen
a
trade. Oh my gosh.
unbelievable. This is gonna hurt. And that is why we are here in the commentators' chairs and not suffering. There was already a lot of suffering in the rapid, but Blitz is gonna be
That was
and
wild. I mean, at some point, she could have just moved the queen back. Here, queen here defends all the possible checks against her king, and it's just over.
I mean, she was up a rook and a pawn.
A rook and a pawn. And that pawn was 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. That is devastating.
I almost feel bad that we opened that game and had to watch this. Hikaru, by the way, will start in 2 minutes, and he is playing against Alexander Lenderman.
We saw beat a Norwegian in the first round, but very, very barely.
Very, very barely. He is a man who's not to be underestimated. We almost got another Carlsen Ariane Tauri clash, but Ariane in the end is on board too against Firuja. Magnus, on the other hand, is playing Roberto Fanesian, a name never to be underestimated. I always feel like all these Armenians are so tricky, especially in the shorter time controls. Hammer, what do we predict? Is Hikaru gonna be playing similar openings to what we saw in the Rapid? Do you think he will stick to that Italian that gave him so many great positions?
The Italian definitely going to be one of his options, but I'm wondering if he's going for that King's Indian attack that we saw him use against Sam Sevian. Because that's the kind of opening you don't really play unless you prepared it specifically. Also, Lenderman, as far as I know, plays the French.
That is a very good point, actually. Yeah, I'm curious. We might get an
but
answer.
Maybe he
to your
also
question
plays
very
Sicilians. Soon. Yeah.
He probably plays more than one, but I just looked at my screen, Hammer. You, Magnus, and Hikaru there are forming quite the quite the boy band.
Just wait until we start singing.
Who do you think is the best singer out of you three, if you had to guess?
Hikaru, I think, would have like a very like deep baritone kind of thing going on.
And you?
I get into the karaoke nights. One of the
You
only
do?
places in the world I've actually done karaoke is in New York on Manhattan.
That's hilarious. What did you sing? Do you remember?
Well, I mean, the Skater Boy is a classic, right?
I didn't realize Skater Boy was a karaoke classic.
Oh, well, one of the Avril, maybe it's complicated. One of the Avril Lavigne ones.
Were you a fan?
I mean, it's a catchy tune.
I was an Avril fan. I'm happy to admit. We have to go, Hammer. We should go to the karaoke someday.
Yeah. As long as what's sung in the karaoke stays in the karaoke.
I understand no cameras allowed. Some few people asking when is it starting? Should have started a minute ago, and I didn't think there were gonna be too many delays because everything
Well, they all
finished
finished
nicely
more
on
than 10
time.
minutes ago.
Yeah. Today is gonna be, I mean, I was really hopeful that they were gonna stick to schedule today because it's gonna be a long day with 13 rounds, half an hour scheduled per round.
But they've given themselves so much leeway, I just assumed it was going to be okay.
Yeah, me too. But you know what they say when you assume? Do you know the saying?
I do, but I'm not going to be the one to say it out loud.
Chad, surely I hadn't heard it for a very long time. So let's see. Who in chat?
Is going to bite the bullet for you so that you don't have to
Yeah,
say it.
Legacy bit the bullet for me. Thank you. What is going on? Let me see the stream. Nothing much is going. Let me see what else is going on other tables. One game that could be interesting is Pranav against MVL. Pranav, one of those online killers, and someone I believe that Magnus handpicked to play alongside him for Offerspiel in the European Club Cup.
Also, he was mentioned as by Magnus as a dark horse to do something in these
Really?
championships. Yeah.
Wow. Hammer, why are we not getting moves?
Are games being played? I gotta admit, I kind of consider you the camera operator of the two of
Yeah,
us.
no, they're just blending in the pairings right now, so I don't know what's happening in the.
Well, then the explanation for why there's not moves coming in is probably because they didn't start.
Yeah, that was the question I actually had in mind. Okay, so we're waiting for round two to begin. What do you think Hikaru's overall strategy will be today with 13 rounds to qualify to top 8? Just
Don't
win,
blunder.
win, win.
Yeah,
Huh?
no, I mean, I think you can't really have a strategy. The only thing you have to be good at is you have to be really, really cognizant of don't go on tilt. Like you're gonna lose a game, and then the question is how do you let that affect you? And so you just the strategy is just play your instinct and don't get crazy just because you lose a game because everyone's going to lose a game.
Yeah, I think the Blitz especially is so much in the head. And it's also about energy. I mean, Hikaru talked about this in the interview with us a couple of days ago.
And we're off, and it's a French. And he
Really?
goes for another King's Indian.
And
Same
Queenie too.
variation. He
Yeah.
played against Sam Sevian in the Rapid, and that was a terrible, terrible game, which Hikaru was fortunate to make a draw. Now, however, Lenderman goes for an early trade in the center, and we have a very strange opening, but I think one that will suit Hikaru just fine. Hikaru's going to have to go for the fianchetto here with his bishop because the queen is blocking the bishop's natural development.
This is a little bit different
Hikaru
from.
goes for castling queenside. He
So he's
might
just
go
gonna. Bishop G5?
bishop here and then rook in to attack the queen. And Lenderman chooses pawn 4. What is this play? Hikaru can now go bishop one step out and then he can castle. He can also go bishop 2 steps and then move the rook in, but he probably rather wants to castle, just get his king out of the middle.
But after f6, surely black is planning to do the same, right? Surely black is also planning to go
Well,
queenside.
black is not in time to castle because Hikaru is going to move this bishop next, opening up for his rook down the center of the board. Also, Hikaru wants to bring his queen out. So maybe pawn to a6 is one of the better moves here, simply to prevent the queen from getting involved.
I like a6, I have to say. Are we going to see opposite sides attacks here? Can
I don't
black
know.
play
I'm concerned
a6?
about Lenderman's king. Like, Lenderman has been way cavalier about getting his king to safety. Okay,
Can he
now
still
if
go
Hikaru moves the
queenside?
queen up, the queen can be attacked because if the queen captures the pawn it attacked, it's just going to be trapped by the knight. So Lenderman feels there's no need to prevent this idea just yet.
But surely Lenderman is still looking to castle queenside here. If he can just get the queen out now, are you really gonna be able to stop me?
No,
Possibly.
it's pretty clumsy how all the black pieces are so kind of packed together. Knight forward looks like a decent idea for Hikaru.
Hikaru, what surprises me is he has spent quite a bit of time here, but Rook G1, the intention is very clear.
I like this move. I like this move a lot. Now Lenderman is going to think more than once about castling his king. Hikaru's going to rush these pawns up preemptively, saying that, okay, you're going to castle kingside. I'm ready to push my pawns up on that flank.
I'd be absolutely terrified here as black. I think the only thing Lenderman has done fantastic. G3. So what?
Hikaru wants to restrict the movement of the knight. Lenderman then sees his opportunity to get the queen out and castle to the same side as Hikaru. But now Hikaru comes in with the queen, and notice the timing. He times it at a moment where this trap of getting the queen no longer works because the queen is no longer defending the rook in the corner. Lenderman does castle, but now queen one step back from Hikaru. Hikaru has both his bishop and his queen pointing in the general direction of black's king.
Very tricky situation. Does black need to go into the defense here? And if so, I mean, how do you even do it? Is king b8? Do you still want to move the king over or not here?
I want to move the queen back. I'm honestly surprised Hikaru is thinking about this. Queen back so that the bishop can join in the attack and try and get at the knight. Currently, the only good defensive piece Lenderman has is this knight. I'm not liking Hikaru's time usage here. Okay, I think I was maybe not on the right. That's my bad. Okay, we got the bishop in, but now the pawn structure is weird. Both players get doubled pawns. I like this for Hikaru. Hikaru has an easy plan of moving the knight over here to attack the queen.
And also, I mean, both players get damaged pawns, but in black's case, those damaged pawns are directly affecting the king's safety. So that could be a problem for black in the future. The white knights are going to continue jumping in.
Already a problem, I would say.
Yeah.
Now Hikaru next move going to move the queen one step back to try and get his knight to the c5 square. That's going to force Lenderman into taking the knight. Lenderman cannot allow this knight to move up. He's going to have to capture it. But then after the recapture, Hikaru can try and get another knight to that placement. The c5 square, there's no black pawns that can control this. So it's just an amazing placement for Hikaru for the future.
The computer, oh my God, I was gonna say the computer is flashing an incredible move, but I think it might be too hard to find. But he does, knight c3 is on the board.
This is Beautiful from Hikaru. He says, my priority is not capturing your bishop. I'd rather take your knight because then I'm going to be attacking all of this stuff on the king side afterwards while the bishop is still under attack. I think part of the reason why you needed to move the knight in first was because the knight had to protect the white pawn. But now the bishop is under attack and the queen is just going to capture everything.
Incredible play by Hikaru. I love what he's been doing these first 2 rounds. I think Blank's position is going to fall apart here. I mean, where do you even move with the bishop?
Hikaru hasn't been in danger whatsoever in his games.
Bishop goes all the way back. And is it time to start munching away on those pawns?
I would. But Hikaru's down to just 25 seconds.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in these time controls, I always feel it's so important not to drop under 10 seconds. I mean, so many accidents have happened there. King B2, just keeping everything under control, and the knight is aiming for the C5 square you were talking about.
And also the rook is going to take over control in the center file. Rook here seems obvious. Got to make a move, Hikaru. And then the rook comes in, the knight comes in. Hikaru wants to keep his queen closer to his queen because he's nervous about, I don't really know what he's nervous about. Ooh, Hikaru allows some pawns to be captured on the flanks while at the same time his control of the D file has been broken. Lenderman now gets control down the center of the board, but at the same time, the bishop is in trouble. And Hikaru is going to bring in the queen for the checkmate. Nice.
What a game. Lenderman had no choice but to give up the full bishop here, but unless we allow black to somehow take on c2, I like this by Hikaru, just rook c1, protecting the pawn, and now we can go on a mating attack ourselves. With an extra knight and an extra passed pawn, a few extra passed pawns, this is looking good, Hammer.
Yeah, that's going to be the win for Hikaru, who gets off to a great start in this event. I'm struggling on our broadcast to see because there's so many standings on top of one another. Magnus has won his game as well. Okay, so 2 out of 2. Who else is on 2 out of 2?
Let's go to Ariane Tari against Firuja. That is board 2. This one has just been confirmed as a win for Hikaru. And Ariane, he's down a pawn, but is he going to hold this against Alireza?
He could, but it looks kind of difficult just because both players are down to 10 seconds on the clock. Normally, you're going to make quite a few mistakes being that low on time. Aryan pushes his pawn even further forward. So Aryan basically is saying, I'm just going to stand here with my pieces and just not do anything. He's just going to shuffle the king now. No, he's moving the knight. Why are you moving the knight? I guess this is fine. As long as Alireza doesn't manage to bring the king into the game, Aryan should be fine here. And Aryan blunders the rook.
Oh my goodness. Did he actually just play rook c7?
Yeah.
Oh. That is Blitz for you. Let's see what else.
I'm just gonna go down just to put a new game on the board. This one's gonna take some time. Jan Krzysztof Duda is down a pawn against Rachmaninoff. No, sorry, that's the composer. Rachmanov is this one. Is that also the composer?
And who's the composer? What did you say?
Rachmaninoff?
I don't know if I even know him.
Are you uncultured? Do you even own jeans, Fiona?
I do.
Do you have no culture?
Sergei Rachmaninoff. Is that your guy?
I think so.
Yeah, close enough, but no cigar. Jordan is also and okay, we're gonna oh, we had a clash between Andrew Tang and Tani, but that ended in favor of Andrew Tang. This is gonna be the longest game of the round, surely.
So
What do you
you
think?
want me to find something else that's not
No,
going to be
I don't know.
decided
Maybe that's
immediately?
there are only 6 games left, and it's not like any of them are more interesting, really,
Yeah,
than
fair
this.
enough. Duda, I remember a couple of years ago, he got second place behind Magnus, but he had a score that would have been enough for gold every other year than that year. So Duda is a pretty decent chess player.
Yeah, and he really strikes me as remaining very calm under pressure. I mean, I remember seeing him at this Armageddon series tournament in Berlin, where they were using heart rate monitors, and he always just impressed me with, how he seems to remain quite calm. I think he should be able to hold this one here, right?
What happened with the pawn?
Oh.
Ooh, does Duda not want to take the pawn because of
But white
why?
can't
Why
make,
are we not protecting this pawn?
I don't know. But can we
Rook over
take it
here and
now
then
on
bishop
the
back. Oh, the pawn got pushed. Oh, and the pawn is lost.
and with the pawn gone, surely
Yeah,
we'll see
that's
a
going to be a
handshake
draw.
here.
Okay. He plays on.
Actually, let's go to Jordan van Foreest against Isaac Chan, where unless white can hold on to the pawn, which
He cannot. I'm pretty sure he cannot. But the thing is, I think maybe he can stalemate. No. Can he self stalemate? Wow, this is a very interesting endgame. Normally, we had one of these rook and pawn versus queen earlier. And then I said it was an easy draw because the pawn was way down here. And I said if the pawn is ever above this third rank, it's always a win for the rook. But I have been proven wrong. And now it's over. It's over. It's a draw. The king cannot escape because if the king moves away, it sits on the same file rank as the queen and king. Very impressive by Van Forest holding a draw here down the queen.
impressive stuff indeed. That's all the games done. I'm just looking at the results in the top 10 and I see a big upset. Pranav beat Maxime Vachier-Grave. We were just talking about the young Indian. Jan Nepomniachtchi was held to a draw. Duda, we saw him draw his game. And for the rest, I'm not seeing any big upsets. Daniel Naroditsky, one of the upset losers, going down to Jakongir Vahidov.
Sam Sevian loses to a guy I never heard of, but he's a grandmaster, so he's probably pretty good.
Yeah, I never heard of him either. And yeah, I think for the big names, Ivanchuk beat Minley. Still plenty of players on a
A
perfect
Norwegian has
score.
beaten the reigning European champion. A little
Nice
shout
result
out.
for Elham, absolutely.
Anish is on 2 out of 2. And I got to say, I've played Blitz chess against Anish. He is not very good at Blitz compared to how good he is in other stuff. So Anish on 2 out of 2 is quite good.
Okay, Hammer, it is time for us to take our first break of the day. Chat, stay tuned. 11 more rounds to go today, and the next one starts in 10 minutes. So we'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the World Blitz Championship. And Hammer Hikaru is off to a perfect start with 2 out of 2, but a tricky opponent to wait in round 3 in the person of Aravind Chidambaram from India, who just recently won the Super Tournament in Chennai.
Yeah, well, you can't expect to get easy pairings when you have the perfect score. I think Hikaru is expecting tough opponents, but I think it's really, really nice to see that so far he's not been in any trouble whatsoever. He's been up on time most of the games. He just seems to find a good groove so far, which is so important in these tournaments. I also want to take the opportunity to issue a formal apology to Mr. Anish Giri because I may have been acting on obsolete information. I played Anish in 2015, and I am informed that that is 10 years ago almost. And that Anish has gotten quite a bit better since. Even winning a title Tuesday, which is nearly impossible. And he's also finished a top 5 placement in the World Blitz. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how much better he had gotten.
Some people, time goes by and they become commentators. Other people, time goes by and they become good at Blitz.
That's how the circle of chess life, maybe.
We are waiting for the games to get on the way. Do you think Hikaru will continue? I think whatever he's been doing so far, and not taking drastic measures, just playing in a quiet and controlled way, and it's worked out really, really well.
I think pawn to d5 and this a6, early a6 in the Queen's Gambit, the fact that Hikaru played that in the first game, I think is a telltale sign that he's going to stick with that throughout this day. So that's going to be one of the things he has just put some work into. And that's going to be his main against a lot of openings. And then the question is, what is he going to play if his opponents go with the king pawn to start? Will he be playing some Spanish or will he be playing the Sicilian, which he did in the Rapid tournament?
Yeah, I mean, he obviously can play both. Maybe it will depend on the tournament situation, on the opponents. We're about to find out. I think in this game, if Aravind goes with 1e4, I think we'll see e5.
I think so too. I think Hikaru had some very interesting openings for the candidates tournament. Openings that previously would only be considered good enough for blitz chess. But he actually used it in the long time limit games. But the thing is, when he put that much work into the candidates tournament on these kind of like blitz-ish openings, this is the perfect occasion to use those and get some reuse value from the work you put in.
We will find out. I don't know. What do you think is taking so long in between the previous round ending? Because they have all finished on time. So why do you think the delay?
I have no better reasonings than you do.
Which is none.
Maybe their printer is not laser and they're doing, I don't know.
Okay, I think the players are ready. We also have on board an interesting pairing. I saw chat talked about it quite a bit. Magnus Carlsen taking on Benjamin Bock. Benjamin, I mean, he's had some very decent results lately in Blitz time.
Also a guy who 10 years ago was not that good, and now he's a freaking beast. The Dutchies are really improving in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin, he's been, of course, very active streamer, content creator, commentator, and still seems to be working quite a bit on his chess. He's been in the US for a while. I don't even know what I don't know what he does in life. As far as I know, he doesn't have a normal job.
I thought with the Luxembourg flag being so close to the Dutch one, you were kind of
Clued in.
responsible for staying in touch and keeping tabs on the Dutch guys.
Sorry to disappoint.
We've
Um,
clearly established that I haven't kept up to date in the last 10 years.
yeah, well, let's see how Bok does against Magnus here. Of course, the biggest test in the tournament. It's still very early doors. What do you think out of the
Can you
13
stop
after
saying early doors and start saying early days like the rest of the normal world? Because I remember I ended up Googling this early doors, and apparently it is a thing.
I know.
But early days is much more common, right? Okay, we're
I
starting. Never mind that. It's going to be another A6 Queen's Gambit.
Okay, knight f3, knight f6. Let's see.
Ooh.
No. Okay, we return to an opening that Hikaru employed successfully in the rapid against Moroni, also in the candidates against Prague.
He also used it against what's his face in the rapid that ended in a draw.
Deak.
But Dayak, but Hikaru was under some pressure there in the time scramble.
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised to see him repeat this. Let's see how this one goes. A game that Hikaru highlighted, right? Where it was late in the tournament and suddenly he couldn't think there, but it was not a pleasant game. So let's see if Hikaru comes up with anything new here.
Hikaru actually spent 20 seconds there in the opening because Aravind played an unexpected move. And now the percentages, or rather the eval bar, is already in Hikaru's favor, despite having the black pieces and despite playing this kind of very all pawns up against one another in the opening.
Okay,
Hikaru's plan now is very easy. Just get the knight out and then get the bishop out. And he has that better placed pawn in the center of the board.
I'm gonna have to eat my hat. There's another English expression. For all of us, this is working out really well so far for Hikaru. We often talked about the bishop. There were many lines where that dark squared bishop came out to b4, but that was when there was already a knight on c3. In this position now, where do you expect the bishop to go?
I'm expecting the bishop to actually hang on for a little bit and wait to see whether white chooses to get the weakened pawn situation of getting the knight out. But for now, I think you have to prioritize creating a pawn chain with your pawns protecting one another here, and maybe also getting this rook into the game is a bigger priority than getting the bishop. So Aravind does go for this weakened pawn formation, and now I'm expecting Hikaru to point his rook against that isolated white pawn, the pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns.
And the tension along the d file remains. Nobody wants to be the first to take the other's queen. If Aravind wants, he can keep queens on the board here by playing queen c2, but what do you... If you're white, do you want to get the queens off?
I don't know. I think White's position is already unpleasant because of the long-term weakness of the pawn situation. Ooh, but I love this move from the Indian. He sacrifices the pawn and he says, I'd rather be down a pawn but have amazing development and pressure against you rather than just sit here and be squeezed. That was a tremendously good decision from Aravind. And yeah, this becomes a bit tricky for Hikaru. I guess I'm expecting pawn to f6, just keeping things safe.
Yeah, this
That
is
didn't
not
happen.
happening.
This is going to be the current position on the board. I'll just keep it like this until the the board gets healthy again.
It's
Hikaru now pointing with both his bishop and his rook against that white pawn.
also threatening to jump forward to c2 with a fork against the rook and the bishop. If we could take that bishop on each on e3 and damage the white pawn structure, would be laughing, of course.
Very good point, which is massively limiting white's choices in this position. And Arvind is taking a lot of time here.
Can we maybe just refresh the whole page because his time just jumped up? Maybe if we do a refresh, a hard refresh, will that help? Nope.
I think it's going to be fine when after a while. But for now, I can just input the moves manually.
Yeah, but what I mean is I'd be shocked if he
No,
hadn't
he's
made
still
a move.
thinking. Like, it's a tricky position. I think he's still thinking.
Okay, so how do you deal with this, the threat of the knight coming into c2 and the threat against your pawn?
It's very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Which is why I think he's thinking and that it's not the relay that's broken. But yeah, maybe he needs to get his rook over to defend, but that doesn't even defend it. The pawn can still be captured. Okay, now I'm supporting you again. And maybe the relay is broken.
I think there's a lot of games where one side just went down on time a lot, but I'm not sure what's happening. I'm not too
Okay,
sure
so the
what's
relay
happening.
board, what happened is that the relay board somehow interpreted the queen exchange like this, and it doesn't realize that there's a missing white rook that captured, and that has caused tremendous problems. And since we don't have the cameras, we can't look at what's happening to. Is there a fixed camera on Hikaru that I should be looking out for?
I actually think that they have broadcasts. Let me see. I thought that there were broadcasts with specific boards. Yeah, there actually are.
Okay, we finally got the moves. But Hikaru is down a piece. Oh no, Hikaru blundered his bishop. He took the pawn, not realizing that when the black pawn then attacked the knight afterwards, there was no way for the knight to retreat without leaving the bishop undefended. And as a result, now Hikaru is down to a knight against two pawns.
Is there any way we can save this? If I guess, well, if we win the pawn on b4, we'll have decent chances.
And that just happened. Pawn forward. Suddenly we have three pawns. Oh, but Arvind is trying to take this guy. Hikaru goes for the trade between bishops. Hikaru did speak the other day about how he's really struggling when he gets low on time and he feels like his head is not working. This seems like one of those occasions because he's down to just 10 seconds on the clock. And then it's like anything goes. Anything could happen.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Okay, but now he managed to keep both the pawns on this side. So I feel like that was good for him that he managed to keep both of them.
would be even nicer if the pawns were connected, but I'm with you. There is still some chances here. We just have to mobilize the pawns. What do I mean by that right now? We cannot move the a pawn without losing the bishop. So if we can get the king in to support the bishop and the pawns, there will be some chances. It's gonna be tough, but with both seconds just playing on increment.
Well, we saw this in Gunina's game, right? When you're down to seconds on the clock, anything could happen. And this is a great success for Hikaru that he managed to get this pawn even further up. Ooh, but now Hikaru's going to have to give up his rook. But afterwards, if they had traded bishops there, I think Hikaru could have been okay. But now, since White kept the bishop is assisting in trying to stop these pawns. Ooh, but the king can help. The king can help.
It's not over, yeah?
The two pawns are working together. Only move. Bishop here. And Hikaru's back in it. Hikaru's back in it. Can he win it? Is it a draw?
How is it even a draw?
Hikaru cannot move up because then the king moves up. Oh yeah, how is it even a draw? Good point. Darn it. Okay, so Hikaru's trying. No. Oof. Yeah. When you get down to seconds, it's just anything can happen.
Yeah, we believed for a second. I don't even know how.
Well, the engine was saying it was a draw, but
yeah, no, this
you were right. It was
understand.
never clear how. Apparently, he needed to continue with the king up and then move the bishop back, because then he can try and reroute the bishop to stand in the way of the rook's protection.
This wasn't obvious. Let's check in with, well, I was gonna say early raise. Let's finish in with you, Yang Yi. Check in with you, Yang Yi and Pranav. Pranav, about to move to 3 out of 3 here.
The guy is good.
The guy is certainly good.
I'm not sure we should declare it just yet, though, after seeing what just happened in Hikaru's game. Although he does seem to have things under control right now. King back and then bishop back and then king around. Is this not a draw? I guess the rook can move across to keep this pawn defended. Oh, never mind. He just sacrificed his rook. That was pretty effective. Yeah, that's going to do it.
Now I think even I could win this one.
We have an interesting endgame with Niemann.
Let's go there.
Niemann is up a pawn. Engine are giving this as a draw because you can give so many checks against the king. But in practical play, you never survive this kind of thing, in my experience. But Theodorus is doing a great job. You're supposed to put the king in this corner, and he's doing that. And according to the engines, this is a draw with correct play. It's just impossible with just second remaining.
Not any longer, apparently, but I mean, yeah, playing this perfectly is literally impossible. But now it's
and the queen
over.
trade. Yeah. And the final game of the round is a Monegasque. What? I'm not sure how. As our resident expert of miniature countries.
Yeah, I'd never stopped to think about what it's called in English, but in
Norwegian,
French,
it's Monegasque.
Yeah, in French as well, Monegasque. I think whatever you said first didn't sound right, but I do not know apparently it's the same in English, Monegasque as well.
Well, he loses against the Slovak Druska.
And you're saying this was the last game. Let's see, did we have any
only
surprises?
74 moves for the final game of the round? Very surprising.
Do you want to play over some of the top games? Shall we see how Benjamin held Magnus?
I think let's just do results, no?
Yeah, I think we have plenty of time.
Magnus draws against Bok.
And then Firuza beats Sargsyan. Unfortunately, Hikaru lost his game to Aravind. Wesley So beats Sipenko.
Fabiano's on 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
Speaking of other players who were really, really bad at Blitz 10 years ago, Fabi has made some massive improvements.
Fabi on 3 out of 3. Fabi can play without too much. Fabi will be a happy man, I think, because after the rapid tournament, it was confirmed that he gets the circuit point. So Fabi, as far as I know, the first player confirmed for the candidates tournament now that they removed the spot for the loser of the match. Do you want to see some of the games? I think at the top they weren't.
I mean, my honest answer is no. I'd rather do results than actually watch the games. But you're the boss, so if you want to watch,
Well, I
how it
mentioned some
happened.
of the results already. Should we just do top 15? Wow.
We have a Norwegian on 3 out of 3. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Impressive, taking down Anish Giri. Listen to this, Hammer. The top 15 boards, that's where all the players on 2 out of 2 were. There was only one draw, and that was the top board between Magnus Carlsen and Benjamin Bock, which means that there are still 14 players on a perfect score, and those are Alireza Firouzja, Aravind, Wesley So, Karana, Eric Icy, Aronian, Pranav, Wei, Hans Niemann, Raunak Sadvani, your guy, Elham Amar, Sam Shankland, Vasily Vanchuk. Wow.
Wow.
And finally, number 121 seed from Italy, Lorenzo Lodici.
Yeah, that guy beat me in the chess Olympiad. I'm not a fan.
What we can do is look at the women. They are playing round 3 right now. Let's see, who is Atusa playing? Oh, she's playing Anna Musachuk. Do you want to check that out?
Yeah. And Atusa has the advantage with the black pieces. Both players down to less than a minute on the clocks. She's controlling the only open file on the board.
Maybe we can even flip the board and look at it from her perspective.
Yeah, I always need to be reminded of that.
Team Atusa all the way here. So what's our plan to try and make some progress?
We'll keep
With
the knight in the center of the
there.
board.
Mhm.
And now we're ready to invade with the rook on the next move. I'm not sure how we're going to involve the king, but that should be part of our plan as well. Musachuk makes a question mark move, allowing Atusa to invade with her rook. I'm not sure how that's going to help her in the short term, though. I would like to bring the king. I'm not sure how, but somehow push the pawns on this flank. Anytime Musachuk pushes this pawn up, I would just have my own pawn, keep everything protected. I think just continue with the king.
Hey.
Not sure I'm a fan of this move because this might open up a G file.
And rook trade, I guess you never want to trade rooks.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind a rook trade, I think. Both players down to 10 seconds. Ooh, Atusha gets a trick. She could have done a trick here. If she had moved the rook up, that rook couldn't be captured because of the fork. And that would have been big because the rook would have been then able to attack multiple pawns along the second rank.
Just to answer Eris's question in the chat, when does the next round start? So for the Blitz, rounds are supposed to start every half hour. With the delay, that's always like at 2 minutes past the hour or at 32, but there is already, I would say, like a 5-minute delay in the schedule. So next round in around 10 minutes. What is this has gone seriously wrong?
Yeah, no, there were too many pawn trades which opened up. Ooh, but wow, Musachuk captures the wrong black pawn, allowing Atusa to get back into it. She can go after this guy. Ooh, she's still in trouble though. Still a very difficult position. But she's about to capture some pawns on the opposite flank though. Ooh, and she gets But it's still tricky because now Muzychuk is coming in with her king to checkmate. This is very scary for Atusa. Ooh, but nicely done getting that rook back into defense, chasing the king out. But the king stays in a very good position.
Yeah, I'd still be very scared here, I have to say.
Yeah, Atusa is in trouble. But she might save it. She might save it. If
If
she
she
can get
gets this a
oh,
pawn,
and Muzychuk just voluntarily allows the trade of the pawns to happen. And now this should be a drawn endgame. Although I'm not liking this move. That oh gosh. Okay, never mind.
okay, maybe it's still king c6 was the only winning move. She spotted it.
Yeah, the king is in front of the pawn. The king can help the pawn guide forward to become a new queen. Ooh. Okay,
These
apparently
end
this
games
was
are
not
just
as easy as I thought it was.
no. Oh, oh no, she had played the right move actually. And then we can see she changed her mind.
Ooh, but
Oh,
now
I don't know
no,
what's
here,
going on
here,
there.
I think. Oh, and Tusa loses on time. Wow. Yeah, no, these time scrambles are brutal.
The blitz is hard. The blitz is really, really rough. The pairings are out for round 4, and Hikaru is playing Emin Ohanyan from Armenia, grandmaster. Never
Oh, a
heard.
tough pairing.
Year of birth 2006, the infamous year 2006. That both the classical and world rapid champion were born in Gokash and Morzin. We need a win here, Hammer.
Yeah, but he's got the white pieces. Yeah, it's a tough opponent, but you're not gonna get someone who's not a tough opponent at this stage. Uh Ohanyan is a half a point ahead of Hikaru, which might actually be a good thing because this gives Hikaru the opportunity to beat someone who was ahead of him.
Yeah, Hikaru. I can't take it seriously. Every time I look at, I have you on my one screen and I have our stream on the other stream with the chat and all that. But every time I look over, I see Magnus and Hikaru in their denim looks, and I can't take it seriously. Yeah. Interesting question in the chat from Mihailo. What should be the score for top 8? What do you think, Hammer? We just
That is a very good question and one I did not actually consider.
well, in the
Moving,
rapid, they played 13 rounds, right?
yeah,
And their top 8 was 9 points. They were actually, if it had been the rapid, only one player would have missed out on
yeah,
the
but
play.
in Blitz you play a lot less draws. So I would think 9 points is definitely not enough if it was enough in the rapid. Because
So
the
you
rapid
think
is
9.5?
um,
It can't be 10.
10 is
Like,
very strong.
no, it can't be 10. I think I'm gonna say that 9 will
Yeah,
win.
but people are going to be panicked, right? Because normally what happens in the Blitz tournament is that everyone is just making draws when they reach the top. But I don't think that's going to be the case this year, right?
Yeah, that is a fair argument.
So
But will it?
remember last year's Blitz tournament, Dubov and Nepomniachtchi just made a draw because they were high up there. And
Mm,
their result was voided because they were clearly pre-arranging the result.
mm.
But it speaks to it speaks to the normally previously the players have been like, oh, as long as I'm in the top 10, I'm happy. But now there's such an incredible difference between being number 8 and being number 9 that maybe it's going to provoke a bit more willingness to fight.
Yeah, the thing that I'm not clear on is if we get more wins, will that necessarily reflect in the end in the standings? I'm gonna predict 9 will get you into
Okay,
maybe
I'm gonna
9
say
and
9.5 then.
okay. But I think maybe some people on 9 will miss out, which counters my argument, right?
No, I think that's not the question.
No.
What is the number of points needed to be number 8? If you think that's 9, then I think that should.
Yeah, but maybe 9 and a bad tiebreak will not get you in. Okay, but I think 9, I will say
Bobby
most
said
on
plus
9.
5 is iffy, but Wesley said plus 5 should be good. There's no chance plus 5 is good enough. Absolutely no chance whatsoever.
What's plus 5 is 9? That's what I'm saying, right?
Oh. Okay, but then I'm with Fabi that plus 5 is iffy.
Well, time will
But it's
tell.
predicted by Fifi.
I'd like to think that in our head-to-head of predictions, I have the upper hand so far, but let's see how today goes. Games should be starting right about now. And yeah, I think if 9 or 9.5 is gonna be the score, it already gets important here to get the win. But I'm sure there's many players, maybe not quite like Imin, but many players who don't get the chance, to play these elite tournaments. And they think, okay, today I just need one good day. Usually the Blitz is 2 good days to be at the top, but today, one day is all it takes to maybe make it to the top 8.
We had a
Too
question in
long.
chat from Dane. Why is placing top 8 important? There's a new format this year. That day 2 tomorrow is a knockout, a quarterfinal, which means only the top 8 make it into the quarterfinal.
How do you feel about the change in rules?
I'm not a fan.
Why?
It's not enough rounds. 13 rounds to eliminate almost the entire field. It's not enough. I'm happy to, and the knockout format is interesting, but then at least make it like 17 rounds or something. There's nothing wrong with expanding the championship. Like Magnus withdrawing from the Classical World Championship, it makes sense to try and make a bigger deal out of the Blitz and Rapid. And there's nothing wrong with expanding the Blitz and Rapid Championship, I think, rather than, yeah.
I agree as well, which I think ties in with what you were saying. Wandering Bishop in the chat is saying, I think it's a particular harsh format for a trip to the most expensive place in the world, and now they don't even know if they play day 5. I mean, 90% of the field will not be playing.
And they
day
added a
5.
rest day so that they don't get to play day 4 and day 6.
Will we be here commentating during the new year? I guess so. I think so.
We hope to have Hikaru there.
Yeah, we hope to have Hikaru there. I have no idea what the plan is if he doesn't qualify, but yeah, he's lost a game now, which is tough, but he is still absolutely in for the running. But every game, I mean, that's the thing. Today it's just one day, and every single game is so important. Magnus Carlsen in this round will be playing against Alexander Shimanov, who got a winning position against him in the Rapid. Oh, he'll be out for revenge, I'm sure.
The games should have started 3 minutes ago, but we are running behind schedule. And we just had a round where the longest game was 74 moves, Fiona. So I'm starting to think my printer theory is actually pretty good. They're not doing 3 laser printers, so lashing out the sheets.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I have to say, I was really optimistic today about the round starting on time because I thought, okay, clearly in the rapid I was off. I had also thought that an hour 20 between rounds was plenty. But what the confusing thing today is the rounds have ended very early, but starting the next one is where the problem lies. Let me see maybe quickly the standings in the women's event after 3 rounds.
I can see Sam Shanklin sitting at the board, and I did see Dominguez running to his board, looking somewhat stressed. So we must
Should
be
be
close.
By the way, Hikaru's score against Emin on chess.com, they have played 25 games. Hikaru has won 19, 5 withdrawn, and he lost 1. And we
And the
have
games are
liftoff.
off. And Ohanyan plays the Sicilian. Hikaru tries to build up his pawns through the center of the board. And we're going to get a trade between these two pawns at one moment, which leads to black having an isolated pawn in the center of the board, a pawn that's easy to attack towards for Hikaru.
And Eamon, the first one to go into the tank in this game. If you're black, what is the most natural way to develop here, or do you not think about development? Do you think about how to resolve the tension with the pawn?
Well, yeah, right now the
under
pawn
attack.
is threatened. So I would assume you trade and then you just move the knight out. And you try and target this bishop that Hikaru brought out unusually early. But Hikaru takes care of that. Bishop one step out, takes control of the g4 square. No knight coming in to attack the bishop in the middle now. We get this typical position for this opening where black has a pawn in the center that cannot be defended by other pawns, but at the black is the only person to have pawns in the center. So you get some extra central control, but there is the problem that this pawn could become a target for the opponent later on. Hikaru just moved his queen, which has allowed a knight to come forward and attack the bishop.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, great opening choice by Hikaru because it seems to give him the opportunity to play every move by hand. He does not do anything about knight g4, which is now a possibility again, which I have to say surprises me.
Yeah, this has to be the move. But once again, Ohanyan doesn't take the opportunity, and Hikaru moves his knight, which enables now his bishop to retreat should the knight move forward. So Hikaru has now avoided that possibility. He's placed his rooks in the two most central files on the board, and he has a nice position.
Okay, and here's where I always struggle. I've developed all my pieces, everything is in position. What do I do next?
You just move around a little bit and wait for the opponent to blunder. Have you tried that strat?
No, somehow I always end up being the one blundering.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the opposite of what you're supposed to do. There's some truth to it, though, especially in Blitz tournaments like this one. It's just about making some sensible moves, not committing too much, and waiting for the opponent to make a mistake and then pounce.
In this case, what would be a mistake? Letting your guard down around the defense of the pawn and yeah.
Well, Ohanyan is spending a lot of time, which in itself is a big mistake. So just moving around, not making committal decisions, and getting a 1 minute time advantage like Hikaru has now, that's going to be like almost an automatic win in my book. Because with 1 minute, 20 seconds left in a position that's still not clarified, Hikaru literally just went back and forth with his queen. And it's a good strat because his opponent spent 30 seconds.
Yeah, his opponent, about to drop under a minute, jumps forward with the knight, and Hikaru does the same.
Hikaru's one problem here is that the knight in the center is difficult to get rid of because if he pushes the pawn forward, this massively weakens the squares, the dark squares around the white king.
We can
So
see on our other board that Magnus just won his game meanwhile. And Hikaru decides to drop back.
yeah, it's fine. Just get the guy to think, get the guy to spend time. Ohanyan could have moved his bishop back and get in the same position for a second time, but instead he spends 10, 15 seconds moving the bishop one step back instead. The position is equal, but the time situation is massively in Hikaru's favor, and I just feel like that has got to count for something.
I agree, but surely he has got to do something. I mean, he can't just play queen b3, queen c2 the entire time.
And here he goes and does something. Hikaru starts aiming at the white pawn, the black pawns. The black pawn pushes forward, which Hikaru uses the opportunity to go for a trade. Hikaru allows the isolated pawn in the center of the board to trade itself off, but then Hikaru gets this bishop pointing very nicely down towards the black king. He also has some pressure against the pawn on the queen side. And he's created a new set of problems for black to solve, which is difficult now that he's down to only 40 seconds.
Down to 40 seconds, not an easy position to play, but I still don't see how are we, because to get him lower and lower on time, we need to ask questions. Okay, so now a question is being asked to the queen.
Queen gets out, but now the queen side pawns are not defended. But the queen is counterattacking some of Hikaru's queenside pawns, so that if Hikaru tries to aim here, then the black queen can start capturing in the area the white queen abandoned.
So let's go back. Okay.
Hikaru needs to speed up now. Ohanyan is about to get his bishop on this beautiful diagonal pointing down against the white king. Okay, Hikaru attacks the queen. The queen moves up. Hikaru just goes for the trade of queens. I like this. Good plan from Hikaru. In the endgame, he's going to have a lot easier time attacking the black pawns on the queen side than black has attacking the white pawns. Although he does give it a shot, the bishop pointing in towards that white pawn on the edge of the board. Hikaru,
Wow, I was
moves
expecting b3. Rook a3 seems bizarre to tie the rook down to the fence of that pawn.
But Hikaru is saying, okay, I'm keeping this pawn defended, and then I'm going to start my counterattack thereafter. Is Ohanyan also going to have to move his rook into the corner?
I mean, how else?
Oh, wow.
Hey.
Big decision. The black pawn continues pushing forward. 10 seconds remaining for the Armenian.
Do we just take the pawn?
I think so. I can't really see any other way of making progress. But if we take this pawn, then black will be able to counterattack along that side of the board. It's just that the black pawn is so far up the board that it's going to be super difficult to keep this one defended when the white king comes in.
Computer gives 0-0, but this could still go either way. Knight e4 not approved. Apparently we can take that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right taking it, but on the other hand, it doesn't feel right retreating the bishop that's currently under attack. So Hikaru does take it out, does play his rook in. Now the bishop has to move away.
But what is, I am not seeing the tactic.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either.
Very tricky. Hikaru is winning. I'm not sure why.
The rook is trapped. The rook is, no. Maybe bishop back. Oh, the rook can no longer defend this b4 square, so Hikaru uses that square to attack in together with his rook, and he wins.
Oh my goodness, that happened so fast in the end. I wasn't too sure what was going on. But as you had predicted this entire time, he gets the win. Let's see what else is still going on. Let's go to Alireza Firouzja on board 2.
A great win there for Hikaru. It's just so valuable being up on time.
So, Ali Reza has an bless
My
you.
bad.
Ali Reza has an extra exchange, but is that going to be enough for the full point?
I think in Blitz chess, yes. We saw Alireza previously today win with an extra pawn in the endgame when his opponent, a Norwegian, just gave away his rook for nothing. So the thing is, when you have like these very minor advantages in endgames, classical play, you're not going to be able to win it. But in Blitz, anything goes.
Yeah, and I mean, especially here with the players down to just mere seconds, I think we're going to see a bunch of them lose on time, and he is making progress. Can he
He
sack?
could have just sacked,
Yeah.
it seemed to me. But the opportunity may present itself again. Ooh, Sadvani wants to go for the trade between and the pawn is captured.
Yeah, that should be that.
Apparently bishop in between was a draw, and you cannot stop the pawn trade afterwards.
Uh,
But yeah, moving the king away was very clearly not it, and Alireza moves to 4 out of 4.
Sam
Other
Shankland,
also moving to 4 out of 4.
impressive
If
stuff.
he wins this endgame, but damn, Sam just played that endgame perfectly. This is very reminiscent of the book Sam recently published with Jakob Ogor, and the work he put into that book seems to have paid off because he's now gonna win this.
Very impressive start. Sam, one of the players to move to a perfect score here, displaying perfect technique. Let's go to Benjamin Bock, who is still playing against Isaac Khan. And still a lot of pieces on the board here.
No clock times though. We don't have yeah, the relay seems to have been broken on this game,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Let's go to
Pragnananda and Nicholas, they are down to just.
let's go to Sargsyan against Batsuran.
Ooh, very interesting. So many pieces for a queen, but that is more than enough for the pieces to take down the queen on this occasion. Ooh, I want to get the rook here, and then checkmate. That looks pretty good to me. How do I get back to the game? There are some stalemate tricks here. But now that the knight moved away from protecting the square, there's no more stalemate. And white wins. Traps the king on the corner of the board, edge of the board.
Very nice.
Abdusattorov has just made a draw. And he's lagging behind pretty heavily.
Hammer, once again, no draws on top 12 boards. This is an absolute slugfest. And the favorites so far are doing well. On top board, we saw Magnus beat Shimanov. Firuja won his game against Sadvani. Shankland won. Fabi beat Ivanchuk. Erigaisi beat Aravind.
Fabi on 4 out of 4 is amazing.
Another American on 4 out of 4, Levon Aronian, who beat your guy, Elham Amar. Wei won his game against Lodici, and Hans Niemann on 4 out of 4 as well after beating Pranav.
It's sensational, the lack of draws. So many people on perfect scores this far in. I'm starting to think that this knockout format has something. It's making the players fight more than maybe we're used to.
Hammer, there's one last game going. Maybe we can pull it up just while we chat. It's Rasulov against Huiban. The end game, according to the computers, is just a draw. I'm not even sure who is trying to do something here. I guess white.
I think white, but this was a good decision to move the king back to keep the pawn defended. Black could have gone for the white pawns on the opposite side, but then there would have been a pawn race where the white pawn is closer to becoming a new queen. And did Rasulev lose this game on time? No, it was a draw by repetition.
Yeah, I think the games are all done.
A good round for Hikaru getting the win. Very, very interesting to see so many decisive games at the top. The current number 8 placed player has 3.5 points. Yeah, I'm not sure +5 is going to do it when already now there's so many on +4.
Today is going to be a brutal day. We are going to see some brilliancies. We're going to see a lot of blunders. We're going to see a lot of disappointment at the end of the day. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. 4 rounds down, 9 to go. Stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. Round 5 of the World Blitz Championship is about to begin. Hammer is so far Hikaru on 3 out of 4. He's lost 1 game, and he is now playing against Lu Shanglei from China. Your thoughts on this early part of the tournament?
Yeah, getting the loss is not great. But I spoke about what this day is all about earlier, and I said it's all about how you deal with the loss, because everyone's going to lose, everyone's going to have a disappointing result at one point, and then it's just so crucial that it doesn't affect your mental and you just keep going on. And Hikaru, he would really like a win here, no doubt about it. But Lu Shanglei, we did some Googling, and maybe I should have known this already, but he is the 2014 World Junior Champion.
Yeah, Lu Shanglei, I mean, he's one of these Chinese guys who's always been, I think, near the top of Chinese players and rankings, but always flying a bit under the radar with all the other big names. There are, the Ding Lirens, the Wei Yis, and so on and so forth. Earlier, we talked about Bu Zhangji. That's an older generation, but he is an opponent who's certainly not to be underestimated. Even if we look at his Blitz rating, I mean, 2650 is no joke.
Yeah, and these Blitz ratings are a bit weird at times. But the games are starting on other boards, so I would assume that Hikaru's is going to get going right about now. We have moves. We can see the moves coming in Magnus's game. He's playing against Sam Shankland, but no moves on Hikaru's board.
Yeah, I would be shocked if Lu Shanglei was late. That's not the usual style of the Chinese players to arrive late. But this is not the only game. Although Wei Yi is the other game. Could it be that just when I say it's not the Chinese style, maybe the 2 Chinese players went for a coffee?
We haven't gotten any moves, and the Aronian Fallujah one either, though. This is potentially kind of depressing.
There are a bunch of games actually which don't have moves. So, I mean, we don't
a lot
really...
of them are on the top boards.
Yeah, but I scrolled down, and even when you scroll, plenty of games aren't working. Which, I guess that's a transmission issue on site. Hopefully we will get moves soon and we can catch up. Because right now we don't really know.
Hikaru's on board 7, and there's camera for the top 6 boards. So if Hikaru had been 1 board higher up, we could have just been finding the moves on the camera feed.
I know. Shall we? Can you say a few words about Magnus's opening without touching any boards? Since we see that on stream.
So both Magnus and Sam has gotten that Fianchetto bishop that's piercing through the center of the board. And Sam is essentially saying that I will allow you to capture my knight because I believe that will lead to a lot of trades and a potential draw. So it seems to me like Sam is in some kind of special preparation, and we'll see if it works out for him.
By the way, Hammer, we have almost 20,000 viewers right now. Our apologies about not being able to show you Hikaru's game. Unfortunately, we don't know what's happening on site, but welcome everyone. It's the end of the year, only 2 days to go in this year, 2024. And this is one of the main chess tournaments of the year, one of the most exciting. The World Blitz Championship tomorrow will get a new champ, or maybe the defending champ. Yeah, Sam is playing this quite quickly against Magnus here. Do you
Yeah,
think his prep will pay off and he'll be able to hold here?
it looks like a decent position for Sam. Maybe Magnus is going to give away another half point. That would be welcome for everyone who's chasing behind. Although on the other hand,
Apparently,
maybe you'd rather Magnus just win all the games and then crush the hopes of the other guys that you're competing against for the top 8 spots.
Hammer, I have the moves, so if you want, I can just tell them to you.
Yeah.
E4, C5, knight F3, E6, G3, D5, ED, ED, D4, knight F6, bishop G2, queen E7, bishop E3, knight G4, castles, knight takes E3, FE, knight
Okay, we got the
C6.
position.
Oh,
Okay, it seemed like a decent opening for Hikaru based on the moves Fiona was reading out. But in the current situation, the eval bar is quite heavily favoring white. And then just one natural move, and suddenly it says that Hikaru is doing very well. It's very interesting with both kings having landed on opposite sides of the board. Both kings only have 2 pawns in the vicinity, while the opponent has more pawns than that to attack on that side. So it's a situation that requires very firm aggressiveness, and pushing the pawn up along the edge of the board is going to be the kind of firm aggressiveness that we're looking for from Hikaru.
why do you think Hikaru hasn't made a move yet? What else could he be
Uh,
considering doing before going on the offensive?
could be another relay issue. Do you have any other sources?
Oh, I do actually. He did play H5,
Yeah.
H4, King B8, Queen F3, Rook H F8, B4, and G5.
Okay, so both players are launching their pawns against the opponent's king. Hikaru has the problem that the bishop that's pointing towards his king is a bit more dangerous because the queen is in front of that bishop and queen working together, which while the opposite is true for him.
He now played knight C5, knight takes C5, B takes G4, and Queen E4.
Okay, so we white has successfully opened up the file for the rook to attack against Hikaru's king. Hikaru's in big trouble. Hikaru has a couple of pawns that he can capture, but it's not going to lead to checkmate.
Played F5 here, and Liu Shanglei, Queen takes F5, which can't be right.
So he probably took with the rook and ended up with the queen.
Yeah.
And the relay is coming in on chess.com as well. Percentages massive in white's favor. Hikaru moved the pawn in front of his king?
That is very brave.
I think the idea was that he wanted to work ahead of time for that rook coming in. And it's super scary opening up here for the white queen and bishop. But on the other hand, right now, Hikaru's down a pawn. But he can, if he manages to survive, there's 2 pawns he can capture very easily moving forward.
And I don't know. Okay, Liu Shanglei just played Rook E1.
Attacking the bishop, but the bishop can capture a pawn.
that's what he does. And queen a8 check. King d7.
Engine now saying Hikaru's
Yeah.
fine.
How does he do this? Okay, we still have to survive. It's not over yet. But how is this fine with the king in the middle of the
It
board?
looks dangerous, but as long as the king doesn't get checkmated, the situation in as far as number of pieces goes is completely fine. Ooh, but Hikaru needs to find this king to f6 move. That's a tricky one to find.
Played it. King f6, what a find by Hikaru. And is this king suddenly safe? This is
safe,
crazy.
I think, is a bit exaggerated, but maybe not immediately getting checkmated.
It still looks so scary.
Rook over, so Hikaru's going for the trade of rooks. But now the rook tries to get into the attack. Ooh, somehow Hikaru's queen is now defending everything. Ooh, still feels very scary. And both players are down to just seconds.
But it also feels that we could... Okay, if
he got the queen trade. He's winning. He's winning.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. That is the sickest game ever.
Oh my goodness.
He managed to survive the attack. And now, oh no. Get your king over here. Oh no, Lu Shanglei, he managed to get his king in fantastic position. The king is making sure that Hikaru's king cannot get involved. And now he managed to get one of those barrier situations. It's going to be a draw. Oh gosh, to be fair, I mean, neither player deserved to win that game. What a roller coaster of emotions there.
That was really up and down. I think, yeah, it's one of those games has ended in a draw now where both players will be disappointed. Magnus against Sam was
no,
a draw.
We need to talk a bit more about this, Fiona. I
go
can't
back.
move on. What happened here? So Hikaru somehow managed to evacuate his king. Did he go via like the most central squares? He went something like this. And he got his king out of danger. And then after all the trades, he was able to take down these pawns. Oh, and he could have just moved the king up immediately to support the pawns. Oh, he's going to be so upset about that, isn't he? The king could have just gone right up there to help the pawns out. But instead, he placed his bishop, unfortunately, in a way that... Oh, yeah. He also here, he could have gone with the king.
Or bishop e5, cutting off the white king.
Oh, that very good point. Making sure that the white king could not get involved. But that's how he ended up in a winning position to begin with, right? When people are down to less than 10 seconds, mistakes are made. And that's why Hikaru got the winning position to begin with, and it's why he wasted the opportunity. I'm just happy he survived that, because frankly, if he loses this, his tie breaks are going to be awful. It would put him in a terrible position for the tournament.
With 3.5 out of 5, he's still very much in the running. We have a very interesting position between Antipov and Sarana.
Wow. I guess it's going to be a draw, but the queen is close to losing, right? Oh, no, wait. This king is in trouble now. It's checkmate in 2 moves. Threatening checkmate with the bishop followed by the rook.
Yeah, it feels like queen e7 was a very important move.
And now it's probably just a draw? No.
We're still gonna have to be really careful here.
And now the king is coming in. Ooh, the white king keeps getting fewer and fewer squares to go to, but the queen is always ready to sacrifice itself. And now he can take the... Wow, that's nice. Wait, could he not have taken the rook?
I think so.
He could have done that.
That was missed. Big miss.
Okay, but
now we're not
the queen is gonna... Yeah, the queen is gonna take care of business.
Yeah.
When was the last pawn move?
Excellent
or capture.
question. Let me see. I'm on the case.
I tried scrolling back, but there were
It
new
keeps
moves coming
jumping,
in.
yeah. We're very close, I think.
Must be. Also, there's the white queen is just giving checks, so
It was
it's
on
not.
move 50.
They got into this on move 50. That's honestly surprisingly early. But it
Yeah,
also
so they
means
have
that
already made more than 50 moves. And looks
do
like
you think the arbiters are able to kind of do their job at 75 moves? Because they're playing so quickly and it's so difficult for the arbiters to know.
But how many
exactly
arbiters,
when.
how many tables do they have? Like 10 per arbiter, yeah? 10 tables.
Well, I'm
I think.
assuming that when the scrambles hit, that they kind of readjust to having people just take whatever's open. Or I mean, if there's one guy who's
Probably.
done with his
Yeah,
arbiting,
with his
then
section.
okay, but now we're gonna get to test it because yeah, white did blunder that. He did almost put the queen back here, but then rook here would have been winning, and then he changed his mind. But at this point, it's all about just claiming the draw. Now he needs to claim the draw. The king cannot move. Okay, now he needs to claim the draw. Wow.
See,
Did he move? Does he have to say what he's intending to do? He must have made the claim there. Yeah, the draw is confirmed.
Another one of these end games. It was move 120. The next move was the 75 move mark as well, which is quite funny. But yeah, I think it was claimed. That was the last. No, we still have. No, I think that board is stuck. Never mind.
Okay, let's do some results.
Yep.
Magnus Carlsen has drawn against Sam Shankland, which puts Magnus on 4 points, still half a point ahead of Hikaru. Ali Reza and Levon has drawn, but a fighting draw. Fabi is on a perfect score still, 5 out of 5, taking down Neiman. An amazing result so far for Fabi. And Eric Geisy as well on 5 out of 5.
So how many players do we have on 5? We
It's
now
those
have
two.
2. Only those 2. Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi, they will be facing off in the next game, and only 3 players even on 4.5.
Okay, that's supporting the +5 could be enough theory. Alexander Grischuk, a 2-time former champion, is on 4 points. We saw this Antipov game was actually the board 6 of the entire tournament. Wow. And it does end in a draw after a successful claim where Black was winning, but they had played more than 50 moves without a pawn move or capture. Merson loses to Wesley. I guess at this point, we can't really look for any upsets because anyone beating anyone is not a big surprise at this
like
point.
looking for a needle in a haystack. What we can do is we could go to the women's tournament where round 5 is on the way. And Atusa is playing against the former champion, Bibisara Asaubayeva. Position is looking a bit tricky, but let's check in there.
Former 2-time champion, even.
Oh, you're right. You're correct.
So she is just one of the strongest Blitz players. But Atusa is hanging on there, and she has a nice plan of attacking the white pawn on the queen side. And white doesn't really have a clear idea on how to prevent that. I guess you just have to go back with the knight.
So what happens there? Knight b6.
Knight b6,
Oh, and let's
the
flip
rook attacks.
let's flip the board because yeah, thank
Because
you.
wait, what were you about to say? Because that's
No,
what the audience wants, or because
no,
that's what you want?
no, because Darren had already flipped the live board.
Okay. There's the threat of checkmate with the knight moving in against the king, supported by this pawn controlling an important square.
Yeah, I'm very worried about this position with no time.
She does
G5,
get some
yeah.
space around her king. Looks good. Sobayeva is going to be down to seconds on the clock. And now, oh, we could have gone for that plan. We still have this plan.
Both players under 10 seconds here. Still feel like it's almost a 3-result game.
Oh no, she blundered the pawn. But
Yeah,
now if
not
the
any
rook moves,
longer.
oh gosh.
No.
There goes the knight. That was, yeah,
Blitz
that happened
plays
fast.
Blitz plays funny tricks on the mind. That was not the ending we wanted to see. There actually were draws on the top 3 boards on the women's section. We can check the World Rapid Champion on board 4, Hikaru, against Anna Sargsyan.
Should be a draw, but Sargsyan is up by a pawn. So she's gonna try to go for the win. I see that there is a potential sacrifice against this bishop that would win the game. So for instance, if Canary moves the king up, the rook will give a check, sacrifice against the bishop, and give space for the pawn to move in and become a new queen. So that's the main thing to avoid. Unfortunately, we're not getting new moves in here, Fiona.
Then let's go to, well, actually,
Kostyuk, maybe.
yeah, but I think I'm not receiving moves on any of the boards.
No.
Well, was fun while it lasted. So let's look at the standings instead, maybe in the women's section. We have 3 players at the top on 4.5. Nana Zagnidze, Vaishali, and Salam Emilia. And behind them, 3 players on 4, Gunina, Danielian, and Pates. And do we have pairings already for the open section? No, nothing yet.
So the round in the open section is supposed to start in 5 minutes, but there has been some delays. Would you say the delay is increasing, Fiona, or have they gotten
It's a great
closer?
question. I felt that it stayed more or less stable. But I haven't been paying close attention. Are we always starting, what, roughly 5 minutes after the scheduled time now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting any more moves in the women's tournament. Maybe we can have a look at some games from the Open. Which one would you like to look at?
I guess we're just gambling which ones are exciting, but I guess Arjun and Fabi makes sense checking in with them.
Let's do that.
So there was a rook end game. Wow. Fabi won a rook end game down a pawn against Neiman.
Incredible. How did he win this?
Neiman could have just, if he wanted to play it safe, he probably could have just captured a lot of pawns.
Yeah.
But instead, Neiman tried to get a new queen, which seemed very reasonable. But then Fabi rushed forward as well. And wow, suddenly this position became problematic because the rook is taking care of this white pawn by giving a check on the king, but it's also supporting the square the pawn needs to move into. and Fabi got a new queen, and they both got new queens, but Fabi got a queen while saying a check on the king. Imagine if that's not a check, then it's gonna be Fabi who's checkmated.
Yeah. What an
Um,
endgame.
oh, what? Oh, and even instead of just getting a new queen, Fabi goes for the check to take the queen.
Clinical.
Yeah, and then there's no way to stop the pawn.
Hammer, we have pairings. Hikaru is playing against a legend of the game in Mr. Boris Gelfand. So Boris, who has Boris played against? He's undefeated so far, which, you know, for the Blitz, going five games without losing, not so bad. But okay, he drew against Le Quamlier, against Bu Zhangji. Just beat Mamedov. He's a man not to be underestimated.
For sure. Hikaru's currently in, gosh, did I miss him? 28th place. Ooh, Hikaru needs a couple of wins.
Yeah, he does. Because we haven't
Gelfand
yet.
Gelfand is someone he should beat though.
Yeah.
I mean, Gelfand is good, but he's like 60 now, no?
Yeah, chat was saying 56, and no offense, of course, to older players, but it's just that's just biology. As you get older, playing Blitz becomes harder and harder.
Well, actually, Simon Augustine, who is also becoming old, the Norwegian legend, he is still like a freaking beast in Blitz. So I may have spoken a bit too soon, the discounting Gelfand, because I mean Gelfand is on 3.5 out of 5, which I would not be able to do
Yeah.
that in this field.
I'm sure Hikaru will not be underestimating here. And yeah, I don't know. What did Hikaru? He played e4 against Lenderman. We saw the French. What else did he play with white today?
I think he also played e4 c5 and then some c3 Sicilian.
Yeah.
Against Ohanian. So it would seem Hikaru's main weapon is going to be the king pawn opening, but he may also want to kind of make individual adjustments against players he knows very well. And Gelfand is going to be one of those players who's been in the elite of the world, and maybe Hikaru feels like there's a specific opening that he has very good memories of playing against Gelfand in particular.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Hikaru mentioned in the interview with us that he has a second on site. Let's quickly discuss the pairings elsewhere. The top players, of course, are facing each other. Fabi, Jano Caruana against Arjun Erigaisi. Only one player can remain perfect after this round. Magnus Carlsen on the fixed first board is playing against Shahriar Mamediarov. This is a game that I'm looking forward to seeing, usually an exciting matchup between the two. Then Sam Shankland on 4.5 playing against Ali Reza, and Levan Aronian being down floated to play Wesley. So, yeah, Hikaru, I think it's already crucial to get a win here. Because even so, what did I think? That 9 was gonna be enough, which would mean he needs what, 5.5 out of 8. Yeah.
Well, that's very doable.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, maybe it's
I'm
not
just
as
very happy he managed to survive that
I
attack
know.
against his king in the previous round. That was incredible defense. He
Yeah.
voluntarily opened up the diagonal in against his own king and then just ran the king out of there.
It was a very close shave. And here, I think he'll be happy to play Boris, not just, you know, because of his advanced age, but there's so many youngsters in the tournament that I feel like for the players, it's always nice to play against someone that's almost like a blast from the past, you know, when they were playing all these elite tournaments years and years ago. Because these days, I mean, I'm going to Vaikansee next, and until Vidit withdrew and was replaced by Hare Krishna, there was nobody in the field older than me, which was a bit of a depressing sight. So yeah, there has definitely been a change of guards, I feel, at the very top over the last few years.
A question in chat, how many rounds today? There are 13 rounds. And if you're not in the top 8 after 13 rounds, you are out, which is a new format this year compared to previous years.
Yeah, the last 2-3 games today are going to be absolutely crucial. There will be even more at stake than there always is. What's the tiebreaker? So today the tiebreaker, if 8 or more players are tied on whatever point group, is the first one is Buchholz cut 1. Is cut 1, does that mean remove the weakest opponent?
I think so. But Buchholz doesn't really explain itself naturally.
No.
It basically takes
Over to you.
It takes the score of the opponents you played against and sums it up. So essentially what you're trying to determine is who played against other players who did well, and the better your opponents did, the better your tiebreak. And then cut 1, like Fiona says, it cuts the weakest player you played, because you might get unlucky in the first round, and so you're trying to take away some of that coincidence by who gets lucky about playing a decent player in the first round.
And it also explains why we talked about well, Buchholz explains what we talked about earlier, that you don't want to drop too many points early in the tournament, because as a result you will be playing more opponents who are not doing that well overall. So yeah, I think a win needed here, and then let's take it from there. I think for now a solid strategy is win as white and as black, you know. If you can win, great, and if not, a draw is fine.
I think just don't lose is a pretty nice strat. Okay, we're off. A bishop b5, a Rossalimo opening. Gelfand invites one of the most interesting positions here by allowing Hikaru to make the trade. Hikaru chooses not to trade, so now Gelfand has another knight coming into the center to defend. Hikaru evades with his bishop, and now the question is, when is Gelfand going to do anything other than move his knights?
I guess he's going to move out his dark squared bishop soon, so that he can get ready to castle. Is that bishop just gonna go to e7? Is there ever a case to be made for fianchettoing the bishop here?
Fianchetto I don't like, because then the white pawn may advance in the center and kind of block the bishop. I was thinking maybe you can put it in front of your own pawns, but that seems overly creative. Gelfand does opt for just very simply moving the bishop one step out, getting ready to castle. Ooh, but look at this. That was a mistake from Gelfand. He should have made the trade between the knights when he could, because now Hikaru avoids the trade between the knights, which has caught this most forward black knight in a massive amount of trouble, because now it's so easy for Hikaru to push his pawns forward while attacking the knight.
Yeah, and how do you create a square for that knight? Okay, he frees up the c6 square. Computer does not like it, because we're inviting another tempo move with f4 or c3 first, and now f4. When this knight will have to move again, it will have to drop back to g6, but I feel like Gelfand is giving us a lot of tempi here.
Yeah, Hikaru being invited to bring the pawns into the game, and he's saying yes, thank you to that invitation. In fact, not only can the pawn move forward here and attack the knight, Hikaru could have even continued further forward with that pawn, but he chooses not to, so that he doesn't allow the knight to return into the center of the board. Instead, Hikaru is now preparing his pawn on the side of the board to attack the knight. And this
Even with
pawn
the
to
king
g3.
castled?
Yeah. The pawn to g3, the point is to both protect this pawn and protect the square, so that he pushes forward. At least I thought that was the point. But now Hikaru's gone in a different direction, bringing the queen into the fold.
What is the queen doing all the way out on h5?
I don't get it.
Okay,
Let's get these pieces. Let's go back to basics. Let's get these pieces into the game. Hikaru brings the knight back, wants to join a potential attack together with the queen. We got to get this one out and this one out and this rook to the center. Let's just focus on these guys. Pawn forward in the middle gets the question mark. Hikaru can now capture that pawn, which will open up for his rook through the center of the board. It will also have the bishop pointing in towards that piece. Gelfan's idea must have been to take back with the queen, but if queen takes, Hikaru can just move forward in the center, exposing the queen to the attack from the bishop.
Also, knight g5 is another idea with a mate on h7.
But yeah, that's what Gelfand was intending, and it's what he
But
has
he
chosen
took.
to go for.
So now Hikaru can choose between knight e5 and knight
Hikaru
g5.
has a very nice trick here to just trade queens and then push the pawn forward, which provokes the bishop into a vulnerable square, and then the knight can attack the bishop while the white bishop opens up attacks as well. But that's very advanced. It's more likely that Hikaru is going to accept Gelfand's queen sacrifice. Very interesting position. Gelfand is sacrificing the queen in exchange for two pieces, but he's trying to exploit the fact that Hikaru hasn't brought his queen side into the game. Hikaru is spending a lot of time here.
He's spoiled for choice. Knight e5, knight g5, queen
He does
d5.
find the queen trade. Fantastic decision from Hikaru. I think that was his best choice, because if Gelfand was allowed to sacrifice the queen, it would really open up some possibilities for him. Ooh, but knight to h4, that was the wrong follow-up. Hikaru needed to provoke the black bishop forward before moving this knight out to the edge, because now Gelfand can keep the pawn in the center defended.
I have to say that if Hikaru didn't play f5, then I'm shocked that he didn't go for the line where Gelfand gives up the queen. But because now we have a whole new game on our hands here.
Ooh, but I thought the idea here was to go knight to b4, but apparently the only good move for Gelfand was bishop back, but that's impossible to find. The engines were saying that Gelfand was better if he sacrificed a rook and a pawn in trade for a bishop, but that for a human, that was impossible to find. And instead, now it's Hikaru who's got all the pressure against the black central pawn.
And we are back in the driver's seat. Boris Gelfand now jumping forward, but it's a different story here. The knights have all been traded off the board, but look at this beast on d5, attacking the rook in the corner. And black is kind of tied down.
Yeah, but Gelfand managed to get the trade between the bishops. So now Hikaru is up a pawn, but it's very difficult to get that pawn forward. Wait, Hikaru gave up a pawn on the edge? Wait, what?
I think he just forgot that pawn.
Oh, gosh. He could have just moved the rook over. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, even without that b pawn, it wasn't clear whether the position and if there were any winning chances, but without that pawn. Unfortunately, this is just a dead draw now. Or do you think there is anything we can do here?
I mean, I think what we've seen so far today is when players get low on time, anything can happen. We did see in the previous game, Liu Shanglei go from a winning position to a losing one in a matter of 3 moves. But I would imagine this game ends in a draw, yes. Gelfand now can go for the repetition if he so chooses. Hikaru tries to avoid the back and forth.
He's gonna try to win, as he always does.
And Hikaru has prevented any sort of pawn push forward on the king side of the board. And now he's going to push on the opposite flank. Gelfand trying to capture one of these pawns, exploiting the fact that the white pawn cannot capture as long as the king is under pressure.
How do you deal with this? Hikaru takes on b6.
I thought maybe
okay,
you needed to
defense.
defend here. Okay, now he can take over on the side of the board with his rook. Instead, Hikaru chooses to aim for one of the black pawns. Can Hikaru take this pawn now? Take. I mean, this feels like something, right?
It does to me. Let's see, it's taking a bit of
Hikaru's
time.
thinking about it. He's going to take this pawn. No, he's not.
No.
He's allowing... He's allowing Gelfand to get rid of more pawns, but
And
Gelfand
doesn't do it.
He's scared. And now there's no... Well, actually, now you couldn't do it because there was a lot of dangerous things happening. Yeah, so Hikaru has managed to keep this game going, and he now holds a very minor advantage in the end game. Both players down to less than 30 seconds.
I mean, how do you make progress if black just waits and always defends from the pawn from the 6th rank? I'm trying to see how I can make...
Well, let's get the king
bring
involved,
the king to a4. Ah.
But we got to get the king involved in such a way that the rook cannot start attacking against the white pawns on the opposite flank.
That's just gonna be tricky.
But now Hikaru is able to bring his rook in.
But didn't we have that position before with rook b8?
Yeah. Oh, now Hikaru goes for that. Yeah, this is what we were discussing earlier.
Okay.
But the problem now is that the black king is able to push forward. Ooh, the king doesn't move forward. Instead, counterattack. There's no way for Hikaru to save this pawn. So now Hikaru is down a pawn, but he's making the argument that black's rook is completely stuck defending both the pawns. The rook has to release the protection of one of them. Now Hikaru has his king moving forward. Black could try to just push their pawns forward.
He's making this really tricky, though.
Ooh, Hikaru was allowed to push his pawn forward to the g6 square. I feel like we got to do that. Okay, lots of checks against the king. Hikaru's changing his mind where to put it. He does end up going forward. Hikaru needed to make sure here that he didn't take this pawn, because here he's not in time to stop the black pawn from becoming a new queen on the far side. We can see from the relay that Hikaru keeps changing his mind about where to put the king. But he can put...
I can't even tell what's the live game and what's you clicking back and forth. Are we watching the live game?
Yeah.
Okay.
King up here, but then the rook comes to attack. And there's no way for Hikaru to save that pawn. He has to go back, and then it's a draw. Okay, draw confirmed.
A tough one, but Boris Gelfand defended very, very well. Let's see what is still going on before we go to results. Let's check in with Sam Sivian and Daniil Dubov. Maybe not the most exciting.
I'm jumping forward to Savrana against Niemann.
Yeah.
Savrana is down a pawn. Very difficult to make a draw here. He's got to check from the diagonals. Oh, no, actually, it's very easy to make a draw. Never mind.
Well, what's the... just give the checks from the side and there is nowhere to
No,
hide
you just got to make sure to give checks in a way that the black queen cannot intercept. So here, you don't give this check because then the queen can block, but you give this check.
Ah.
The idea is that the king and queen always have to defend one another. So that's a draw. I see a Norwegian flag. Do you mind?
Absolutely not. Let's go there. The reigning European champion Alexander Indjic against Johann Sebastian Christiansen. And
Indjic already lost against another Norwegian.
He lost to Elham Amar in round 2. But he should be able to hold this despite being a pawn down, surely.
That's what we said about a certain Ding in a very, very similar endgame against Gukesh, the game that decided the world championship. Unfortunately, we're not getting more moves in here.
There is only one other game, Lugi against Oparin, but also no moves.
This should be a draw because actually, so if the bishop sacrifices itself for the pawn, it is a draw. Even though white has control of the queening square, this is like a famous fortress. I can't really explain why. I just know that it's a fortress.
Can you show it?
I can show it. So the thing here is that the king just moves in the corner. And then if you try to trick them into going voluntarily into the corner with a checkmate, then the king moves out. And basically, there's no way for you to force the king to get out. And then you end up just doing a stalemate at the end. So with the pawn one step further back, I think this is winning because then you can move the king over here to win the pawn. But with the pawns up against one another here, this is a well-known fortress draw. A well-known fortress draw, I believe Sam Shanklin once resigned against Anish Giri, after which Anish Giri, just to make sure you're resigning, asked the guy as he's resigning, you're resigning, right? Because Anish realized that it was a drawn position.
But it's so funny to ask because then what if the guy realizes and he's like,
yeah,
no.
no.
I'm
If
offering a
Anish
draw.
ever asks me, are you resigning? I'm going to say
Yeah.
no. That's going to get some alarm bells going.
I don't think we have any more live games, so let's quickly look at the results at the top. We have a sole leader in Fabiano Caruana. He has beaten Arjun Eri. Guys, he's on 6 out of 6.
I just want to say Norway Chess 2015. They had a Blitz tournament before the start. And basically, there were 2 players who were goddamn awful. And that was myself, and it was Mr. Caruana. I think I got a 1.5 after beating Fabi in our individual game, and he got a point in 9.
Oh dear.
So I just want to say that in the last 10 years, Fabi's gotten a lot better at Blitz.
Fabi is now the sole leader, certainly has gotten better. Behind Fabi, 1 player on 5.5, that is Alireza Firouzja. Then a bunch of players on 5. Hikaru is on 4.
People are asking a good question. Why did Arjun resign? Because in the position on the board, it's an equal situation. Did Arjun lose on time? Did they agree to a draw and then register the wrong result? How did this game become a draw, Fiona?
It's not a draw because chess results...
become a win.
Yeah. I guess lost on... Oh, no, it is.
Maybe there's a relay issue that we didn't get all the moves?
Let me see.
He actually lost on time? Wow. He had 20 seconds remaining.
Incredible.
Oh my gosh.
Hammer, let's take a short break. We are 6 rounds in, almost at the halfway mark already. Somehow with the Blitz games, time goes fast. There are no pairings yet for the next round, but they should be out any moment. So we will be back soon with the second half of this Blitz tournament. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Round 7 of the World Blitz is about to begin, and Hammer, it's quite a big one for Team Hikaru, all of us here. He is being floated up again to play Anish Giri.
Yeah, I saw someone in chat saying this is a really, really rough pairing. Um, I mean, any pairing is going to be a strong opponent at this point. And I do notice that Anish's rating in the Blitz format is 2650, which is
Hmm.
pretty low, too low, we would argue. But yeah, Blitz is not Anish's best time limit. Let's put it like that. And I have already accused him and apologized to him once this stream. He has gotten a lot better than he was, but with the white pieces, Hikaru is still a solid favorite in this matchup.
I mean, it's so crazy to think that in quite a big group of players on 4.5, Anish Giri is the one being floated down. That says something about his Blitz rating. Yeah, Hikaru on 4 out of 6. He is already 2 full points behind the sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, who has just won every game so far. The situation isn't dramatic yet, but we need to start winning some games.
Yeah, the thing about Blitz is you can go on these crazy streaks. So you can easily win 5 games in a row, which is why we're not panicking just yet. Hikaru gets to go for this Italian that has been, well, unsuccessful in the rapid tournament, but giving him a lot of really good positions out of the opening. Anish is playing this variation that I saw Lazovic was playing in the Champions Chess Tour finals. So it's interesting that this way of playing has garnered a lot of attention among the top players. And I actually played this once myself as Black 5 years ago, and I thought it was a mistake doing what Hikaru just did. Because I thought that the trade between these two bishops on that square was good for white if you manage to push your pawn into black's half. But with Anish managing to block the advance of the white queenside pawns, my opinion is that this position is quite good for black.
We're just seeing a very maneuvering phase of the game with all the knights jumping around. Where are they each headed for?
I think in general, black should try and go for a pawn push on the king side. And try to open up for this rook to point down towards the white king. Other hand, yeah, I'm not sure.
G6 stopping the knight from jumping into f5. We see Hikaru play f3. But we're not gonna manage to stop. Or can we play g3? It looks so dangerous.
Yeah, no, Hikaru just got a terrible position out of the opening. I don't think he should have allowed the trade here when Anish also managed to prevent the white pawns from advancing on the queen side. Because had this pawn been one step higher up, Hikaru could have very easily had a plan of pushing the pawns on that side of the board. But now Anish is kind of blockading any advance.
And we
Okay,
need
I
an
think Hikaru's just gotta sit there and have a bad position and then just hope for better times later on.
But I guess f5 is coming. It's on the board. Anish prepared the pawn push really well. And what's his idea? Does he want to go f4 next if you're black? What do we need to
I
worry
think
about?
first thing I would move my queen over here and then move the rooks one step forward and the other rook behind. And the good news is that Anish isn't really doing anything in the next 3 moves. Like his plan is going to be more like 10 moves in the future. One of the most concerning things is that Hikaru not only is in trouble on the board, he's also way behind on the clock.
I think Anish just showed excellent preparation in this game, actually. he played this whole opening phase really well and really quickly. What does Hikaru need to hope for here? If we get, I mean, G4, is that a move? Yeah.
Yeah, Hikaru kind of had to play this move because otherwise the rook was going to attack down against his king. Hikaru basically just has to sit here. He doesn't have a way to advance his pawns on the queen side, and neither can he advance the pawns on the king side. So Hikaru is kind of completely stuck, being restricted by these black pawns. And when this happens, you gotta just spend your time and then wait for an opportunity to present itself later on, I think. So
Anish is
now,
offering a double trade of knights. Is that not something we might want to go for?
yeah, I think so. Oh, but Anish suddenly decided not to trade off both the knights. He's keeping one of them on the board, check on the king, and then going to take the knight afterwards. I think this is good news for Hikaru. As long as there's one pair of knights on the board, there should be some chances to win down the line. Hikaru's position being kind of bad means that he's also got he doesn't have that many choices.
But I'm a bit worried about h5 incoming and that my king is still very vulnerable on g2.
Yeah, this is very concerning. It was a lot more serious than I thought it was. Okay, but this is good. Hikaru goes for the trade, and now he'll have the ability to use his pawn to protect should there be an issue.
But if we
So
have to play h3, we give up the control over g3.
yeah, well, that's a problem for the future. For now, I think Anish is going to move his knight back, and then we'll move our rook into the middle.
What's your ideas? You want to stop e4?
Well, I want to be a bit careful about any sort of pawn advance through the center of the board. And now Anish is bringing the rook up as well. Hikaru doesn't have a good position, but you just got to survive. You just got to survive until both players are low on time, and then anything could happen.
I was just gonna say, the problem is that we're a minute lower on the clock than Anish, which makes the defense here even trickier. I mean, the computer really wants to play king h1, which to me is not a natural move at all, to step into that h file that black wants to go to.
Well, but at the same time, we would move the king away from the black rook pointing down on us. I do think it's a relay issue now, though.
I hope so. I really hope so. Yeah, I mean, if we don't get a move, let's. What is this round?
Okay, he did move the king back, and we've had a lot of stuff happen. Hikaru got the king into the corner. He's got the rook defending. And then in order to create counterplay, Hikaru has sacrificed a pawn on the other side of the board, which has now opened up both the D file and the B file. However, Anish, with his two rooks working together through the center of the board, is making a breakthrough. Oh gosh, it's just over. Anish with the two rooks is actually, it's brilliant. Because now, after all of the trades, it's impossible for Hikaru to prevent the rook from getting into the bottom rank. Okay, he did manage to put his rook in between, but they've traded off into an endgame where Hikaru is going to be down 3 pawns, although one of those are doubled. So Hikaru is going to be down 2 pawns. And Anish's king is cut off to the edge of the board.
It's not over yet, but it's going to take a miracle to save this one.
I'm not sure we even need a miracle, because now Anish is going to lose one of these pawns. If Anish protects this pawn, Hikaru attacks the other one. And then he cannot just continue protecting them. So one of these 2 pawns are going to be lost. And then this pawn, Hikaru should be able to capture it at some point in the future because his king is so close.
What kind of world is this where I'm the pessimist and you're the optimist?
But rook here is the only winning move. And that's difficult to find.
And Hikaru finds rook f5. This pawn is falling. Oh my god, he's actually gonna hold the draw. Unbelievable.
It's not about me being optimistic or pessimistic. I'm just, very knowledgeable about the game, Fiona. But still, it's down a pawn. Like these kind of positions in classical chess, this would be an easy draw for Hikaru. But because he's down to 10 seconds, you can still make mistakes in these positions with a slight disadvantage. Or
But
in
if
this
he
case,
wins the h pawn, can we get away with taking that pawn or not?
no, we cannot. This is like Rook Endgames 101, allowing that pawn to be captured, but then with a thing. But Hikaru has actually managed. Oh, Hikaru could have just taken the pawn. So, but see how difficult this stuff is? Even Hikaru didn't understand that his king would make it back in time. He has another chance now. He saw it. He made the calculation. Well done.
Oh, what a hold. This was a bit of a miracle. And we're very, very happy to get draw here. I think it will be officialized in just a second. Fabiano Caruana on 7 out of 7.
He won again?
He won again.
Wow.
We'll probably have time. I think we're first gonna go to the games that are still ongoing, such as
we haven't gotten the confirmation on Hikaru's game, but yeah, this is a well-known draw.
Let's go to Gelfand against Naroditsky.
Gelfand is up by 2 pawns. Who said being old was a problem in Blitz?
Nobody.
Definitely not us. Gelfand making the draw as black against Hikaru, and now he's taking down Danya.
How do you get the win? I guess he's gonna show me.
Zugzwang. Just Zugzwang, I think. Okay, now you can just go here, actually.
Oh, trap the bishop.
Yeah, this is a very easy entry for the king.
King f5 and that.
Gelfand couldn't even be bothered to take en passant. Ooh, but now there's a stalemate trick. Gelfand moves away from the stalemate
That's
trick.
why he played c5, actually.
Yeah, but then you could have just taken en passant if you wanted to avoid stalemate. King up, no stalemate. And threatening checkmate. And here.
A win for Boris Gelfand, who's on 5 out of 7.
Very impressive.
We still have games. Petrosian, no, that's just the games are moving so fast. Petrosian is an interesting game, but I don't know if there's still moves coming.
It was checkmate.
Oh, it was checkmate.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, I'll just pick one. I don't know what's.
Yeah, that's over. Suleimanov is playing a 1900, which in itself is surprising that he's having such a bad tournament.
Elter Safarli, I think oh, that was a
checkmate on the board.
Okay, then
I think all the games are over.
And in terms of results, so we saw Fabiano Caruana beat Alireza with the black pieces, moving to 7 out of 7.
And look at the final position.
Let's look at that game, I think.
What was Alireza's king doing in the middle of the board? He just never got castled. Oh, gosh. Fabi just sacked his rook in the corner and then attacked the bishop. And the queen was afraid of getting stuck. So the queen had to kind of inch his way out. And then the knight managed to force the king to move.
What a game.
This is a freaking demolition job.
Wow.
Okay, he didn't play it perfectly, but it's pretty darn close.
Look at that king go.
That is, and to do that, to stay on perfect score, unbelievable job
Incredible.
from Fabiano.
Hammer, let's go. Oh, I was still doing the results, but let's pull up a two-size game, I think, from the women's
Well,
section
it's
because
on the screen.
oh, it's already on the screen. Perfect. Then let's continue with the results. So Magnus Carlsen, he won his game against Levon Aronian. We saw a draw on board 3 between Erigaisi and Duda, a draw also on 4 between Dubov and
These
Nepomniachtchi.
draws are very good for Hikaru because
Yeah,
it
that's
means
true.
there's less room to have to catch up.
Also, Dubov against Nepo, can we just see if this draw was made in a normal? Yeah, looked like a
Yeah, they
normal.
played a proper game.
Although they didn't then. Did they just make a draw here?
Yeah.
A draw here?
Are they not allowed to offer draws?
No, they are, I think. No, because these two had the infamous night dance last year, so I was just wondering. I wanted to see how they made a draw. Wesley So beat Sarana. Bortnik beat Grigorian. And then we get two
Pranav
in.
wins.
5.5. No
How,
joke.
how good is 5.5 now? It's out of 7.
Yeah, pretty
So
good.
5.5 is what? +4?
Yeah.
Maybe
Bragg
+5
also,
is going to be enough.
I said +5 was gonna be enough. We're getting closer and closer to finding out. Yeah, I think we have around 10 minutes, so let's go to the women's section and take a look at there. They are playing round 7 right now. And the standings in the women's event, Vaishali and Zagnitsa at the top on 5.5. And they are playing each other. Shall we go there?
Sure.
Okay. Another maneuvering game. At first sight, I kind of like white, but the structure, I mean, completely symmetrical. How do you create something here with white?
Well, you just move the knight up to this f5 square. Fantastic outpost supported by the queen pointing in the same direction. You got the two rooks working together through the e file. Looks very, very good for white.
The player's time is ticking down, both under a minute. But she's jumping in. This is gonna be a tough defensive job for Zagnitsa.
Now, pawn also can push forward in case black chooses to put a defensive knight here. Actually, if knight here, then knight forward comes with a check, and this is just a lot of pressure all around. The bishop blocks, but now the queen up will win a pawn. Queen up attacks, threatens checkmate. And if the pawn moves away from being attacked, the knight can simply capture a buddy on the side. Should be
H4
a
though.
very,
She
very
missed.
good position for Vaishali here.
And why is this a blunder?
Yeah, very strange move by Vaishali. She both prevents herself from using the h5 square for the knight. And she also gives the black knight kind of really good long-term access to the g5 square. And both players now down to just 15 seconds.
And every move at this point is a blunder, but it looks like Vaishali finally found the way to break through. The queen is now on the G file aligned.
Yeah,
Not
but
yet.
because she moved her
Yeah.
pawn so far forward, she's struggling to kick this knight out of the way. But she's getting close. The knight keeps this defense, but she's coming in with some other stuff being captured.
That black king is looking rather lonely there in the corner.
And the attack is gonna go through rook takes, and then if knight takes rook, queen takes for the checkmate.
Instead, knight d7, but now the checkmate is unavoidable. Very nice game by Vaishali, who takes the sole lead here with 6.5 points. We can check in with Lei Tingzhe and Salome Melia on board 4.
Let's see, equal number of pawns. The Georgian girl is down to just seconds on the clock. The white king also a lot more participating than her black counterpart. Black is forced on defense with the rook. And now you should be able to move the king over here and start pushing pawns forward. I don't know why she moved the rook out of the pressure against the pawn. She changes her mind. You're allowed to do that. If you realize
Often
you
it,
made a mistake, you can change your
yeah.
mind. And now king back. Why are you giving up this pawn? I guess you're okay. And now the pawns push forward. Yeah, this should be an easy win for Lai Tingzhe at this point.
I mean, one thing, if we didn't know it already before this tournament's coverage, rook endings, they are tricky.
Oh, and now, oh, unfortunate placement for the black rook. It placed itself on a square where you couldn't even give a check on the king, allowing the white rook to come in, take a pawn, and now force the black king into the corner, and then you can use your own king over here to take the pawn. Good win for Lai Tingzhe.
Yeah, very nice technique displayed here once again. Let's.
Pets has an interesting end game. There's only one pawn remaining for Shuvalova. But
By the
as
way,
long
we
as
left Atusa's game, sorry, but she actually beat Lela Yavakishvili. And Atusa is having a great tournament so far. 4.5
she
out of 7. She beat Kosteniuk and Yavakishvili back to back. Huge results.
beating Kosteniuk in the previous round was insanely good.
Yeah.
Kosteniuk is definitely one of the better players in the field.
And here Shuvalova is inching closer and closer to the full point. Let me
Yeah, it
see.
wasn't even apparently that interesting. Shuvalova just managed to keep that last remaining pawn defended, and then the king just took care of business, capturing white's pawns.
Meanwhile, we have pairings in the open section. On the top board, this one will be one to follow Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus actually was the only player in sole second position on 6 points, a full point behind Fabi already. And Hikaru is playing black against Robbie Kevlishvili from the Netherlands. I was gonna say another tricky pairing. Every pairing is tricky. As we know, Robbie is one of the Dutch young players. I don't know too much about him, but I think a tricky Blitz player. I think he's lived in the US for a while on one of these scholarships. At which point, Hammer, do you think not losing, which we talked about earlier, not losing being important, has to go out the window and we have to risk a bit to get some wins?
I think this might be it. Hikaru, we definitely think +5 is needed, right?
At least, yeah. So I said +5, you said
And
+6.
+6 to be safe,
Yeah.
or if you have bad tie breaks. And right now, Hikaru doesn't have the greatest tie breaks. So he needs to score 4.5 out of, I'm trying to do math, 6.
Yeah, 6 rounds to go.
4.5 out of 6. It's like
A lot,
it should be fine, doable.
but it's not easy.
It's not super easy, but nothing worth doing is.
Chat is saying 5 out of 6 they would prefer. We would also prefer 5 out of 6, of course, to be on the safe side. But I think, 6 rounds, a lot of games. I think we just need. You talked about stringing together a few wins. I think we need one win here, and then take it.
But the
Take
thing
it
is,
from there.
once you get that one win, suddenly something clicks and you just start winning. But
Hmm.
Hikaru can still afford a loss. So as long as he can still afford a loss, maybe you go. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure you need to be very aggressive to win blitz games. In order to win blitz games, it's just about playing good moves and playing fast moves and not getting low on time. So I think for now, Hikaru shouldn't do anything differently. He should just stay motivated, stay hydrated, stay any kind of aided he feels is necessary, and not panic until you're in a position where you just got to win the rest.
Maybe Hammer, I was looking at the chat. Maybe when we talk about +5, we should explain what that means. It's very chess lingo. So +1, +2 is basically every half point you score on top of 50%. So 9 points would be +5 in this case, since 6.5 would be the 50% mark, and +5 means that you scored 5 extra half points. So 6.5 plus 2.5 equals 9. How did I do, Hammer?
I wasn't listening. I was looking
I
at
knew
all
it.
the
That's why I
aideds that chat was coming up with. They prefer he doesn't get decimated or checkmated during the breaks.
What?
I made a funny comment
Yeah,
about
something about decimated or checkmated, but I missed the punchline.
no,
I
but
missed
you missed the context.
yeah.
So I said Hikaru should, get hydrated and other aideds that he feels is appropriate, and then chat is saying decimated and checkmated would not be among those choices. Fiona wasn't listening either. It goes both ways, Sella.
Just, I mean, at this point, we've been here? So day 4, and we've just decided we're just gonna talk whatever we want to the other. Fiona is very
Most of
hard
the
to.
time we let one person talk at a time, but even that is voluntary at this point.
Somebody is saying Fiona is very hard to please, just like you, Hammer. Do you think we're hard to please? Are you
No,
hard to please?
no, I don't think I am.
Yeah, I also don't think. I think we're fairly laid back.
Just a piece of chocolate and we'll do wonders.
What's next? I mean, you talked about how the supermarkets in Norway were closed for 3 days. What's next did you get when they reopened?
I may have forgotten to go to the store.
Again.
Yeah. Or no, I
Uh,
postponed it till tomorrow. But tomorrow the stores are closing early and then it's closed again New Year's Day. So I've really got to get to the store tomorrow.
and what's next will you buy?
Red bell peppers.
Okay. Very healthy snack.
Uh, I don't eat them like apples, although I think that's fine if you do. And maybe I'll get some cookies and some tea and some chocolates.
Chocolate is important.
That's when you carrots. Yeah, I need some more carrots as well. My carrot supply is running low. No,
What were
but
you
that
just
that is a
having?
very nice snack.
Were you just having the some carrots now, or did I miss?
I was having some carrots during the break. You may have been listening to that from your couch. I also had carrots on stream yesterday when I didn't know my audio was on during one of the breaks. So yeah.
Okay, the round should be starting a minute from now.
Are players at the board? Yes, players are sitting ready at the board. So we should be starting any second, really.
And what does Robbie play? I don't think we're familiar, but we should be getting moves any moment. And we
Hikaru goes
will
for the
find out.
Sicilian.
Wow, okay. I think that means we need a win here.
Yeah, he's going for this con variation, which he also used against the Armenian guy in the rapid. Hikaru is going here for a bishop winning in towards the center of the board together with the knight. He's going for what is known as the hedgehog formation. Ooh, unusual moving the knight here in the hedgehog. Magnus tried this against Suleiman something,
Mhm.
and it
Suleiman
didn't
and
really work out for him. Ooh, but the trade happens, and now the engine likes for Hikaru to take back with the pawn, even though we said that was a mistake when he did it in the rapid. And Hikaru does end up taking back with the bishop, which feels like a bit more of an enterprising move, not moving all the pawns into so that both players have pawns on the same files. That's often considered a bit less enterprising than the alternative. And Hikaru has castled his king.
And Queen B7. I mean, why are we aligning ourselves with this white pawn chain? Do we want to break it up with F5 eventually,
Well, we
or?
want to go pawn to b5.
Mm.
So I'm not
That was the
sure
idea.
whether it mattered where we put the queen, but the thing was we wanted to offer protection to the pawn to advance so that this pawn may trade in towards the middle. Hikaru wants to create a situation where he has two central pawns against white's one.
Mm-hmm. And now, I mean, how do you deal with the tension here? Do you want to take on C4? I'm always a bit worried that white plays C5,
Yeah,
maybe.
I think we have to take, like you
Mm.
said, prevent the pawn from moving forward. And now rook into the middle, and we're gonna try and push up. No. Karu moves the rook so that he's aiming at the unprotected white bishop. Might be a good idea to move the bishop. Ooh, an
Brings it.
advance through the center of the board. The white pawn now gets attacked by Hikaru's central pawn. And Hikaru lands in a position where he is the only one with the central pawn still remaining. And he also has his knight very nicely placed in the middle.
This has turned out really, really well for Hikaru. On the clock, the players so far quite evenly matched, but not so easy for white. What to do any longer? Rook d8 will be coming here, aligning itself with the queen. Okay,
Yeah,
we're
but
also gonna have to be careful. If we ever drop that pawn on a6, we're gonna be in serious trouble.
yeah, I think Hikaru looking for the win. He wants to avoid the trade between the
Mm.
bishops. So I like this move that he's moving the bishops away so that they're not on the same diagonal, so they're not going to get traded off. I'm expecting Hikaru to maneuver his knight in towards the middle now, something like knight up here. But this is a very well placed bishop for Robbie. Hikaru's threatening both the pawn and the knight. But the pawn is sacrificed in order to try and eliminate one of the defenders around Hikaru's king. Hikaru can't really allow that bishop to be captured, so he has to move. But if he moves back, he just moves into the trade that he was trying to avoid. To me, what makes the most sense is bishop forward in the center of the board, but that's not even among the top 3 computer choices. Bishop to d4 is a blunder due to an unexpected pawn advance on the side of the board, and then the knight coming in, attacking the queen while intercepting the protection from the rook on the bishop. So Hikaru has to avoid that bishop up there, and he does. But now
this
is
the
a
only
super
square, yeah, to avoid the trade, but it's a dangerous square. The bishop is unprotected, so Hikaru will have to keep an eye on all the knight jumps here. How do we defend everything in this
I don't
position?
really understand. This is a really, really tricky position. Kevlarashvili can move his knight to create a double attack. He chooses not to do so, and then Hikaru gets out of his troubles by getting his knight into the center of the board, but also getting his bishop safe. And now Hikaru is sitting very pretty with the 2 bishops in the center of the board. Hikaru is trying to bring his rook up along the edge of the board to attack against the queen. Ooh, but maybe Hikaru shouldn't have moved that bishop up, because now the bishop is running out of squares, attacked by the white knight. Hikaru wants to retain both bishops, but if that bishop runs away, the white bishop moves in to attack both the queen and the rook. Hikaru is about to lose his bishop pair. He chooses to trade the bishops in such a way that he gets the rook up into an attacking position. Hikaru has the rooks coordinating together, meeting the cross at white's bishop. That bishop moves away, going for the trade. And yeah, Hikaru really doesn't want to trade here.
No, but the problem is he cannot keep the bishops on the board. It will all come down to can black somehow round up the b pawn?
Yeah, we could get some kind of rook endgame with an extra pawn if we can aim everything at this white pawn. However, white is also going to be in a reasonable position to keep that pawn defended. Maybe we just go for the queen trade. Hikaru makes sure that the white pawn cannot progress.
Well, we can't get too adventurous.
Now we got to be careful, because if the pawn moves forward, there's a checkmate threat while also attacking the rook. So Hikaru has to go for the queen trade. But I think the queen trade was fine there.
Yeah, I agree. If we can get in the king now.
The white king is struggling to get into the game.
The problem is, how do we defend the pawn on h5 so that we can bring the king closer?
Well, also the problem is, how do we capture the white pawn that's currently defended by 2 white rooks?
Yeah. Maybe f6, e5.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. Now we have an area the rook can move into. The king, sorry. But pawn to f4 is going to trade off some pawns.
Is f4 a move you want to make when you're quite low on time? Are you not a bit worried?
Yeah, I'm always worried when I'm low on time.
30 seconds for Hikaru as well as for his opponent. He is looking to find ways to just make it as tricky as possible. Is he gonna double up on the b file and then try and remove?
Yeah, but if he wanted that, why wouldn't he move along the 7th rank? And now Kevlarashvili goes for the trade between the pawns. And Hikaru, he wants to keep one pawn with a clear path forward to become a new queen. I'm seeing that Fabiano and Magnus has made a draw, which means Fabiano keeps his 1-point lead.
Incredible stuff from Fabi. And let's see, Hikaru is gonna try and use his passed pawn. This one, it isn't over yet. He's gonna try everything he can.
Yeah, but now the rook is going to come in here, attack this pawn. And then if the rook blocks, there's going to be a check.
And now
Yeah, it's just going to be a draw. Ooh, Hikaru tries to go across. Okay, Hikaru is still trying, and the position justifies him trying. Ooh, but now this is a bit scary because if we take this, the pawn is very close to getting somewhere.
Very
And now we also got to watch out for this G4 move with the white king trying to just get into the game. If the white king could make its way forward, that would be super, super scary for Hikaru.
I have to be careful here not to overpress. Hikaru is trying, but unfortunately there's just no way to make progress without allowing white either counterplay with the b pawn or getting in with the king.
Yeah, but as long as the game is still ongoing, something could happen. Yeah, no, he can't do that. This would be a terrible mistake. Then Hikaru would be in trouble.
It feels like surely we've had this
Okay,
position.
no, he made progress.
Oh, he did make progress.
He's going to get the trade between the rooks and he's going to get his king forward. But even then, it's like it's kind of nowhere close. Because if Hikaru goes against this pawn, then the white king will just go after the black pawn in the middle. Fortunately, the relay
moves, yeah.
broke down. The game. So Wesley is beating Prague. Duda and Niemann, we lost connection. Nepomniachtchi wins. Bortnik wins. Dubov wins. Aronian wins. It's a very, very bad sign when all the big names are winning games. That takes the points needed to be in the top 8 just further away. Okay, we have confirmation that a draw was the result in Hikaru's game.
So Hikaru, he's not losing, but we need a win. And we need a win.
At this point, we need like 3 wins. But in order to get 3 wins in a row, you first have to get 1 win in a row. A wise man once said.
Let's see, do I have any games still going? We can look at Norgerbeek, Jeffrey. Let's just look for Jeffrey Zhang. Yeah, the top game there. The top one. I'm sorry. My bad. It's an endgame we don't see too often, but I guess you can never trap the knight.
Well, we actually had a game in the Rapid where one of the players got the knight trapped in this exact thing. It was one of the Norwegians, I think, and it ended up in a knight and bishop versus king. But yeah,
here, I wonder, did they make 75 moves? Because I'd be shocked if, or maybe black just had enough.
No chance.
Okay, so after 8 rounds, Hikaru is on 5 out of 8. Fabiano all alone at the top on 7.5. And then behind Fabi, 4 players on 6.5. Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Alexander Bortnik. And yeah, we are gonna go on a quick break now, but do stick around. We need all the energy. Only 5 rounds to go already. And if Hikaru wants to qualify, he's gonna have to win a bunch of games. So do stay tuned. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back. It is round 9 of the World Blitz. And Jan Ludwig, Hikaru is playing an opponent that I'm sure almost everyone here in the chat will be familiar with.
The Penguin GM1, aka Andrew Tang, aka Internet Phenomena. But he's better with 30 seconds on the clock than 2 minutes. That being said, he's not bad with 3 minutes either, is he?
He's not bad with 3 minutes either, but usually he's playing with a mouse on a computer. During the break, I was actually just watching an interview or parts of the interview with Danya, who was talking about just the nerves that he is feeling, especially in the Blitz portion, having never played the World Blitz before. And it cannot be understated how different a beast over the board Blitz is compared to online Blitz.
On the other hand, Andrew, as opposed to Danya, has been playing these World Blitz events every year. So he's not one of these Americans who's just joining along because it is in the US. He has been prioritizing traveling to these events in Kazakhstan and wherever they may be. So he definitely has that over the board experience as well.
Yeah, agreed. In terms of tournament standings, we've been saying it every round, but we really, really need a win now. Hikaru on 5 out of 8. Remember, at the end of today, only the top 8 will qualify to play a knockout tomorrow. We think that the score to qualify will be either 9 or 9.5 points. And with only 5 games remaining, we're gonna have to start racking them up real soon.
Yeah, if this game ends up in a draw, Hikaru's going to need to win the rest. So it's better to start winning now. And with the white pieces, it should be a decent opportunity, but he needs that breakthrough. Okay, we got another Italian, just like against Anish previously.
And what's Andrew gonna do? Is he gonna go bishop c5 or bishop e7, h6?
This is often connected with being very aggressive with the pawns on the king's side, but you can also divert back to the bishop moving out. The bishop moving out, though, would have ended up in a position that Hikaru's played repeatedly in the Rapid Championship. I'm expecting Andrew to go pawn to a5 now, just to prevent Hikaru from pushing further on the side of the board.
Yeah.
Andrew's been spending a lot of time here in the opening, and Hikaru, he has played this way as black in the candidates tournament. So he is definitely familiar with the plans.
Yeah, I think in this game, it's important to try and also build up some time already. Hikaru has been blitzing every move so far. He's already built up a half-minute time advantage. As you said, he has experience here on both sides. And are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Oh, the engine was recommending pawn to g4 to just really go for the opposing king. Instead, Hikaru decides to castle. And I guess he just wants to get his rook into the middle as quickly as possible. Hikaru's going to try to push the pawn forward in the middle. And then Andrew's idea is going to be move the king out of the way and then the knight out of the way. And Andrew's going to want to push this pawn to f5, and Hikaru's going to want to push through with his pawns in the center of the board.
This is about to be a very interesting battle with black looking to play on the side, and as you said, white answering in the center. Andrew is still, I mean, he's playing this game very slowly, it has to be said.
Terrible time management, but that is affected by the pace with which Hikaru is playing. And the reason Hikaru can play this quickly is because he studied this variation. I think it was against Vidit with the black pieces. Hikaru played like this, and he got a nice position out of the opening in the candidates tournament. So clearly he spent some time investigating the different ideas here for both white and black. And having played it as black, he also knows what you're supposed to do as white. And now he pushes forward in the middle without bringing the rook to the center first. Andrew's down 1 minute 50 seconds.
It's too much. I mean, before he played King H7, I thought, are we having relay issues again? He's taking too much time here. Clearly, that is not the case, but he's down to 45 seconds. This is just too much. Okay, takes on E4.
That was a brilliant move. That was the recommended move, sacrificing the knight in order to set up a pawn fork afterwards. So he's playing some good moves. He's just playing too slow.
And now a big question for Hikaru. Do you drop the bishop back? Do you just...
Ironically, the best move being recommended is not doing anything about the pieces that's under attack. Instead, the recommendation is to go and take the pawn in the middle with the knight.
Are we worried that that is going to lead to too many simplifications?
No, not really. I would prefer if Hikaru was able to preserve his bishop though, because the bishop moving on the light squares could be important for the future, seeing as how Hikaru doesn't have that amazing light square control.
And Hikaru is spending a lot of time here to decide how to react to this push. Does he take on E5? Does he move the bishop? He takes the top move.
And now we're going to see tripled pawns. Andrew is going to capture the white bishop. He's going to be happy that he gets really good light squared control. Ooh, I thought we're going to see this continuation with the 3 pawns on the same row. Instead, after the trade in the center, Hikaru now has a pawn that's under attack from the bishop. But on the other hand, he's also able to create a quick attack against the black king. Ooh, great move by Hikaru. Hikaru's going to win this. I don't think Andrew had seen this bishop move. Andrew thought it was all about getting the rook into the middle, but the bishop comes in, attacks the rook, and if the rook moves, the queen will be able to capture a very important black pawn. And Andrew still has his rook and bishop in the garage. They're unable to contribute to the game in order to lessen some of or get the pieces out, essentially. Andrew sacrifices his rook and gets the bishop out. Honestly, good try from Andrew, but he's very low on time, and Hikaru's got a rook in trade for a bishop and pawn.
Yeah, there is no more faffing about it. This is a must-win situation. Hikaru has an extra minute. He has an extra exchange. I mean, unless he blunders something here, and you can always blunder something when you're playing against the bishops. They are tricky pieces, but I like what he's doing here. Double attack against the bishop and the pawn. He's going to take on c4. And the bar jumped again, f4.
Yeah, this is an instant win for Hikaru if he finds it, exploiting the fact that the bishop cannot move without the rook being lost. So pawn to f4 would decide it, but moving the rook into the middle it felt really natural. And the only way Hikaru can mess this up is just by spending too much time. So if he just centralizes his pieces and keeps the pace, I think he's going to win this. But he's thinking for too long now. Maybe he noticed that f4 move on the previous and is kind of regretting that he didn't just take the opportunity to end the game right there and then.
He's going for the legendary triple stack here, potentially lining up all his pieces. Or, yeah, c5 would be a nice outpost for the knight.
Bishop is under attack, and he's going to get his knight forward on the next move. That's going to be an amazing placement for that piece.
I guess we're happy for any trade. So after knight c5, if the bishop moves, I assume we're very happy to trade queens.
Well, if the bishop moves, we might just attack the rook also.
Yeah.
Okay, Andrew tried to threaten a checkmate on the diagonal, but that has been averted. Hikaru is very, very low on time.
But
I'm surprised he got this low on time considering what the situation was. Andrew captures a pawn, but now Hikaru has a nice trick. And he finds it. Hikaru sacrifices his rook in order to divert the queen's protection of the pawn in front of Black's king, and Andrew resigns. Well done, Hikaru. He gets the win, and now he needs to start a streak of wins to catch up with the leaders.
a beautiful finish. Let's check in with Magnus Carlsen against Nepo. That game is still going.
I'm not sure why I don't have that on my screen.
Oh, it did just end in a draw. Maybe that's why it disappeared. So that game just ended in a draw. Let's go to Lenier Dominguez against Arjun. Lenier Dominguez, no,
They just finished, I
finished.
think.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go to something and then
You just go. Morzin.
He's up by 2 pawns, and the pawns are so far apart that this should be winning. The bishop is going to protect this pawn, and then the king is going to try and help the other pawn push forward. So the king up here, pawn forward, bishop is going to have to go back, king stays current, bishop, king away here.
But yeah, what happens if the white king?
Now you move up, and now you push.
Yeah, this should be fairly straightforward.
Yeah. Oh, he won.
Volodar Morzin still doing well.
Gelfand is beating Abdusaturov.
Oh my god.
Gelfand, what a
Wow.
freaking beast.
What a legend. I guess this game is over, probably.
Oh, but then maybe it's a draw. Oh, yeah, we're not receiving moves. Let's go to somewhere. Oh my gosh, 2 pawns about to become a new queen. Wait, what the?
What just happened here?
What is this game?
I don't know. You tell me, Hammer.
Lenderman was completely winning. Then putting his queen in the corner was a mistake. He rushed up with the pawn. And apparently, even though he has 2 pawns, 1 square away from becoming a new queen, this is winning for Black? Well, surely this was not played. Surely he went here. And then despite you about to get so many new queens, this is checkmate. What is this game?
Sevian actually won. So did Lenderman really take
Imagine
on
winning
AA?
this position here. That's crazy.
That's so insane. It's actually nuts.
Okay.
Wow.
Aravind is beating Andrew Hong. Elham is worse against Yesipenko. Moves are not coming in. I'm just going to go wherever I can see moves coming in. Makarian is still not a grandmaster. How is that even possible? This guy was crushing the top guys in Qatar tournament like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I do not know. He is
But they're
getting
both guys are getting new queens. Now you should probably trade off one.
Yeah. Make your life a little bit easier here. And Black is gonna be the one pressing here. I would not want to defend this as white, let me tell you.
Seriously?
Yeah.
But like, this pawn is going here, you know,
I know,
right?
I know.
Any trade of the bishop against the pawn is an easy draw. And you
Yeah, maybe the king struggles
here.
to get... Oh, careful not to get mated.
I don't like this queen check. He could have just gone in here.
Black king though is a little bit almost in a net. Okay. Is there even
I
a way? I
mean,
guess you have to bring the king to the center, but it's gonna be hard, I guess, to.
anything can happen when you're low on time. If you go for the queen trade now, it's a fork.
But
King moves
now if I'm
back.
black, I'm starting to stress. Let me.
No, if you're black now, you're almost winning. Your king is finally safe, and the knight can join the attack on the king.
Uh,
There's no checks.
I was thinking bishop f6 or something, but I guess. Oh, and then immediately the check. Yeah, never mind.
Suddenly the king got. Unfortunately, we lost the moose.
Yeah.
Here we do have moves. It's going to be a draw. Tani is playing. Tani is losing. He's down a bishop.
Oh, but here we're gonna. This is a fun, always a fun watch. Rook and bishop. Oh, but we're not even gonna
You
get
think
that.
there's any chance you're going to
No,
get
I
that
thought
with
the
a
pawn
bishop
was hanging. I thought the
protecting?
pawn was hanging. Never mind.
I would just. How are you not moving the bishop to safety? Oh, you cannot give a check here. Oh, he blundered. Oh, but he took it back. Moroni is looking very shaky, winning with an extra bishop. The things you take for granted in classical chess, you cannot take anything for granted when you have 10 seconds remaining. Okay, finally, get that bishop protecting the pawn.
Yeah. Why doesn't he just put the bishop on f5? I guess you have to be careful which moment to do it. I didn't think this was gonna be so hard.
Yeah, well, it's not supposed to be.
How
This is the
many
final
moves?
game of the round.
It is, yeah. Let's go to the move number, actually. I'm gonna try and see.
I mean, they just had a capture not too
Yeah,
long ago,
that's true.
right?
62, yeah. Okay, but
Honestly,
62?
62 is
It's
a while
already,
ago.
yeah, it's already 30 moves ago.
Oh, but now he's checkmated along the edge.
So Luca Moroni
Oh,
gets
he could have
there,
just gone here. Why
in
is
the
he?
end.
Why is he? Okay. Let's check some results.
Mm-hmm.
Carlsen has drawn against Nepomniachtchi. Wesley has drawn against Fabi. Does Fabi retain his full point lead? I guess we're
Fabi
about to find out.
retains his full point lead, yeah.
That's incredible.
Fabi on 8
Niemann takes down
points.
Bortnik. Bortnik was what, half a point behind? No.
No,
He
he was
was 1
1
point behind.
point.
But he was like he was top 5. But now he's not anymore, and Niemann takes him down. Alireza takes down Duda. Quick draw with So what's the thing about Dubov? Why does Dubov always make these quick draws?
I really genuinely don't know. I wonder too.
He's white,
Yeah.
and only top 8 gets to play tomorrow.
He's funnily enough, right now he's in 9th position. Him and Levon in 8th and 9th.
Dubov has money, right? It's not like he's desperate to get like 10th place.
They would have to levy. The man on the ground would have to ask him. I don't know what this is about.
It's not the first with him either.
No.
Dominguez has beaten Erigaisi. Merson beats Yu Yang-yi. We did see that. Wei beats Sindarov. A lot of decisive games, Fiona. That's
Yeah.
not optimal. Pragnananda beats the younger Bortnik, and Galfan takes down Abdusataro.
So in terms of standings, what that means, there is still one man out in front by himself, Fabiano Caruana, on 8 out of 9. Unbelievable score. And behind him, 6 players on 7. Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann, Alireza Firuja, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Lenny Dominguez. These all on 7 points. Hikaru is on 6, so we still need more wins. For now, shall we go to the women's tournament? Unfortunately, Atusa is in a completely lost position against Harika, but we can watch a game from the top, Juven June against Sagnitze.
3 pawns on the same side should be a draw. Black is somewhat, never mind. Extra pawn for Dinara Wagner.
What was
Norwegian
that?
is almost German. There's no reason I should struggle with this.
It's literally probably top
Wagner.
3 most common names in Germany as well. Hammer disconnected there from a second.
Wagner? What? Yeah.
Wagner. Wagner.
Wagner.
Yeah. How is Dinara getting on?
I don't know. The eval bar is going crazy. Somehow it's saying this is a draw, but she's down to up 2 pawns. Oh, it's Zugzwang. That's a German word I do know how to pronounce. Wagner became a bit too. I'm still getting it wrong, I think.
Yeah,
Wagner.
now
Wagner.
Wagner.
Wagner. I'm
Very
just gonna
good.
do Norwegian now. Wagner. That would be the Norwegian.
And now
Okay, it's gonna be a draw. Somehow she messed it up.
yeah. Where else do you want
Another
to?
German name I can pronounce. Pets. Oh, but they're done.
Let's check in with Vantika and Marta Garcia.
That's actually even more boring than the Wagner.
Let's check in with my good friend Pauline Guichard. Actually playing another good friend of mine, Pauline against Livia. Let's check what's going on here. That looks like an extra piece to me.
And no moves coming in.
Yeah, this game probably over.
There's one place there's moves coming in, but yeah, that's an extra bishop right there.
But there is a pawn.
There
While
is a
that pawn
pawn.
is still on the board.
Okay, what's the plan? I didn't even see the check that was going to take the pawn.
Neither. Yeah, I guess White's plan is to run the king up the board, but Black has just taken everything.
I would just move the bishop on this diagonal just to be safe.
Yeah, maybe bishop d4.
Chat wants to know who's not your good friend.
Hammer. Jaren. Sorry, Jaren. Jaren really caught the stray there because I started my hammer joke and I thought surely I can't just say hammer. And Jaren was the next person that came to my mind. Okay, White about to get mated here.
And even if she isn't, there's other problems as well.
That king has been
It's
doing it
escaping
10,000 steps.
for the moment.
Chat is asking, Baruki is asking, Fiona, what does Hikaru need to score out of 4? So let me.
Is it only 4 more games?
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah,
Like
so we're actually starting to be in a bit of a time scramble as far as
Yeah.
points go.
So Hikaru's. We think that 3 might be enough. I think 3.5 he'd be safe. 3.5 out of 4.
Yeah, no, I'm taking, but I'm 3. It's not going to be enough,
But
especially with
you
his
never
tie
said that
breaks.
anyway. I said that.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that you're wrong. A bit more determinatively determined than I did last time.
Determined isn't right.
Yeah. But at some point, I had to stop trying. No. There goes the queen.
Even more decisively. Yeah.
Decisively. Thank you. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm gonna say he needs +6. +5 is not gonna cut it. Wesley is wrong. Fabiano is right that +5 is iffy. +5 would be 9 points out of 13. And we think maybe you need 9.5 to be top 8.
To me, it's still not clear, but 3.5, I think with 3.5 out of 4, he'll be safe. There was a question in the chat, do we think he can do it? Yeah, of course, he can do it. Is it gonna be very, very difficult? Yes, absolutely.
Ooh, and he got Lazovic.
A
Chat
tough
is
pairing.
reporting. A tough pairing, but at the same time, we haven't seen Lazovic in the top at any point during the day, right?
That's a good point. Lazovic, how has he done so far? No, he hasn't. He's won 3 in a row, which is what we need to start doing. But yeah, he lost round 2. I mean, he hasn't.
That basically means he's having a bad tournament, but he's on an upwards trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, the air is very tight at the top. Maybe.
And I guess what we're saying in that Hikaru needs, let me pull up Hikaru's game so that I can see how many points he has. Apparently, I need that to fully.
Yeah, so Hikaru has
He's on 6.
6.
He needs 3.5 points. And how many rounds? 4?
4. Yeah.
Yeah. So he cannot afford to lose, but he can afford to make a draw. Like a draw is not the end of the world.
I think he needs to beat Lazovic. Because if he's going to qualify, he's gonna get stronger opponents than Lazovic. Just need to take down the kid. Do you think the guys at the top are gonna start making draws?
I mean, Dubov already did.
Dubov is on 6.5. Draws only is not gonna get him there.
So who's on plus what? 5, 6, 5? Is there even anyone on +6?
Well, Fabi, right?
Yeah.
Wait, no.
But Fabi has started making draws in every game. And even Magnus and Wesley, together with Neiman, Ferrugia, and Nepo and Dominguez, they're on 7 out of 9, which is +5. So they still also need to win one more. That's our theory, right? They need 2.5 out of 4.
My theory is that at least some people are gonna get through on 9.
Okay.
Yours is...
Hikaru's not one of them, though.
That's maybe a problem.
But someone like Wesley, who already has a good tiebreak score, could survive with 9.
Yeah.
So Wesley might start making a lot of draws. Magnus doesn't really slow down. Neither does Neiman or Ferrugia. the kind of guy who could start making draws.
Mm-hmm.
But then he's facing the other guys who's not interested, because both players have to be interested, right?
That's what I was gonna say, yeah. That in Blitz just making a
Gelfand is in
draw.
10th.
Unbelievable.
And Sam Sevian, after winning that game where he was dead lost with 2 pawns about to become a queen for the opponent, Sam Sevian now is 14th.
I got a new jacket. It was long overdue. Do I have, let me see. Surely I have a denim jacket not too far away. I used to have
This is
denim
the first day you dressed up and then.
No, I hammer. Are you saying I wasn't looking nice?
I'm just saying you look nicer today.
Let me see. Is there? Trying to see if
The
there's.
red really pops, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's actually it's not a fancy jumper at all, but because it's so red, everyone's always like, "Oh, she made an effort today." Let
Oh,
me
it's a
see.
jumper? I
Yeah,
thought it was a
everyone.
dress.
No, what do you think
Are
I'm
you still
wearing?
wearing the sweats? That is a dress code violation.
And yeah, maybe my denim jackets aren't. I don't actually own a denim shirt, otherwise I would have gone to get changed as soon as we started. Okay, so let's pull up Hikaru's game because I think the next one should be starting any minute.
It wasn't there last time I checked.
Oh. Okay.
Is
Yeah,
something
you're
wrong on
right.
my end? Do I need to hard
No, no.
refresh?
I right now. Oh, oh, no, you're right. They're not there yet.
And also the cameras from the venue, no players and no spectators either.
Did something happen, do you think?
No. Well, maybe the one printer they had broke down. Do you think they are printing anything, or is it all on the line these days?
No, they have to print because I doubt the players can get their phones. You mean to get, you mean print versus, let's say, get pairings on the phone or what? I'm
Yeah, that kind of that nothing is being posted in paper because
no, I
paper.
think it's posted in paper.
Okay, games are up. Ooh, Hikaru's black. This is an added layer of difficulty. But
Hey, he
Lazovic
was
has
white.
had a bad tournament so far.
Yeah. Okay, this is it, boys and girls. We
Wow,
need all the support
Lazovic
right
was
now.
on 2 points out of 5, and he now has 4 wins in a row.
Oh, even 4 in a row.
Maybe
It's
5? No, 4.
Okay, we need to take him down. Down a peg. Full of anticipation before this big matchup. Lazovic, one of the online beasts in Blitz. He was recently on your turf, Mr. Hammer, in Oslo playing the CCT finals.
Started really well and then collapsed.
Mm.
We would prefer that kind of style today as well. Instead, he started really poorly and then shot up the standings. And he's got to be feeling really good coming in to this game with 4 straight wins.
4 straight wins. He is on the up and up, but Hikaru has just won one game, and Hikaru knows that after, actually, I'm just checking now. Before he beat Andrew, he had made 4 draws in a row, and Hikaru knows that he cannot afford to drop too many more half points. I'm curious again to see A, what will be Lazavic's first move, and B, let's say Lazavic opens with d4. I don't think we're gonna see more of that d5, c5, not in this game. I'd be shocked.
Well, he also used this Queen's Gambit decline with a6. But the d5, c5 has been working very well, no?
Did we win today? What game even was it?
One of the first ones, no?
But we didn't win it, did we?
Well, actually, that's the game he lost against Aravind.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But he had a good position out of the opening. That's the thing. You can have a good position out of the opening and still lose, which is why I'm not putting a lot of emphasis in the opening. Like, you can have a bad
Yeah, but
opening and still manage.
what I mean is it just trades off so many
But
pieces.
Lazavic has to win, right? So it would be playing chicken in a way, but also Hikaru, he won a game
But
and
I
the
don't think that
candidates won it.
Lazavic needs to win as badly as Hikaru, because Lazavic, okay, of course he can still harbor hopes of making top 8, but I think Lazavic is a player, if he can't make top 8, okay, finishing in the top 20, top 10, top 20 in the prizes is still more important than for Hikaru. Like, I think Hikaru needs to win this game more badly than Lazavic does.
Yeah, that's true. But Lazavic is still good enough to go into the top 8.
Yeah, of course he is. I mean, he qualified to the top 8 of the Champions Chess Tour finals, which has just as many, the tour had just as many strong players as there are here. So I'm not saying he cannot do it. I just feel there is more pressure on Hikaru here, because if Dennis doesn't make top 8, he will not be as devastated. He will still have prizes to play for a while. For Hikaru, if he doesn't make top 8, he doesn't, I don't think he cares where he finishes. Let's see.
Okay. He goes for the A6 variation, which is the opening that gave Hikaru the win in the first round of this tournament. And Lazavic immediately puts pressure into the center of the board. Hikaru defends in the first go, but the bishop comes out. The bishop now trying to attack the knight that's defending. Ooh, the pawn pushed through in the middle. Ooh, this seems to be some preparation. Lazavic is playing something he prepared. And frankly, it seems like Hikaru has been studying this. Hikaru moves the knight back. Okay, I thought maybe Hikaru wasn't prepped, but the fact that this knight back move was not the computer choice does seem to suggest that he's out of his prep now.
I mean, where is
Hikaru's
this
going to
knight
go
even
pawn.
gonna go?
I think
H5,
he's
yeah.
going to go h5 and move the knight over here. Oh gosh, he just moves the knight to the edge immediately. Lazavic had the option here of taking it out, but chooses not to. Hikaru now trying to utilize this f7 square, opening up for his bishop to protect there, but now the white queen moves one step back to prevent the knight from getting off the edge of the board.
It has to be said, do not try this at home. I mean, maybe it'll work out for Hikaru, but he's taking a lot of liberties here. I mean, surely knight g6, or what I mean, this knight on h6, what are we gonna do with that piece?
We
Do you
can go
jump to
knight
g4?
forward, attack the bishop, and then push pawn to h5, which does land the knight back where it came from, but then at least the pawn is kind of protecting to make sure that white cannot advance against it. Hikaru just moves the bishop out, and now no more chance to jump forward with the knight.
I mean, this
If
opening would,
Hikaru loses this, he's out.
no.
And
What
now,
about,
not only is he getting a problematic position on the board, he's also spending a lot of time.
wow, and white castle's queenside? Can we play c5 and just open up in front of the white king?
The problem is this also opens up in front of the black king, and now the rook is pointing through the center of the board. But Hikaru's going to have to do something like that. Okay, he brings the knight in. Hikaru would really like to get this knight over here. That doesn't seem viable.
And the problem as well is, if you're Hikaru, you're never gonna castle kingside here. Like, that king is just stuck in the center until...
I guess you just push this pawn up and hope for the best.
You have to, right? Do you have to be...
Ooh,
Okay,
now
Hikaru, I was wondering...
Lazovic can capture this pawn. Okay, this is nice. This is excellent, actually. Big mistake by Lazovic. This pawn to g5, I hate this move. And now Hikaru has a clear plan of moving his knight back, then move his knight here, and then move the knight up. Like, Hikaru can get all his knights into these light squares.
Would be nice to get one active piece here. He's bringing the bishop out to b4. I guess he also wants to free up the e7 square to bring that knight out that was sitting on h6 for a while.
Ooh, this is a good move from Lazovic. Lazovic is trying to get his knight into the f6 square. I like this move from Hikaru. I think this was necessary. Honestly, I'm surprised he didn't do it on the previous move. The idea now is that if the knight tries to come forward, Hikaru can just take it out with his bishop.
But both players down to a minute and a half. f3 played by Lazovic.
Very clever move by Lazovic. He's trying to get his knight here because if bishop takes, pawn takes back, that would be good for white, opening up an area for the rook to attack. Hikaru is trying to keep the knight out. Very, very good move here by Hikaru. Taking control of that g4 square, making sure that the knight cannot jump in. Lazovic opens up because he wants to open up for his rook, but now there's an isolated white pawn on the edge of the board.
Lazovic is playing this really well, but I feel like at least the position is getting a bit more double-edged. We saw many lines with...
No, Hikaru's in this now. Hikaru's in this. He's going to win a pawn. And he made sure to take out the knight before the knight made its way into... Hikaru's winning a second pawn. Hikaru's winning a second pawn. And suddenly the eval bar is even in Hikaru's favor. He has to be very brave taking those pawns. He's still he could easily lose this game because of all the attacking ideas white has against the black king. But he needs to win, so he might as well gamble.
Let's go bishop g4 and strap in, because this is about to get to become a very close finish here. I'm with you, Hammer. Let's go and hide.
Just get the king. Get the king. King up was actually the top choice. Not even kidding. Just get the king away from this area, and also try and have the queen protect the rook in the corner.
By the way, elsewhere we have some drama as Dubov no-showed for his game against Hans Niemann. But we can talk about that when this game is over. The king is on a run.
It's a strange thing being principled after making a quick draw with the white pieces the round before. I don't want to play against a cheater, but I will make quick draws before my spot is secured. Eval bar is back in Lazovic's favor. Hikaru still has an extra pawn compared to his opponent. For some reason, queen to g8 is the only good move for Hikaru. That seems difficult to find, to say the least. Hikaru gets a question mark. I don't see the problem with this move, though. Hikaru's going to move the bishop back to attack the knight now. Hikaru's still up a pawn. Seems okay for Hikaru as far as I'm concerned. But Engine is hating it for Hikaru.
Is it to do with the weakness of the dark squares on the queen side?
It's because the knight can jump into here, but I don't understand why that's such
okay, under 20 seconds for Lazovic.
Knight here feels a bit more scary because that's trying to disrupt the coordination between the queen and the bishop. Lazovic sacrifices.
Wow.
Oh, but he wins back the pawn. Hikaru is no longer going to be up a pawn. This this basically eliminates the chance of Hikaru winning this game. So even though it gets a question mark, it's still bad for Hikaru. No more chance to win, but on the other hand, big chance that he survives this
And
game.
surviving, I mean, seeing how this game went, surviving is already not so bad. It means we'll have to win everything, all the remaining rounds, but it also at least means that we're still in the game.
Ooh, there was a trap there. If Hikaru had moved the king over, Lazovic could sacrifice a pawn in order to trade the queens and win the rook. But Hikaru avoided that trap very nicely.
And would you say this is an easy draw?
It's just over
It's
now.
just
It's a repetition.
Okay, we got away with a draw here. This was a tough game. Draw, agreed. Let's see what is happening at the top. Lots of draws now. Let's go to Bortnik, who's about to win against Lu Shanglei.
Any wins, I guess, at this point, bad for Hikaru because it increases the likelihood of. Well, actually, I don't think any draws matter. Like Hikaru's going to need to win the rest no matter what.
I think so too,
yeah. Yeah. So I think it doesn't really matter how the other games go. But the queens were traded, and Bortnik is going to win this very easily.
I have to say I'm curious about the Dubov incident. I don't think it's a coincidence that it was this game that he didn't show up for, but to take a stand, I'm not sure against what, but to do it in round 10 of the World Blitz Championship when your literal qualification is at stake, that's quite the stand to take.
I got to look up the word based because someone was calling Magnus based the other day. And
I think that
would
was
say,
Elon Musk you're referring to.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that is true. Some guy. And I can, from the understanding of the word that I have now gotten, I can say that Dubov giving up his chance to qualify just to make a statement against Hans, that is very based.
I actually, you know what? I've heard the word based, of course, and read it a million times, but can you explain to all the
I can
boomers like
find
me?
what is based. No, someone is based. Based is a slang term. Being yourself and not caring what others think of you. Okay, something like that.
Then he certainly is based. Hammer, we still have a very few games. Let's go to Buzhangji. Oh, no.
Wait, he won that?
No, it was a draw. And what do we have?
Minle is beating Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah, that just finished. Mr.
Ryan
Trousers.
Blackwood is there is a pawn race against this has got to be the lowest rated players in the tournament. But it's the one of the last remaining games.
Yeah, the only other one. Oh yeah, and the other one we're not receiving. I think we're not receiving moves anyway.
Oh,
in any of the
neither
games.
here nor there.
So we can look through the results of this round.
And Magnus easily draws Wesley. This seems like a top player special, just trade off everything. Magnus playing a very well-known line to be solid, trying to make a draw as black. Fabi continues his draws, but this seemed like a more enterprising game. Nepomniachtchi makes a Berlin draw, speaking of. I did call it that Nepal was going to be making the draws. Dubov does not show up for his game. And Bortnik beats Liu Shanlei. Aronian beats Grishchuk. So that means, is Grishchuk out then? I think he's on the same amount of
No.
points as Hikaru. So
Yeah.
he just needs to win the rest. That's the, yeah, I guess you're right that someone don't care about the top 8. Everyone Hikaru faces now is also going to need to win the rest to qualify.
Which is maybe not such a bad thing, if there is a bit more volatility, a bit more pressure on the players. In terms of standings, Fabi in the sole lead on 8.5, Hans Niemann in sole second on 8 after that little gift by Dubov, and then 10 players on 7.5, very close at the top. Hikaru is on 6.5. Why is it so hard to remember every freaking time? 6.5. So 2 points out of the lead. We probably need 3 wins. We're gonna take a short break now. 3 games to go, and we'll see you guys very soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is round 11 of the World Blitz about to start. Only 3 games to go. And Jon Ludwig, Hikaru is playing against another big name from the online sphere.
Min Le, also known as Wonderful Time. And we're hoping it's a wonderful time for Naka fans as Naka destroys this Vietnamese Grandmaster. Hikaru needs to win the last 3 games to get into the top 8. A draw here, and his world championship hopes are over.
Yeah, we're still not sure, but we think especially with the tiebreak that Hikaru has, he will need to get to 9.5. So this is a huge game. We have another huge game on board 1, Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann. Hans, during the break, I saw he's been busy on Twitter offering a match to do both, all expenses paid, played anywhere, anytime. I'm shocked that Daniel didn't show up in such a crucial. Like, I thought we were ready to slowly put that drama behind us. I thought we had new drama on our hands.
Yeah, it's a very expensive statement to make from Dubov, and it makes me wonder why he's making draws in his other games. If it turns out indeed money wasn't something he cared about. In any case, the Italian game here from Hikaru, and he has played this a lot this tournament, and it has given him fantastic positions over and over. Although here the knight moves in a different direction, so we've gotten used to seeing this move opening up an escape for the bishop and then the knight moving into the center. But instead here, with the bishop not getting an escape square, Hikaru immediately goes after it with his knight to take it out. Oh my gosh, question mark from Hikaru moving the bishop back. And now there was an opportunity for black to move their bishop out of the way, threatening to trap the knight. And if the bishop moves back, the threat still comes in, and it would have been a very problematic position for Hikaru. And in fact,
why don't we just take this freaking bishop?
that it's still in the position that the bishop may move to try and trap the knight.
Okay, Min is thinking.
Okay, but now with the knight
the
moving away, once again, bishop here.
It's not gonna be played. If it wasn't played like what, 3 times in a row, and now it's gone.
Thankfully. No, the engine said it like 3 or 4 times it was the best move.
Okay, now what do we have here? The situation has clarified it a bit on the queen side. Is our plan to play d4 in the center, or to just get the pieces out first? Bishop e3.
In general, our plan is to move everything up. Like we're not really gonna touch this king side. We're just gonna move everything up here. But let's start with pawn to b3 and pawn to c4, I think.
Mhm.
Oh, maybe we should have started pawn to eight. No. It's very strange that Mendeleev chose not to play pawn to b5. That is a shocking, shocking decision from him. And it has allowed Hikaru to build up a very powerful pawn chain into black's half of the board. It's also going to allow this bishop to point together with the other bishop down through the center of the board. Pawn to b5 here was an absolute necessity, as I see it, in order to make sure that these white pawns could not move away and create space for the bishop to point in. And
Instead, Minley, yeah,
he
go
just
ahead.
completely shuts down the center of the board. Very, very surprising.
And
now,
Hikaru goes for the best response, d5, closing everything, and you are wanting him to play a4 and stop this b5 push forever.
well, actually, it doesn't stop the b5 push because the
Oh,
rook is
because our
pinned.
rook. That is a good point.
So what Hikaru does is actually better than what I was suggesting, because he moves the bishop to control that square, making sure that there's no pawn advance here. And frankly, maybe Hikaru wants to, maybe he doesn't want to commit to closing down the queen side. Maybe he wants to open up the queen side at one point in the future. So
Do you
there's
wanna
no.
do you wanna hear a funny story? Dubov wasn't making a protest. He apparently fell asleep in his room in between rounds. The chess world, man. I don't know if it's true. I read it.
Where are you reading this?
In chat.
Oh,
But they couldn't make it up.
of course,
Like there were a few people saying it.
Well,
I mean, it wouldn't.
at least then he's getting a $10,000 match for a charity of his choice. So at least something good came out of it.
Okay, we've had some developments here.
Yeah, no, I'm very surprised that Hikaru allowed his opponent to advance on the king side. I would have expected Hikaru to push forward here to prevent that from happening. But Mendeleev has managed to trade off Hikaru's bishop pair. But on the other hand, Hikaru now has a very nice plan of getting his knight into the center of the board, a position from where it cannot be chased away, and where it will also be putting pressure on one of black's pawns. So, but first we have to deal with this threat to the pawn.
So bishop e3. I mean, our last piece, which
Yeah, bishop e3 makes sense. And then basically, whenever the queen gets in here, we want to trade those queens ASAP, because frankly, black is having more pieces in the vicinity of our king than what I find comfortable. Okay, so far so good for Hikaru, making sensible moves. He still has that plan of the knight into the center. Ooh, rook here is very interesting. Hikaru is trying to push forward and open up on the queen side. Mendeleev is going to move the knight up here because he's going to want to trade the knights. But then Hikaru is ready for a new plan to attack the queen side pawns.
time is going to be a huge factor in this game with both players under a minute. And there comes knight e5 looking for the trade, as you were
Well,
just
also
talking
looking
about.
for this square in the center. So as far as I understand, Hikaru is going to have to do that trade. He doesn't take back with the queen. That surprises me.
Okay,
Mendeleev had the option there to go for the queen trade, and that would have helped his pressure along the a file because that the queen was protecting there. And now instead, Hikaru has been able to try and open up for his rook through the queen side of the board.
I think this is a perfect position for Hikaru. It's not a winning advantage, but it's a long-term advantage. Black is going to have to be on the defending side of this for a long time while Hikaru can increase the pressure. Is he going
Wow.
for the king side?
Very surprising, but honestly, I kind of like it. Hikaru wants to aim his rook at the black king, and he got managed to provoke the opponent into moving the queen out. But now Hikaru can change his tune and go to the different. It's literally going first right, then going left, and keeping the opponent on their toes. But Hikaru's got to speed up. Both
When
players down to, oh my gosh. And Hikaru made a big mistake in not trading the pawns when he could, because now the knight is there to take back if the opportunity presents itself. Okay, I really think Hikaru should take this pawn at a moment when the knight cannot recapture.
and that he does
Ooh, now
takes
the
on
rook
c5.
recaptures. Hikaru made a huge mistake not making the trade when a pawn needed. Oh, he takes back with a pawn. That's good for Hikaru. Now Hikaru can bring the rook in. Ooh, but there's threats of pushing forward through the center of the board.
Hammer, I'm too stressed. You need to take care. I'm just watching, with
Oh
my.
no, repetition. Hikaru can't allow that, but then he blundered the pawn. Hikaru knew that he couldn't allow the back and forth to happen, but in avoiding the repetition, he blundered a pawn. And now Hikaru's down a pawn for no good reason.
And the knight coming into f4. This is awful.
Okay, the rook is trying to get over here. Frankly, we haven't attacked any of black's pawns in a while. Okay, the queen is getting chased out. We need to start attacking something over here.
Problem is that the queen from g6 is so powerful. We cannot play rook b1 because that square is covered. Okay, he uses the queen.
Okay,
It's
we're gonna
take
have
a
to give up
miracle.
this pawn in the middle and just counterattack. Ooh, if the rook captures the pawn, is it gonna be trapped?
Queen
No, it's
b3.
not. He could have just taken it and then moved back. Oh, but now the queen takes it, and the queen is not getting trapped. Yeah, Hikaru wanted to avoid the repetition there, and there was a back and forth with the knights. But in avoiding the repetition, he also lost the pawn. Yeah, there's nothing stopping this one.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is gonna be very disappointed here. This is not the Blitz tournament that he was hoping for. Yeah, I saw in an interview earlier during our break, Magnus was talking about the importance of playing fast and with flow, and I feel like Hikaru never really found his flow today, in a
Yeah.
sense.
No, it's unusual, I find, that Hikaru's down to 20 seconds after 30 moves.
Hmm.
It's not the pace that we're used to seeing from him.
Um, Elsewhere, let's pull up something that's still going. Andrew Tang against Le Quang Liam.
I'm not sure I have that on my
Just then pick
here.
whatever. Another queen ending pawn, but even though white has a pawn just 2 squares away from queening.
It should be decent chances,
Yeah, I thought. But
but
is the king
it's
ever
a
going to escape those checks?
heck of a lot of checks. You gotta try to get out. Because
Looks hard to get out of
suddenly,
the checks. Although,
okay, we got the king in the corner. Okay, but then it's just gonna be, yeah, no. The thing is,
there's
even
no
with the king in the
escaping.
corner, oh no, now we slightly improved the queen's positioning. Now, Now there's no more checks. And then you go like queen here, maybe? Just somewhere in the middle. Go somewhere in the middle with your queen. And then escape with the king. Just keep the game going. When you have the queen like this, just keep it going. Your opponent is going to make a mistake.
Mm-hmm. But Andrew's Lequang Liam is defending really well here so far and not giving Andrew any chances.
Yeah. No more checks. No, there was a check. Damn it.
I feel like we've seen this position. And the white
Yeah, no,
queen is
that's the
always
third time. That's the third time. Okay.
and a draw agreed here. Let's look at yeah, Antipov against Hisipenko. This one probably it ended. Or is it still going?
It's checkmate coming up, but we haven't gotten confirmation of the result. Delugi, the Neiman coach.
Hans Niemann, by the way, maybe we can have a look at the game in a second. It looked like Magnus was crushing, but Hans did survive in the end.
Two bishops pointing towards the black king. It looks very promising. Very strange moment in the game to make a draw. Magnus is down a pawn, but there is a pawn under attack on the side of the board, though.
Maybe Magnus had seen enough if we rewind a few moves.
He just felt like he was losing control of the game, maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh, here, after knight back, Magnus's
Wow.
rook would have been trapped. Says the engine.
That's a nice motif.
If Magnus had lost here, like he would be in trouble to qualify, right?
Yeah, yeah. If he'd lost, he would be in number shared 13th. It's gonna be very tight at the top. Even with the draw, Magnus currently just in 7th position. So at the top, the way things are looking, we now have 5 players in the joint lead. Fabiano Caruana, who lost to Nepo. So Nepo joins him. Alireza
Wait, why is
joins...
Nepo forcing a draw in the previous game against Alireza and then playing for the win against Fabi? That is not respecting Fabi's blitz skills, is it? And Fabi was winning.
Oh my goodness.
Fabi was winning.
What happened here?
What was the winning move? Knight to d5.
Okay,
Oh, he's not even material. Oh, he's actually a pawn up in this situation. And there's a pin on the bishop. Wow. Fabi was completely winning. And then he was winning here again, although that one is a bit tricky.
Yeah.
That one is nice, though. This is checkmate. And this is checkmate. And this is a queen. And if you try and get a new queen, this is checkmate.
Rook f3 is really a stunning move.
Fabi even had 30 seconds here when he wasted the winning position. Fabi's still up a pawn, but there's a one guy a square away from becoming a new queen. Wow.
What a crazy
This
game
means
here.
Fabi's not safe, right?
No.
Fabi still needs 1 point out of 2.
Yeah.
No. Well, maybe he needs half a point, according to
with
your
his
theory.
tiebreak. Well, you said that nobody would 9. was the last
Well,
thing
I
you
mean,
said.
it's gonna be close, right?
It's gonna be really close. Volodymyr Murzin, the new World Rapid Champion, he had a bit of a slow start, but he has now won 4 games in a row to join the leader group on 8.5.
Winning with the black pieces against Bortnik in 20 moves? Where's Bortnik's queen? Wait. The queen just disappeared at the beginning. Okay, he
Wow,
could have taken the queen back, but he chose not to. Wow.
what a game.
The drama is real right now.
Drama is very real. I'm just looking at the women's section where I think Vaishali had qualified. Ah, no, they are just playing their last round actually of the day. So let's quickly go
Atusa
to
just
the
won,
women's.
I saw.
Oh, fantastic. And there's a big game still going. Bibisara against Anna Musishuk. And there might be a spot there's definitely a spot at stake here. They're both on 7 points and they need a win. Right now, there are 8 players and the woman on 8 points. So if this is a draw, then it's exactly 8 players. These two would be out. And if one wins, there will be only one player to miss out on 8 points.
Well, it does look like Bibisara, the 2-time former champion, is going to win this. She's just got to move the rook over here, give a check on the king. She could have done that. Yeah, check on the king when the king cannot move here, and then get the bishop around.
And it could be that it's the rapid champion, Hampi Koneru. She's currently the player with the worst tiebreak on 8 points. So it could be that Bibisara goes on to take her spot here.
And now Zugzwang. Why are we not playing king here? Okay, but this is also good enough.
Okay,
Did that change the
so
standings? Canero
it did,
is
yeah.
out.
That's what it looks like to us. It looks like in the women's tournament, the women's event was completely dominated by Vaishali, who scored 9.5 out of 11. Lei Tingje came in second on 8.5. And then a group of 7 players on 8 points. Hampi Koneru, the unlucky one, to miss out on the knockouts. But congratulations to Katerina Lagno, to Valentina Gonina, Juven Jun, Carissa Yip, Bibisara Azarbayeva, and Zhu Jiner for qualifying. That is, if we can trust chess.com, but it looks like that's the situation. In the open, we still have 2 rounds. And yeah, it's gonna be such a close battle at the top to qualify. Unfortunately for Hikaru, his tournament is over after this loss. After this loss to Min Lei. Hammer, do you think we will see some very big names at the top right now who are not gonna make it?
I think Fabi potentially not going to make it. It just when he gets that loss now from a winning position, to recompose yourself, and also he has been performing way better than everyone expected. I wouldn't feel safe just yet if I was him. I think a lot of these guys right now are going to make draws. For instance, if Merson plays against Nepomniachtchi, I would expect that game to be a very quick draw. Just trying to preserve. So Neiman, Nepomniachtchi, Merson, Firouzja, and Caruana, they can draw their way into the top 8. And then it becomes a question: who gets Magnus? Magnus has played against Fabi. He has played against who has he played against?
He hasn't played Morzin yet, for
Bobby,
example.
Nepo, So, Neiman. Okay, so I guess Magnus is getting Merson.
The pairings have just come
No,
out, so
actually,
it's
Magnus cannot go up this round because he went up in the previous.
Magnus is playing Sam Savian, which was probably hard to guess. Um, so Magnus is playing Savian, Neiman is playing Firuja, Morzin is playing Nepo, so your theory will be put to the test, and Fabi is playing Levon. Fabi and Levon are great friends, but this will be a heated matchup because I think Levon.
He might feel like Fabi can be taken down coming from a win, being a bit fragile.
Well, he might need the win as well because Levon on 8 points, he's half a point behind Fabi.
Well, but can you get an easier pairing in the next one?
Yeah.
Probably not.
No, you can probably get easier than black against Fabi.
Oh, he's black?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then it becomes a question of whether Fabi just wants to win to secure his qualification. I don't know. A draw there seems beneficial to both. It could also give them some rest in before the final game. Yeah, this is the moment in the tournament where you start speculating that people want to make tactical draws.
Yeah.
Which of course shouldn't be allowed. The draw offer should not be in the game, but that's a different discussion for a different day.
Did you see anything about this Dubov falling asleep? Has that been
No,
confirmed, denied?
okay, I'm checking the Norwegian websites.
Yeah, I think it was actually Norwegian press that reported it. Oh no. I'm just seeing a tweet that Vasily Ivanchuk started crying at the board after losing a devastating game. Liner just posted, this is such a sad, sad picture. If you guys want to
Apparently,
check out.
Neiman was 40 seconds late for the game against Carlsen.
Wow. Maybe we can review that game actually.
NRK
Oh.
reports that Dubov fell asleep in his hotel room.
So unbelievable. I mean, I imagine that means that he was really, but if you're so tired, you can't risk going and having a lie down.
That's wild.
You know what, Hammer? They have delayed the round a bit. Again, the game will start in 10 minutes, so we are going to take a quick break, but we'll be back very soon. 2 rounds to go. Unfortunately for Hikaru, the chances to qualify are gone, but it will be very, very close at the top. So we will see you very soon for the last. Oh, and there's the tweet actually on the screen. Very sad to see Ivanchuk. Like this chess is it's a hard game. We'll see you on the other side of this very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. This is the World Blitz Championship. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone very well for Hikaru. His chances to qualify to the top 8 are gone at this point. 2 rounds to go, and we see a familiar face here, Zaven Andreasian, who Hikaru also played in the Rapid.
And who has the most famous moment of this tournament with his "no, it's not jeans" moment, having been called into the arbiter's office to discuss the jeansiness of his trousers.
Hikaru got a win against Zaven in the rapid portion. Hopefully he can repeat this here, even though the chances of qualifying are gone. It would still be nice to finish on a high for this last event of the year. And yeah, at the top, we have some big pairings, of course. Magnus Carlsen, he is playing Sam Sevian. Then Hans Niemann will be taking on Alireza Firouzja, Volodar Murzin against Nepo. Do you still think we'll see a quick draw there?
I don't know. I don't really know Merson. It's usually up to the white player whether you want to make a draw or not.
Uh,
But it would probably be in both of their. Well, on the other hand, Merson then was going to have the black pieces in the final round. I don't know. It's even when you're on schedule to make it, yeah, it's always tricky. You
yeah,
can never feel safe.
I think we'll get an answer in a second because the players supposedly started in New York a minute ago, so we should be off very soon. But nerves will be running high with so much at stake at the top now. So we'll keep an eye on that. But first, let's see Hikaru hopefully get the win here against Andreasian. Who I mean, nobody, the crazy situation is that with 2 rounds to go, nobody is really safe.
Yeah,
And even
everything to play
Fabi,
for.
everything to play for. Ghost in the chat is saying Alireza is going to cook. Anyway, we have liftoff and we have a Sicilian opening on the board. We also had it in the previous game, the two met, but there Hikaru was playing with the white pieces.
And interestingly, Savin goes for the King's Indian attack, which is an opening that Hikaru used himself as white against Sam Sevian previously in the tournament. Hikaru actually fianchettos his bishop, tries to point this down the board. I didn't know this was an acceptable way of playing for black. So I'm very interested in knowing how Hikaru deals with this. My impression is that you just get hit by this pawn advancing in the center of the board, blocking your bishop out of the game, which could be kind of problematic.
So do you have to do something? I mean, you can't stop e5, right? You can't get the bishop.
I guess you could technically play the pawn forward yourself, but then you're going to be nervous about a trade in the center opening up for the queen and rook through the middle. Hikaru just continues playing on as if nothing is. Hikaru's going to castle queenside. Oh, this is interesting. Hikaru's going to.
Sorry to interrupt you, but boards 2, 3, and 4 have all ended in draws already. So we are getting our answers here. And that these guys maybe think that drawing their way can be a solution. We'll come back to that, but Hikaru is going on the offensive here.
Yeah, very, very interesting in Hikaru's game. So I was concerned about this pawn pushing down through the middle, blocking the bishop out of the game. But Hikaru knew that was a possibility. And now he's trying to sacrifice a pawn, opening up for his rook along the edge of the board in towards the white king. And Hikaru's going to put his king on the opposite side. And he's going to try and target the white pawn, sorry, in the middle. I really like this strat. I'm gonna analyze this myself for black because frankly, with the bishop here and with the intention of castling to the queen side, it feels a lot safer for the black king. And yeah, you've sacrificed. Oh, you didn't even sacrifice a pawn because Hikaru takes back the pawn in the middle. And I'm embarrassed to say I didn't even think about that because I was only looking at the computer's recommended moves, and the computer was not recommending capturing the free pawn in the middle, which is somewhat concerning. Now there's a potential opening up, the bishop pointing down on the diagonal against the black king. Although if I'm Hikaru here, I'm tempted to just take the pawn. I don't care if my opponent captures my rook, because then I'm going to have the queen and rook working together on the diagonal. So this rook isn't really worth that much. Hikaru does capture here, gets a question mark. The knight comes in. So now there's the threat against the rook. There's the threat against the knight. The queen and rook are pointing together against the black king. Engine now saying Hikaru is dead lost.
But I don't see how.
I don't understand. Well, I see what the computer's recommending. I just don't understand why it's such a bad thing. Oh, the knight takes here, maybe.
I don't think he's gonna spot that.
Well, of course he's going to spot that.
Yeah,
Sacrificing the knight to open up for the queen and rook through the center. That's the easy part. The difficult part is realizing you have to trade first. Okay, and Adriasian moves the bishop in, wants to get rid of the knight in the center of the board. He wants to sacrifice against one of these last remaining black pawns that is keeping the king safe.
I mean, this still looks so dangerous. According to the computer, taking on f4 is the only way, but I'd be really worried about the opening
I think
of the
I think
e-file.
Hikaru's going to take here with the bishop just to make sure that he can keep the knight in the center, which is then acting as a blockader of the artillery. But now we might have to save the rook, which is allowing Adriasian to get his rook into the middle of the board, pointing down on the queen.
So what do you play? Rook b8, rook c8? Where do you go to?
Yeah, one of them. It's a scary position for Hikaru. The knight can try and maneuver its way through the center. Hikaru's going to have to castle here.
Castle, yeah. Okay, we're alive.
Hikaru can get the knight up here, though. If he can get the knight into the center. Also, Hikaru should maybe take this bishop. Like, that will massively ruin Adriasian's pawn structure.
Are you not worried if you take the bishop that rook e3, rook g3, that the g file is going to become a...
Not necessarily, because if I take this, I can bring the other knight back afterwards, make some threats. I'm just very surprised that bishop back. I don't understand why this position is not fantastic for white. This looks like an amazing position. The black pawns are not working together. They're blocking the bishop. And somehow Engine says this is equal. White has the bishop pair. This is just going against everything I thought I knew about the game. But it is working in Hikaru's favor, though.
If you're white here, do you take on the 8? Do you keep the rooks?
I guess you keep the tension because your rook is defended.
Okay, f4.
That makes sense.
I mean, the black king looks so weird there, surrounded by its pieces, but lacking some pawn defenders. But I think it's still very tricky to play for white to convert this. Hikaru's gonna slowly unwind here.
If Hikaru can get a knight to this d4 square, he could even
Untangle,
be better.
not unwind, by the way. Yeah. If Hikaru, sorry.
If Hikaru gets his knight up here, he could be better. I don't see it happening, though.
This is gonna be I think a very long game. I think it could be a Hikaru special, just torture your opponent until the cows come home. Magnus is tiny bit worse against Sevian, or maybe not anymore.
He's down a pawn, but he's advancing pawns.
Naroditsky, we haven't talked about Dania today all day, but Naroditsky has just won 4 games. He was the one who made Ivanchuk cry. He just beat Ivanchuk.
Oh, so you're not happy with him then. Hikaru now is making some big threats against a white pawn. And now he's trying to open up in towards the white king. Hikaru has the advantage. Ooh, but he needs. Well, just take the bishop, maybe. Oh, he took. Oh, he's winning.
Bishop e5. Game over.
Is king safe? King is
How
safe.
did that?
If the knight moves back, is there a winning pawn endgame here? I think it might be a winning pawn endgame. Oh, yeah, it's a so strong, maybe.
Oh, you're gonna. No, but how?
Who's going to run out of moves here? Do you just push the pawns on the queen side?
Just take on d5, no?
Ah, it's pinned. Ooh, but now there's a counter threat. Oh, now you just take and then take. Take.
Take
Game
everything.
over. Okay.
Much needed win for Hikaru. It was lots of ups and downs. Let's go quickly to Magnus Carlsen against Sevian.
Why do I not have that?
Should
Here
have
it
it.
is. Magnus is down a pawn. The pawn is one step away from becoming a new queen, but it's also way into enemy territory. Magnus is trying to get a pawn back on the opposite flank. Magnus is successful, but now the black pawn is threatening to move forward through the middle.
Looks very, very scary.
Magnus could go pawn forward and then just move the rook back, though. What's going on here? Oh my gosh, Magnus is winning. Magnus down a pawn, wins the game. Black's pawns, while they are protecting each other, they're hopeless in helping each other out. And Magnus is about to win this game.
Unbelievable. Does
I
it
don't know why
again.
he's thinking here. Just Zugzwang? No. Wait, king back? Really? Yeah, okay, let's go. Zugzwang takes the pawn. Magnus wins the game. Wow.
Magnus wins the game, and with that, he's gonna become, I think, the sole. No, am I? No. There is now
So
a big.
Fabi and Aronian made a quick draw. What a way to make a quick draw. They played one of the most silly, tricky positions, sacrifices there is. And then this search functionality and Neiman and Ferrugia. So Ferrugia makes the Berlin draw 2 games in a row. Is that right?
I think not 2 in a row because we saw Nepo win a game in between, but
Okay.
he made it against Nepo, I think, 2 rounds ago.
And then Merson and Nepo. Why are they making draws while playing gambits? This is very strange. So Merson played some really weird London gambit, and they just agreed to draw. If you're gonna make a quick draw, just play safe. Wesley wins. Wait, did you not say Magnus was the only? Magnus and Wesley both have 9.
No, there's plenty of players right now. There's 8 players. I was wrong because Magnus is always on board 1, so he was actually half a point behind going into this round. So there is now
is on 9.
There's a huge tie on 9. There, guess how many
Dubov
players?
Is on 8.5 even after he overslept for a game.
I know. Hammer, guess how many players are on 9 points in the shared lead?
5, 4,
8.
No. Oh, because all the guys who made a draw.
Yeah. So
yeah. So
players.
how are you feeling about your prediction? 9 points being enough to qualify?
Well, it's gonna be enough for some of these guys. No, it's not. What am I saying? Yeah, sorry. My prediction was off. My prediction was way off. And but all of these guys are gonna be playing among each other. Do you think they'll all make draws and hope for the best?
No, they can't.
No.
Danya has to play for the win.
Yeah, you're right.
Merson
So
has to play for the win. Although it's got to be said, the guys chasing at 8.5 has terrible tie breaks. Bok and Pragnananda are not going to be able to deal with.
yeah, the chasers group is quite small actually. It's not that big.
Okay, so let's try and do the pairings by hand. Magnus is the highest rated. He played Fabi, he played Wesley, he played Jan, he played Alireza, he played Neiman. So Magnus gets Merson or Naroditsky, which means they're not going to get an easy draw.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be a fighting game. Then Alireza, who has he played? Maybe we should just wait until it's
Yeah.
official.
While you were busy, I'm
Alireza,
busy refreshing on
Alireza has
test
played
results.
Karana, Nepo, and Neiman. Karana, Nepo, and Neiman. So Alireza can play Wesley. That has draw written all over it, right? Wesley's going to make a quick draw.
He has very good tie breaks, actually.
Yeah.
But
Wesley and Fabi are going to be looking to make a quick draw. Nepo is going to make a quick draw. And then if one of those are paired against one another, then that kind of makes it. Can Nepo play against So? Oh, Nepo can play against So. Oh, let's hope that's not a pairing because I can already tell you how that's going to go. Two very cynical guys against one another in the final round. That's going to be a draw right there. Alireza is going to play like Hans, I would guess. No, he already played Hans. Alireza can play.
Magnus, maybe.
Oh, he didn't play Magnus. Oh, that would be terrible for Magnus. Imagine getting Alireza in the final round.
But they would make it a draw as well, no?
No. Those guys don't make draws. One of them would be out.
Okay, no, but both of them have such good tie break. Look at how few players are on 8.5. Like, I think
So,
there's a
1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 5 players on 8.5, which means 3 of them can make it to 9.5, which means Magnus, Nepo, Wesley, and Karana are pretty safe with a draw. Yeah, okay, maybe, but Alireza cannot be entirely. Well, he's probably safe.
I mean, it's a better
Than
play
gambling.
maybe than going all out against Magnus.
Yeah. How are the colors? Nepo was just black. Magnus was just white. Magnus had double white, so he has to have black. It fits with Nepo.
It
Magnus
fits
is
with
too
Alireza
black.
as well.
No, sorry, it fits with Alireza. Yeah, so Magnus is playing Alireza. I think that's a given. And then Nepo can play Wesley, but that would be weird pairing the 4 best guys, highest rated guys against one another. And Fabi needs to play either Merson or Naroditsky just because he played everyone else, I guess.
I think pairings should come out fairly soon. All the results are in.
Okay, so we could have Fabi versus Danya, and Danya has to win, which means Fabi's at risk.
If Dania qualifies, that will be absolutely huge for him. Shall we see the game that Dania won against Ivanchuk so we can try
You
and
sure you want to
understand?
expose yourself to such emotional content?
Let's do it. Oh
Ivanchuk
dear. Oh God.
had a winning position 5 moves before the end of the. The winning move was rook here. Because then after takes, you can sacrifice the rook, which enables your pawn to become a new queen. But in this critical moment, Ivanchuk was down to 9 seconds.
And he did what?
He moved the rook over, which was a mistake. Oh no, and then, so Ivanchuk made a game-losing blunder. Then Danya made a game-losing blunder back. And then after takes, wow. Here, Ivanchuk is still winning if he gets a queen. Which is wild. Because then if Danya gets a queen, then apparently this is winning, although this is still tricky. This is still tricky, but apparently winning for white. And well, obviously, if you take the queen, then you don't get a new queen yourself.
What an insane ending.
And in the final position, Ivanchuk lost on time, but at this point, he was even losing on the board. Because after king forward, the king is under attack, the pawn is prevented, and you're getting a new queen.
What a turnaround. We understand, of course, the devastation of Ivanchuk. I mean, it's such a crucial moment of the tournament. But it allowed Danya to now fight for qualifications. Pairings are out. So Hammer, on top board, we have Ali Reza against Magnus. Board 2, Wesley So against Daniel Naroditsky. Board 3, Volodar Murzin against Fabiano Caruana. And board 4, Nepo against Niemann.
So Fabi and So get the players who cannot afford to make a draw. Although if you're Danya, do you make the draw with So? Or do you play for the win with black?
I think if Wesley offers a draw, he will take it.
Okay, so Firouzja versus Carlsen, they should make a draw. That could have been incredibly exciting. Honestly, if you're Firouzja, though, you have the white pieces. It's got to be tempting. Just try to knock out Magnus here now and then. No? Maybe not. No, it's not tempting because you want to play Magnus in a final. So is definitely.
Do you know if number 8 plays number 1, 7, 2?
Would make sense. So. But I would guess so.
Yeah.
So Fabi is not safe. Fabi is playing black against an opponent who has to win. Fabi is unsafe despite having led throughout this entire tournament. Nepo versus Hans. Nepo's gonna make a draw, and I think Hans should go along with it. It could be enough for Hans.
We are, by the way, gonna pull up the chess results page for you guys in a second, just so that you can see what we are talking about. So we'll pull up, there we go. So Hammer, with what you're seeing on screen, can you maybe quickly explain to people what TB1 is and why it's so important?
Yeah, TB1 is tiebreak 1. It is the primary tiebreaker. It will be very decisive. And here we can see that we know that only 3 players can catch up. And Niemann and Firouzja are very, very close, but there's a far gap to Mersin and Naroditsky. So technically, Carlsen, Firouzja, and Niemann, none of them are safe in case of all the guys chasing winning their games. And because Carlsen could end up behind Firouzja and Niemann depending on results in other games. Nepomniachtchi, So, and Caruana are safe with a draw, but Caruana is playing against Mersin, who is not safe with a draw. So they're going to play their game. So is playing against Naroditsky. Naroditsky is not safe at all with a draw. In fact, Naroditsky has to play for the win with the black pieces against So, which in turn also puts So at risk. Magnus and Alireza are going to make a draw just by being sensible, but neither one of them are going to be safe despite that draw. So that's an interesting thing. But they are like the two best players in the field. So probably Magnus before the tournament said he thought Alireza was his scariest opponent.
Yeah, in a way, it's a pity that we see their match up happening now, where I agree. I think they will make a draw. I see Chidok in chat disagrees. He thinks Alireza is much more likely to win this game than win a final against Magnus. I think Chidok is saying Alireza should play with the
I
white
think if
pieces.
Alireza wants gold, he should play. But if Alireza just wants to be top 2, then making a draw is fine. Because he risks
gold,
finishing 10th.
surely.
No, it depends how much you prioritize it, though. Because it is very risky just going all out against Magnus in the final game when you don't have to.
Yeah, that is true. And also, maybe Alireza doesn't feel like, oh, I need to be so afraid of Magnus that I need to risk it all to kick him out right now.
Yeah, I mean he's gotta feel like he has at least a 35% chance in the match against Magnus. I would think.
I think it's gonna be a very interesting last round. I wouldn't even rule out that all the guys at
Merson
the
is
top,
having an amazing event.
yeah, unbelievable. Also, look at how many Americans are in the top 16 there, Hammer.
Yeah, well, it helps cutting it off at 16.
Half of them. I mean, it's pretty impressive. I know they're on home turf, but they really are having
Wait, Antipov is representing US?
Mm-hmm.
When did that happen?
I think not so long ago.
Okay, yeah, that was news to me. Dubov's sleep gambit is gonna be expensive. Wait, no. Fiona, the guys chasing with 8.5, they have terrible tie breaks.
Except for Levon.
Yeah, no, Levon is freaking beast. Who's he playing?
Levon is playing white against Duda.
It's not the easiest, is it? That's actually super interesting because that means one of them will not make it, which means Merson is probably going to be okay with the draw, might be okay with the draw. That's actually super interesting. The fact that Levon and Duda is playing one another means that Magnus and Alireza and Hans are 100% safe with the draw.
Who?
Magnus, Alireza, and Neiman are 100% safe with the draw because, well, actually,
because of the tiebreak of the guys.
Yeah. Actually, they were safe even if Aronian and Duda didn't play one another.
I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna predict that all top 4 guys are gonna make it.
I think we need to start this final game really fast before all the players have the time to figure out whether, honestly, they should have postponed posting the pairings until they were ready to go to avoid any planning for results.
That is a good point you're making. Too late for that now. The games are starting in New York 1 minute from now, which means we should have them 3 minutes from now. We haven't talked about Hikaru and his opponent yet. Hikaru is playing against Matthias Blübaum from Germany. Unfortunately, there is no more chances to qualify, but we can still finish the tournament with a double win, which will be something at least.
Okay, you'll keep me up to date on who and how many makes a draw in the first minute.
Will do. Shall we pull up Hikaru's game?
It's not available, I think.
Oh, it's not yet?
Oh, no, sorry. It's just the search thing. My bad.
Okay,
Oh,
so
Hikaru got another white. Or was he black in the previous?
he was
Oh, he was. Yeah, against Savin.
black, yeah. Okay, we are ready. This is the last round of the Blitz. After this, the top 8 will qualify for tomorrow's knockout finals. I was about to say something, but nothing came. Nothing came to my mind. We're about to lift off. I will keep a close eye on the other 4 games. I'm sure some of the players will be very eager to punch their tickets. What happened here? I don't know. Just monkeys playing music in my brain. It's not so, I
Merson with
think.
the white pieces against Fabi. Fabi could legitimately get knocked out here.
Yeah, it's tough when you're leading for so long and by so much, and suddenly you have to play the last round with a very real danger of not qualifying. It's not not the easiest of spots to be in.
Okay, we're
And
off.
we're off.
And once again, Hikaru's going to play this queen to e2 against the French, which he has done on numerous occasions already. But the response very, very quick here from Bleebaum. And they get a weird kind of position. I wonder if Bleebaum has actually seen Hikaru playing
Wesley
this
So
previously.
against Naroditsky has ended in a draw.
Okay, Danya's probably out then.
Morrison against Caruana has ended in a draw.
Danya
Nipper
is
against
out.
Niemann has ended in a draw.
With that draw, Danya is out.
Unless
Unless Fabi loses.
Fabi already made a draw as well.
Oh,
Boards 2, 3, and 4 have all made draws.
that
And
doesn't give
actually,
me a lot of information.
Ali Reza and Magnus have made the Berlin draw, or are in the process of making the Berlin draw. So my prediction, top 4 boards are all done and dusted.
Okay, so Danya is out unless Aronian versus Duda is a draw.
Okay, these guys will fight, of course. Let's put Levon and against
Yeah.
Duda on our small board, actually, on the screen.
Duda is playing a very risky opening. And if Levon wins, he will overtake Danya.
So we'll keep a close eye on that. Meanwhile, what is happening in Hikaru's game?
Yeah, it's just a really weird opening. It's a ridiculously weird opening. And apparently Hikaru can move his knight out here, but then after the trade in the center and the knight moving in, you would assume this is just terrible for white. But apparently it's not terrible. Instead, Hikaru went for a check with his queen and then moves back. And now, very easy move for Bleebaum here to castle. And yeah, Hikaru has a terrible position. Hikaru has no influence in the center of the board, while Black has these 2 very nice pawns working that area. If Bleebaum castles here, Hikaru is basically lost.
Do you think it's that bad?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Oops. Hikaru does castle too. Why is it so bad?
Because central control. Also, the queen is super awkward. Isn't central control good enough of a recent?
To be completely busted, I don't know.
I don't know, completely busted. Yeah, that
But
was
to
maybe
be
a bit
even to be
harsh.
lost, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Come on, Hammer.
I may have
It's the
exaggerated a
last
little bit.
round. Let's see some optimism.
Now Hikaru is attacking this pawn, so I'm guessing pawn here. Yeah, that no. Oh wow. Wow, Bleebaum allows Hikaru to capture in towards the Black King. I saw that was the top choice of the engines, but I thought surely it's too risky to allow Hikaru to attack in that fashion. But the man knows no fear. I don't even know why Hikaru's thinking about this. You gotta just give up the rook and hope for the best. Check on the king. King is forced out into the open. This becomes super interesting now. Hikaru doesn't give the check. Instead, he's targeting this pawn. He's wanting to get his rook into the game. Makes sense. The threat against the pawn is very serious. The pawn needs to be defended, but if you defend it immediately, you just allow Hikaru to get his rook into the middle. So instead, you should realize that the knight is going to be lost no matter what, and just give up the knight for as much as you can. Oh my gosh.
Which
He
he
allowed
doesn't.
Hikaru to just take the
Wow.
knight.
And now Hikaru
Ooh.
is so back in the game. So what happens after Queen A8? King goes up. You take on B7. I take white here.
I don't
The
know, because
Black
you can take
King.
this one maybe. Okay, let's see what happens. The bishop just moves into the game. What is the number of pawns? Hikaru has one pawn and a bishop in trade for a rook. Honestly, that's not amazing,
But the
but
Black
there's
King.
also the
Yeah.
situation of the king. This is a fascinating position. At any point, Bluebell may take this pawn with his queen. I'm kind of curious why he hasn't.
Okay, rook F8 was preventing, I guess, the white queen from coming into to F7, but now the
Hikaru
rook
moves
is
the bishop up to attack the rook, but frankly, Bluebaum doesn't necessarily care that much about the rook. He'd rather take out some of the white pawns, and that's what he does. Moving the bishop up was a mistake from Hikaru because he had to well, apparently the only move was to move the knight into the middle, allowing a trade between the knights in order to increase the pressure on this diagonal. But that would also allow the queen to come in and capture the pawn. The difference being that now the rook could target the black f5 pawn. So that was a kind of a crazy line. Oh no, Hikaru moves the bishop back. That is admitting his mistake, realizing I don't even want to take your rook. But now Hikaru just has one pawn less than he could have had under different circumstances.
okay. Still, this isn't over. Hikaru is trying to use his pawns. Actually, this A pawn is a passed pawn on the far side of the board.
And also Levon and Duda, they're down to just seconds on the clock, just like Naka and Bleebaum, which I just realized. But the hope for Danya is alive as long as Duda and Aronian end up in a draw.
And so far, I mean, the position is even. Anything could still happen there. But all of those games are looking in the balance right now. Also, Prague against Dubov. It's all
I'm
happening
very
here.
surprised Merson made the draw because he had the white pieces at least against a Fabi who's shaky due to kind of losing control of the tournament. Ooh, Hikaru's coming in with the knight. The knight is going to attack the king, attack the rook. Oh, there's also this diagonal for the
This
bishop.
bishop is such a beast suddenly.
Hikaru is winning the game. Wow, what a game. And how Hikaru just realized, okay, I made a mistake. I'll just move my bishop back and continue as if nothing is happening. Oh gosh, it's still not over. Both players down to 10 seconds. Hikaru's protecting his bishop to try and open up on the diagonal. Now he can take this, take the rook next. The rook cannot move because then the pawn would open up for the queen. Oh my gosh, the rook moved. Just push that pawn forward and get the checkmate. Yes, that's how we do it. The bishop, queen working together. Then you take the bishop. Now everything here is also under attack. Oh gosh, Hikaru just captured everything there in the span of a couple of moves.
Let's just be careful not to fall for any perpetuals or any tricks. But this all looks under control. Young Krzysztof Duda has beaten Levon with the black pieces.
Okay,
And Daniel
that
Dubov
means
has beaten Prague. Is Dubov actually going to qualify?
wow.
Despite
Oh,
no.
Hikaru just missed a maiden one, by the way. But
This will do.
maybe he wanted to give a checkmate with a bishop.
Okay, hammer. Hikaru ends on 2 wins. It's not enough, but it's at least a silver lining.
It's a good placement. It's going to be a good prize.
It's all happening. Dubov beat Prague and Duda beat Levon. This is the only top game.
We need the tiebreakers. I need to see the. I need to see the. Where's that thing we had earlier?
It's just in the standings. Hammer next 2 games.
Wait, chess.com has Mersin ahead of Duda.
Mersin.
I don't believe that. I don't
yeah,
believe
going
that.
into the round, there were 4 Buchholz points between them. And that was Duda having a 4-point lead.
I'm not sure I fully trust Duda being ahead of Mersin. I'm very skeptical about Mersin making the draw against Fabi when he had the white pieces. But good news for Fabi. Nepomniachtchi is safe, Karana is safe, So is safe, Carlsen is safe, Alireza is safe, Niemann is safe, Dubov is also safe, I think. No, wait,
but
how is Dubov ahead of...
Dubov had the worst possible tiebreak.
Something is wrong on chess.com, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because there's no way Duda, who was way ahead of both Dubov and Mersin at the start of the round, falls way behind them. I mean, it could happen. It could be right. Danya is out. Danya is out. And he made a short draw in the final round.
I mean, he's out, but he still had a terrific tournament.
He's going to get a great prize. Great prize for Danya. He had black against Wesley in the final one, which is a really tough matchup.
I mean, before his draw against Wesley in the last round, Danya had won 5 in a row against Woodward, Fressinet, Antipov, Ivanchuk, and Dominguez. That's no mean feat.
How is Danya out? He has the same score as the other ones. Yeah, but the way he got that score, he played a lot of lower rated opponents because he lost in round 2. And because of that, he hasn't faced the trickiest of pairings. And at the end of the tournament, they compare who played the guys. They basically look at how many points did your opponent score to judge whether you had a difficult road to get to the amount of points you had. And Danya very impressively won like 5 games in a row. But the reason he came from behind, which is why his opponents didn't really do that well. This 10-way tie just proves the amount of games for this tournament is way too low. I don't think that's true, because one of the reasons it's a 10-way tie is because no one was fighting in the final round. Everyone was just making a draw. But maybe you need to adjust something so that the players cannot plan out their final game result. I don't know.
Yeah, I think in a way, FIDE wanted to stop all these quick draws, but you still get them. Just now it's to get over the line to qualify.
Yeah, but then you also get these draws with Danya, who had to win, choosing not to try, and Mersin, who had to win, maybe, but chooses not to try. At the very least, Mersin is not safe. And you would have thought playing white against Fabi, that would feel like a good opportunity to actually try and get the win.
We still don't know for now who is gonna make it. Let's see. Are there any games still going? There's still a couple of games going. By the way, Hikaru will be here very soon. So we will hear from him. I'm sure he'll be a bit disappointed, but hopefully the finish, hopefully at least helps deal with the disappointment of the overall performance. Hammer, what are we? We're waiting. We will be refreshing on chess.com. There's the last game. Do you want to watch the last game?
Yeah.
Lodici against Injic.
Yeah, very tricky endgame. Difficult to say how this is going to go.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Why is the video not showing? It's not on? 1 second. Huh? Wait, what's going on? Why is it not showing up?
So while we wait for Hikaru to set up the camera, what's happening in this game? Will this be a draw in the end or what?
It's gonna be a draw, and I think the reason is that if white can trade the bishop for the knight, it's gonna be a draw with that fortress we saw earlier with the hiding in the corner. Although Ludici is keeping his king out of the corner, but then he always knows he can get back after. I don't know. The eval bar is saying completely equal, but I think that might also be because they've been playing this for a very, very long time.
Close to 50 moves or more than
No,
50
way
moves?
above, way above. Yeah, I think they're above 75 almost. They're approaching 75 moves.
Hammer, do you see how we are juxtaposed? I'm finally wearing some denim. At last. Okay, we're back. I'm still... No, the game is still going. So we'll have to wait, of course, for the last game of the tournament here to end before we find out officially who made the top 8.
But now the arbiters has got to wake up, right?
I'm not sure when the last capture.
They're way above 75 moves.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
And see you.
Yeah, good. Good to be with you guys.
Hikaru, I'm sure it was not the performance that you were hoping for, but how do you reflect on today?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously I'm very disappointed. I mean, I don't think it's so much the actual result itself. So much as the fact that basically the same thing as in the rapid happened today, where whenever I got low on time, I mean, I just could not find the right moves with seconds left. I mean, I just couldn't do it. I mean, the game against Erevan was horrendous. I mean, obviously I was losing the whole way, and then at the end should have been a draw. The bishop on the game against Liu Shanglei, I mean, to not win that, also just really, really poor. I mean, I guess the one upside is that even if I'd won the game against Min Lei, probably it would not have been enough. So I mean, maybe that's the one one sort of silver lining. But I would say overall it's just really disappointing because I mean my brain just didn't function in the scrambles. I mean even the last game was very, very messy against Bluebound as well. So really, really, really just yeah, just sad. So it's what it is, really. I mean, like I said, I mean, I wish I had something more positive to say. I mean, I think the main thing is just that it's disappointing that in the scrambles I really just could not keep my brain together. My brain just did not work when I got into these low time scrambles against anybody over the last 4 days. I mean, whether it's the rapid portion against Merzen, I mean the most important game for the rapid, or even today, it wasn't meant to be. But at least I won the last 2 games, so at least the result looks kind of decent, but it's still fairly sad.
How do you think you can work on, I don't know if it's a mindset or just, this when you're down 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I
Mhm.
think that what I would say is, of course, you don't want to manifest bad things. Certainly, I mean, I think that's a thing. But actually, someone brought up another thing which happened to me in a couple of games. It happened today against Gelfond, since I saw someone mention it, which is, you know, somehow in my mind, I saw a different position on the board than what happened. It's like it happened to me. Was it against Merzen or somebody earlier in the rapid, and then against Gelfond? Like I thought that I had I thought, I mean, it was equal, of course, anyway, but I thought that he had played Bishop F6, Rook B1, Rook E7, and then I go King F3. And then somehow I played King F3. Like I just had the wrong position in my mind here. And I mean, I'm not saying that it's good. It's still, of course, completely fine for black. But it's just, I mean, it's just like it happened to me against somebody in the rapid too, where I just saw the position wrong. Or first round against Juma Bayev, and then it happened against Galfon. So I mean, this was also very disappointing. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's yeah, as far as time goes, it just it's just bad. And I mean, I don't want to be like a Debbie Downer, to be honest, but I'm not really sure there is a good solution to dealing with limited time on the clock, because it's something that I'm also extremely bad at online too. Like anybody who's watched closely, in Title Tuesday, they'll notice that whenever I get down to these big scrambles where it's like 5 seconds left against the top guys, I tend to lose most of those as well. So it's definitely disappointing, to put it mildly, from that standpoint. So it's a little bit concerning, I guess you could say.
I have a question, not really about you and your tournament, but the new format and how all the top four boards in the final round
Mhm.
ended in a quick draw. Um, could you give us some thoughts on, for instance, Danya makes a draw and is now out probably.
I mean, the format is terrible. That's all that needs to be said. Like I'm not saying that just because obviously I did badly, but the format is ridiculous, if I'm being honest. The format should be 21 games of Blitz, and that's that. I mean, I think that it's very obvious that if you have players who are up at the top, they're chess players are very good at gaming the system. And when you have a system where the top 8 qualify, of course the players are going to make the decision that's in their best interest to finish in the top 8. So the format is just, I mean, nonsense in my opinion. I also think, as I said before, it really makes it difficult for the Cinderella runs too. So for example, if I look back to the last time I played in 2022, you had Hike Martirosian, I think it was, from Armenia, who had like a great second day. I think Alexei Serrano also had an amazing second day. And like both those guys came from out of nowhere and were very, very close to winning the whole thing. And after the first day in 2022, they were nowhere near the top. So I mean, I think the format is just horrible. Of course, from the player standpoint, I get it. They're obviously going to make the draws to finish in the top 8, but it's something that definitely should not be repeated.
but some
And
of the draws were also people who are not safe after making the draw. Merson
I
made a
mean,
draw with white and he was not 100% to make it through. And Danya made a draw with Wesley, even though
yeah,
he's
I
probably
mean,
now going to be out.
I mean, again, if you're gonna have this format, you probably should have tiebreakers. But I mean, having a tiebreaker is only going to add to the stupidity of all of it. So, like, I mean, it's just bad. And I mean, like, even if it had somehow benefited me, I'd still say. I mean, I said this before the event began. I would say it again. I mean, the format is just garbage. it should not be it should not be the way it is. I don't really understand the reasoning behind it. And if you want my hot take of the day, I mean, I think the format of anything, honestly, is to try and favor like favor Magnus more than anybody else, because it is like 4-game matches or something, right?
I'm not sure if it's 4 games or less, but
No, it's definitely
Oh.
4, because before the last round they said that you pick in games 1 and 3.
okay.
Or I mean, that's what the arbiter said before the game. So I mean, I hope he has it right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I
Do
was
you
told
think,
that's what I heard, but yeah.
by the way, the final standings are out. So 10 players finished on 9.5. Two
Mhm.
of them are missing out. That's Dania Naroditsky and Dania Dubov.
Yeah, I mean, like it's what it is. I mean, again, like I don't know what you want me to say. I think the format is just bad. And I mean, I can give you a theory about why they changed the format, because I saw someone in chat asked it, but I'll keep that for another day, because frankly, you know, results aside, like I'm just sick and tired of all the nonsense around everything that's been going on here over the last 4 days. So like I'll save my actual reasoning that I'm pretty sure is correct in terms of why they did it for another day when I do like some kind of video on everything. But I think I know why they did it, and I think the reason they did it is completely not applicable, because let's just say there's not more coverage. Let's leave it at that.
You said that you think it's a better format to have 21 rounds as they did in the past.
Or
But
it's
why?
2022. 20 is it 21 or 22? I don't remember.
I think it's 21.
Oh yeah. It's 12 and it's 12 and 11 versus 13. Right. Exactly. You're right. Correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, why not more? Why not 23?
I mean, you could do 23 too. I mean, that doesn't really matter. I mean, I think though, you know, the big thing is that it's just something where if you get off to a poor start, it's very, very hard. You know, anybody who gets off to a good start like Fabiano did, I mean, you can pretty much coast into the finish. Nothing against Fabiano, obviously, like, you know, he did what he had to do, but still, I mean, it's just a format that really benefits the people who get off to great starts. It definitely does. And I just don't yeah, I don't really see the point, because also, like, if we're being honest, I mean, you think about the number of players in this event, like what, 150 players, like 130 players basically have to waste like $400 on an extra night for a hotel room when they're not even playing. And even from that standpoint, I don't get it, because like if you come here as like a 2,500, you want to have the experience, you want to play, you want to enjoy everything, and then basically like you don't get to enjoy it. You don't get to enjoy it. You have to waste $500 for an extra hotel night, and it just sucks. I mean, it really does suck. It just sucks.
Well, yeah, I agree that for the guys who's not fighting in the top half or maybe even in the top 40, it's really, really bad.
Well, I mean, also because like I feel like, you know, one of the great things about the Blitz specifically is that you get your 21 games. You know, even if you're not in the running for the prize or whatever, I mean, you get to play a lot of 2,600 to have fun, enjoy it, and here you get like one day of it, and that's just how it goes. But like it's just kind of stick to me that that's how it is. But like whatever. I mean, that's just how it goes.
Were you surprised to see Magnus play in the Blitz after all?
I mean, like as I said before, I'm just so sick of all the nonsense. I mean, like there isn't a good answer if you guys ask me. Like, I mean, I kind of knew in advance. I had some advance notice that he was going to play. But like it's just I don't know. The whole thing is stupid. That's all I'm going to say. The whole thing is stupid. The whole thing is stupid. And I'm not yeah, I don't know what you want me to say. Like I already spoke about it before. I mean, I don't think there's any happy answer. And it's just very blah.
Did you hear about Dubov oversleeping for one of his games?
I mean, he overslept. I mean, come on, let's be real. He overslept. Come on. Don't be what's the saying? Don't be a stranger. I mean, come on. Don't be a stranger. I mean, don't be a stranger. You're playing the tournament. You're riding the adrenaline. You're playing Blitz. Every game is half an hour, and you oversleep. I mean, come on. Let's be real. I mean, don't be a stranger.
Maybe he was super tired.
Don't be a stranger, okay? Don't be a stranger.
So what do you think happened then?
I mean, you know what happened. I mean, everyone knows what happened. Come on. Like everyone knows what happened. He didn't oversleep. Okay, let's not let these conspiracy theories or fantasies about like Dubov sleeping randomly going to sleep when he's in the hunt to qualify for the top 8. Like I mean, just come on. I mean, let's be serious, okay? Let's be serious. So
Well, I just saw Norwegian press reported that apparently he overslept.
yeah, okay, yes, he overslept. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I've seen people in chat say Dubov said something in an interview with Levy. Like, I mean, like you have to be you have to be very imaginative, Jan Ludwig, as someone who's played top level tournaments. I think you've even played the World and Blitz. You really have to be very imaginative to think that a player in the middle of the event is just going to go take a nap when you literally at most have 10 to 15 minutes between games. So yeah, like let's I mean, I don't believe it. Maybe he was, but that's like the greatest. That's like that'd be the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Well, if it was some sort of a protest against Hans, that seems quite a like expensive moment to. I'm not even sure what kind of principles would apply.
Maybe, but I mean, I think what I would say in regards to that is that he has certain principles, and I mean, he paid a price for standing up for them, but it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is.
Would you have played Hans if you were paired against him?
Well, I mean, I always paired against him in the Rapid. I mean,
yeah.
I mean that's kind of a non-question. But yeah, I mean, I think I think in general that when I look at when I look at it, it's surprising that he did that. But I mean, I guess his view is once a cheater, always a cheater. That's my take on it. I don't know what else to say. So like, I don't know. That's my guess. I mean, I don't believe for a second that he overslept. I think you'd have to be incredibly naive to believe that. But like whatever, it is what it is. But I think in general, for me, like overall, the thing that I'm, as I said, is like the result itself wasn't great, but I'm not all that upset with my actual result. It's more the fact that the mistakes I made, it seemed like almost universally in every game, whether it was Rapid or Blitz, they occurred when I got too low on time, and I just like my brain just did not function. And so it's kind of a little bit sad because it's just one of those things where I'm not really sure if there is an easy fix to it, if there is a fix at all, because it's just one of those things that as you get older, it happens. Your brain doesn't work as well as it once did. So I'm a little bit bummed because of that.
This year, 2024, is drawing to a close. What are your plans for the new year? What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have specific plans. I mean, I have family, luckily, here in New York, so I'll definitely try to just enjoy my time with them. I think that is the one thing I've said it many times. Like I said it for the candidates too. I think one thing that you sort of realize, and actually I felt it a lot during this tournament as well, is that like because this tournament was held in New York and I've played here, I mean, I grew up in New York, like so many of the faces I saw were people that I've known for the better part of the last like 25, 30 years. And it's kind of just a reminder that like, you have to enjoy the ride, like the whether it goes well, whether it goes badly. And I think definitely towards the end of today, like that was kind of my goal, at least to try and enjoy it a little bit. And so I think, I mean, I did have a good time, I think, at least in the Blitz portion. I enjoyed it. So that at least is good, but I feel like, this is, we'll see how many more Rapid and Blitz events I play, but like this starts to feel a little bit like the beginning of the end.
That probably is not the answer that most of us wanted.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
end of over the board of
I mean,
normal chess.
you can. I won $3,000. Yeah, that's a good one, chat. $3,000. Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So no, I think in terms of what you're asking, I mean, I think that it's we'll see. Obviously, there will probably be like Rapid and Blitz events in St. Louis that I'll play down the road, but barring something changing immensely, I mean, if I'm not competitive, like if I play the way that I did today, where it's like when I get low on time, my brain just completely falls apart and I just blunder every other move. I'm just not going to want to play these sorts of events. So that's kind of what I would say is that, you know, even if that's not what people want to hear, if I'm going to be making mistakes like this, like it's not something that's really going to change. It's only going to get worse with time. So there's a decent chance that that this kind of the beginning of the end as far as Rapid and Blitz go. And it's ironic because like everyone thinks of me being, you know, a very good Blitz player, but I think that what's happening is that I'm actually in a way better at Classical because when I have enough time to think, I can reach the correct decisions. Whereas when I get really low on time, I make the wrong decisions now more often than the right ones. So it's kind of funny that like, you know, it goes almost full circle. It's like you start with Blitz and then you kind of, you know, you're the best at you know, your best format is Classical, which is just interesting to note.
But do you then see yourself playing more Classical?
I mean, I don't know. Like again, I have like I don't really want to get deep in the weeds of all the nonsense of what's actually, you know, I do want to say one thing because I mean I'm sure people will definitely I've seen comments about this. I want to be very clear on one thing for everybody who is watching. I'm sure someone's going to clip this as well. Is that I just want to be really clear that as far as take goes, like I do not have a stake in that company. I mean, of course, I have an agreement with them, but I do not have a stake. I'm not a shareholder in them. The same goes for the freestyle. I'm not a shareholder in that. You know, when I support what's going on, I'm doing that because I think that's good for chess. It's not something where like I have some financial incentive or motive behind that. I do kind of want to put that out there because I think a lot of people are under the impression that like I'm promoting this stuff because like there's like a financial gain for me. There simply is not. I just want to like kind of put that out there because I have seen people pushing that narrative. So like when I look to the future, you know, I'm kind of interested to see how freestyle goes. As I've said many times, you know, when you look at you know, the chess boom in general, the market ultimately will decide what they want to see. And I don't really know if freestyle is going to hit that market. I'm optimistic that it's something new, something different. But we will see. And so I don't really know what's going to happen. I mean, I'm playing the freestyle event in February. We'll see what happens beyond that. But it's really hard to judge what the future holds for me.
I guess time will tell. 2025 just upon us,
I mean,
I guess.
I
Mhm.
think, you know, also like it's, you know, just general topics, of course, because like there's no reason not to get into it, but what I would say is, well, a few things because people are talking about the openings as well. For anybody who's asked about the openings, the irony of a lot of games I lost was that I got great positions in the Italian and then I threw them away. I mean, better if not winning in a couple of games. But also there was a game against Lazovic where I intentionally played a bad variation on purpose to try and imbalance the position for anybody who's, you know, saw a position and thought that I was just like losing out of the opening. Like it was on purpose to try and create a mess. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, where was I going with that? Is that, you know, I try to do what I could. When you're chasing from behind, it's very, very difficult to catch up. And then I think, you know, as also, you know, I will say this too, like just, you know, because it's not necessarily excuses, but you know, to be fair, like people are getting very good at chess today. Like, or they're much better at chess than they used to be. Like when you look at all these kids, like whether it's Lazovic, even someone like Brandon Jacobson, who I lost in the Rapid, like anybody can have their moment in a game and it's getting harder and harder. So, I mean, there is that factor too. Like it's just becoming much more difficult to win the games against these people. But I think, you know, as far as 2025 goes, it's probably going to be very much a turning point. You know, as of right now, I mean, I still have a contract with Kick that's probably going to be ending at some point fairly early in 2025. So we'll see what is happening. In regards to A, what's going on with streaming, and then B, in regards to what's going on with actual chess tournaments, because there's a lot of fluidity. There's a lot of fluidity. I think that's the right word to the next probably 6 to 12 months. So we'll see what the future holds, but a lot of stuff is actually very much up in the air.
Time will tell. I don't have any other questions. Hammer, do you have anything?
I guess I just want to ask for some predictions for tomorrow. We have Nepomniachtchi against Mersin. So against Ferusha, Karana against Duda, and Carlson against Neiman.
Okay, first things first. There's no losers bracket, right? It's just straight up matches.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure on that first off. Yeah, I mean, I think if you ask me, I mean, I expect Magnus to crush Hans. I don't really expect anything less from him. You know, Merzen and Nepo. I mean, Merzen's having the ride of his life. He's playing great chess here. I didn't really see how he climbed to the top of the Blitz, but obviously in the Rapid, he was, you know, the chess spoke for itself. So I don't know what's going to happen in that one. Wesley and Ferrugia, I think Ferrugia's probably the favorite there. Although again, could be very close. You know, I'm kind of hoping maybe in a way that Wesley does well, just because I feel like Wesley is a player who, I mean, has not had a good result in I don't even know how long. I can't remember the last time that I feel like Wesley played well, online or over the board. I literally can't think of the last time he had a good result. So maybe I'm rooting for Wesley from that standpoint, just because I feel like he's due to have a good event. And then what's the last one?
That was Karana against Duda.
Ooh, that's also a big match. I mean, I would say that probably I think that Duda is a slight favorite there. Just based off the fact that it's match format and Duda was working, I think, for Gukesh for the World Championship match. So I think that I'd probably give a small edge to Duda probably. But of course, Fabian is very strong, so anything can happen. But yeah, I mean, I think Magnus is probably clear favorite, and I think the rest of the matches are all very likely to be close.
So are you saying for this knockout format, now it's just the chance to become world champion? Everyone's going to bring out their best preparation, what they have?
Yeah, I mean, I think once you get to the match format, I mean, that's probably what's going to happen. I mean, like I said, with it being best of four, I mean, I really struggle to see a world where Magnus doesn't win. I mean, maybe he won't, but honestly, any format that's more than best of two, I mean, Magnus's odds of winning just go up astronomically. Whether it's this with four, whether it's a Chess Champions Tour with best of six, I mean, anything above best of two, I think Magnus is a huge favorite. You know, you look at the CCT, he lost to Maxime, I think, or that went to Armageddon. He should have lost, but that was a best of two. In best of four or best of six, like anything more than two games, I don't see any world where, like, I mean, Magnus might not win, but he should be a massive favorite just because of the quality of his play.
We will find out tomorrow. Speaking of which, it's the last day of the year. What is your plan? Will you be joining us here at some point? Will you be resting? Will you be playing TT? What's the plan?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think what I will probably do, is I think I will probably play Title Tuesday because there's no reason not to. So I think I probably will do that. And then probably, yeah, we'll have coverage here, of course, with both of you guys, I think. And I'll join. I don't know if I'll join for the whole time, but I'll join for some period at least. So that's going to be the plan.
That is something to look forward to. Tomorrow we'll crown the World Blitz champion, Hikaru. Unless there's anything you want to add, I'll let you and
Yeah,
the stream.
I mean, I don't think there's anything specific to add. You know, I think the only thing that I would say is it's disappointing that I didn't qualify, but actually to see the number of people who were cheering me on was like really nice. I think you know, regardless of the result, the number of people who wanted autographs or pictures, whether it was in the playing hall, whether it was outside, you know, I think that's like that is the one thing that when I was playing chess professionally in the past, like was always missing or never there. Like there was never really the fan support, the fan appreciation. So really, like it was quite nice to see that throughout the days from all the fans. And I think that if anything, in a way means a lot more than the results. So yeah.
That is
I'm trying not to say too much because like I don't want to get emotional again, but I think certainly like that is the thing is that like when I look back on everything down the road, like the thing that like was never there as a pro was like there was never the fan support, there was never the appreciation of what I was doing, and like regardless of winning or losing, like I learned that of course very early in the pandemic, but you know the fact that fans will support the players regardless of whether you win or lose is really nice. So yeah, big shout out to all the people who are here. So yeah, it was fun.
That is nice to hear. Long may it continue. Hikaru, thank you so much for your time, and we will see you tomorrow. And yeah, I think you can say goodbye.
Yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the show, everyone. I'll play Title Tuesday. I think I'm gonna do that on Twitch. And then we'll come here to kick and cover the event. I'll join you guys for some period of time. I don't know how long, but we'll be doing that. And yeah, I will see everybody tomorrow. So hope you guys enjoy the show and have a great rest of your evening. And of course, I will do a recap. Obviously, I don't know if I'll do it now or after dinner, but I will do a recap. So I'll see you guys. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.